listen, we got some fun. We got some fun drama. We all want to pretend and sit here and act like intellectuals, but we're just here for the tea. And Hasan is not a great guy, and it's funny when he does bad things. So that's it. I'm just gonna be absolutely honest with you. Now, I was on Twitter, and apparently Hasan was trending, so I looked into it a little bit. And apparently, Hasan has a horrible take on the Gravel Institute. This is from Know Something. It's this video right here. We're of course going to watch Hasan's reaction, but this is from Adam Something. My understanding, this is an individual who's pretty well respected within the commentary community, like the political community. Not super big in there. We're not big brain political commentators. I guess we border it a little bit. And yeah, Hasan had a pretty sussy take here. And he's getting railed. Now, we're going to get into it soon. But here's what this is the first thing that I got introduced to. So this is the first thing you're going to get introduced to. So apparently, Hasanabi called me a Nazi following my recent video on the Gravel Institute. Here's a clip. Now, I don't want people to give Hasan too much shit because of this. I understand he's under a lot of stress. Lots of people have been piling on him, me included, over his Ukraine takes. Such takes of his are a product of his simplistic American lefty streamer bro views being thrown into the vortex of nuance that is Europe. Worse, a European armed conflict. Now, I know Hasan might be like, well, I'm from Turkey. This motherfucker was born in America. He doesn't know shit about Turkey. At least not, or he doesn't know that much about the European culture. He's an American, dude, okay? And by the way, I watched his, the ridiculous documentary they did on him, and it's DMCA'd, so I can't even put it up. I'm disputing it right now. But this guy, unironically said that he paved the way for, gaming streamers. And it's this guy is and he tried to make it seem like he, was self-made, even though he got tons of money from his, very well-off parents to go to college in New York, and then he went to California and he was interning and living at his uncle's house for free, getting platformed on the Young Turks. This guy actually thinks that his life was a little difficult. The way that he talked about it was insane. It was insane. This guy is so full of himself. I don't understand. This guy is just morally, or not more. He's just so empty. He's so empty. It's pathetic. Anyway, as a European myself, this is of course nothing new to me, which is why I've been able to make detailed, nuanced points even when it comes to actual neo-Nazis in Ukraine, instead of the expected knee-jerk dismissal and denunciation. People who aren't familiar with the complexities of Europe and Ukraine, and especially the current war, might find those takes of mine scary at first, which I understand. Disingenuous people might even say that I was defending Nazis in my video into the Gravel Institute, but this, of course, is not the case. People who say that are either lying or they haven't watched the actual video. Now, just so you guys know, I want to explain to you guys why Hasan has had so many bad takes lately. It's because he's never had any good takes. Listen, I blew up on TikTok in 2020. 2016 to 2020, or 2019, whatever. 2016 to 2020 was really easy for everybody to get into politics. Donald Trump changed the landscape. He dumbed down everything. You didn't have to put a lot of brain power into disagreeing with Donald Trump, okay? And that's where Hasan came in. He was young, attractive, and he didn't like Donald Trump. And it's not hard to contest Donald Trump when he says racist things, right? So, you get an air of confidence, which I did too, where you think that you're intelligent. And then Donald Trump lost, and I was like, wow. I lost a tremendous amount of interest in politics because it was easy to educate yourself on Trump. But it's not easy to educate yourself on real issues. Now that Trump's not in office, it's not a whole lot to virtue signal at. I'm not saying that Trump doesn't deserve to be criticized. I'm just saying that, you have to put actual energy. And so, I was like, hey, listen, I enjoy social topics, and, we enjoy a little bit of tea, So we shifted the platform to something that I felt was better and more, into my capabilities. Because I could educate myself in politics, but I just don't really have the interest. Occasionally I do. But Hasan doesn't do that. He doesn't look at things from a perspective where he's uneducated. He's like, I know everything about everything. I'm just going to say something and people will agree. And then sometimes he'll talk about how, American veterans were face fucked in their eye hole by, terrorists that are heroes. So that's where Hasan gets to. And so that's what it is. Hasan's not he's not humble. He's not a humble person. He's not trying to educate himself. He's just divisive. And frankly, I think that he's not going to lose his audience, but I don't think people really look to him anymore for anything serious. I don't think anybody goes to Hasan anymore to be like, oh, wow, I was looking for a really nuanced take. I think people at this point understand that he's a lefty. He's like a little sorority bro. Sorority? What is it called? You know what I'm saying? You know, so that's life, man. And I've been there, but you know, you gotta humble yourself, bro. You gotta stay blessed. You know, keep it 100, bro. You gotta bless up and stay blessed. Anyway, Hasan didn't mean to insult me. He simply reached the narrow limits of his understanding of the world, and since then couldn't control the resulting emotional outburst made up of fear, confusion, and frustration. For all these years, he and others like him were able to surf the waves of Bernie Sanders, a person with an actual overarching political philosophy and nuanced worldview. I like Bernie, by the way. Smart guy. Frat dude. Boom. By attaching themselves to Bernie's correct points, these commentators were able to conceal that all their views are just a variation of the same 3 to 4 half-baked, disjointed ideas in lieu of a coherent set of values and an understanding of the world outside of America. Trying to scale these views to an issue more complex than U.S. domestic affairs has been a disaster, unsurprisingly. With the war in Ukraine, Hasan, like many other American lefties, was brought into a humiliating realization. U.S. bad is not a political philosophy. Fair enough. So there's clips of Hasan crying and getting looked like a fool, but let's just watch them ourselves. Let's watch them ourselves here, guys. This is it. This is actually, you know what? Hold on one second. I think there's one thing I might want to look at before we do that. Fast forward if I forget to edit this out. Bitch. Let's see, maybe it's on. Give me like 2 seconds. If I can't find it, I'll just skip ahead. Oh man, I'm not gonna be able to find it. How unfortunate. Damn. Shame. Give me like 2 minutes. I'm gonna look for this, see if I can find it. Because it was actually very interesting. It was this interesting video that basically said that Hasan has no actual like moral foundation in anything. So ultimately, he's just as likely that he could have become like a far right-wing individual. But we can't find it. All right. Unfortunate for us. Let's do this, though. We are going to watch something while we watch this.
He said...
Let's get this going. As we go through this, we're going to slowly ramp up the speed, you know, get ourselves accustomed to it because it's going to be a little bit long. But
a month late than ever. Also, somebody pointed out I mistook the picture of Taras Shevchenko for Bandera around the part where I talked about protester signs. I'm suspecting, however, that the Greville Institute made the same mistake given the context of the image. Like that's so much, dude. And I don't want to.
I wonder why he decided to react to this. My thing here is you know, why does Hasan? That's the question. We're playing a little WoW just to kill time. I'm probably not going to commit to it after today. But why does Hasan, like, if you get embarrassed on the topic, because he was like absolutely railed on Russia. Specifically, he mentioned that like Russia had a reasonable claim to the Ukraine because there were Russians in Ukraine. Meanwhile, the reason that there were so many Russians in Ukraine is because Russia was organizing famines to starve out Ukrainians so that they would die, and then they could just like replace them with Russians so that later on they could say, "Hey guys, we have a claim here," right? So, you know, I don't know, why would you continue to talk about the topic? Why not just like sit it out? Why not just say, you know what? I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know why, but he's a glutton for punishment, so
I don't want to get into the entire fucking thing. That's like, even if I 2x it, it's gonna fucking take like 7 hours for me to cover this.
Why?
It's not a People act like they don't know my behavior.
Oh, and just so you know, the Gravel Institute removed their video after Adam something put his up there. Just so you know, like they decided to remove their video, which speaks volumes to me.
Behavior, like you literally act like it's not gonna. Here, let's see. Let's start.
Imagine if Czechoslovakia resisted the Nazis as the latter annexed the Sudetenland, and they got military equipment and training from the UK or
Oh
something.
man, we're gonna have to watch this at normal speed. Holy moly!
Would that make it a proxy war between Germany and the UK? Of course not. That would be ridiculous. But it would be a great opportunity for Nazi propaganda to try and discredit Czechoslovakia and justify the invasion, saying how Czechs are just pawns
We're not gonna be able to. We're gonna have to like actually watch it so we can listen to stuff. Fantastic. Thank you, Hasan. Okay.
of the English, and how their resistance is bringing war to Europe for no good reason. If the Czechs just stop fighting us, there would be peace. We had a vote in the Sudetenland.
I hate this argument so fucking much, dude. It's so deeply frustrating. Okay. It's just like it's the Hitler fallacy. Everything is Hitler. Everything is Hitler. Also ironic because like
isn't that what Hasan did though? Didn't he just say that like Ukrainians were neo-Nazis, all of them?
You know, while more than half the Ukrainians were fucking fighting Nazis, the people that we're criticizing and the people that he's running defense for were literally aligning with Hitler and killing 1.6 million Jewish Ukrainians. Okay? And the governments that preceded, the governments that came after World War II did not actually fucking end up, you know, actually prosecuting a single one of those people. Jesus Christ, dude.
Less than 3.
All right. So he skipped like 8 minutes into the video.
And people do want to join us, so it's all good, right?
Russia could launch an attack on Ukraine any day now.
We are ready, and all of NATO is ready.
But it's also a place most people don't really know a lot about. So the story we hear about Ukraine's history and this conflict today has very little relationship to reality. I'm going to tell you a story about modern Ukraine, but this is also a story about America and how American money and weapons ended up in the hands of these guys, the neo-Nazis and ultranationalists of Ukraine's far right.
Wait, did you catch that? They just moved the goalposts. How America funded Ukraine's neo-Nazis versus how American money and weapons ended up in the hands of these guys.
Wait, what? Oh, come on, brother.
What do you mean? Come on, brother. That's actually like a good catch. I didn't catch that. So it's from like how the semantics matter a lot in these contexts. Specifically, the original claim is like America intentionally funded Ukrainian neo-Nazis, and then what they end up backpedaling to almost immediately is America unintendedly gave money to these programs. Now that doesn't justify the actions of America, but it is a point to make in saying like, oh, you know, it's the intention. The intentions matter. We forget that.
This is baby analysis, dude. You have to be. This is baby brain, dude.
Why?
I mean, wow, yeah, like when America fucking gives guns.
Oh, guys, I hate nuance. What are you talking about? Why? Why is it baby brain? It's what nuance? I don't understand. It's a good point. It blew my baby brain apart, bro. You know what I'm saying?
To the Saudi government, sells guns to the Saudi government, and then those guns end up in the hands of Al Qaeda. America is directly.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, my understanding, you know, is that we end up backing other, we'll say, political parties, for lack of a better term, to overthrow governments, which is a bad idea for us to do because it just ends up destabilizing the Middle East. But it's to put like a regime in place that like agrees with us. Now, it doesn't make it right, but there's a difference between us intentionally creating terrorist organizations and us like overplaying our hands like a bunch of dumb idiots, and that being the outcome of it, right? That needs to be understood because like America isn't intentionally bad. We just saw it can be. You know what I mean? So
funding the Saudi government in its actions against Yemen, America is directly giving guidance to the Saudi government in their genocide in Yemen. America is literally offering refueling for their jets and also giving them laser targeting systems.
I wonder how much credibility there is to these arguments, only because Hasan really does have like the political philosophy of like America is the worst. And when you have that philosophy, I feel like you're just kind of looking through this lens of America is the worst thing in the world. And I mean, again, they're probably not the greatest ideology. I mean, it just seems like it lacks nuance.
Hit specific targets in Yemen. Okay, but technically, the guns are ending up in the hands of Al Qaeda on the ground, but that doesn't mean America is giving guns to Al Qaeda, right? Yeah. Well, that way you are basically running.
That's not what he's saying. He's talking about the intentions, but okay.
Defense for the CIA at that point. Okay.
Okay.
There's a reason why they don't directly go, "Hey, I'm Mr. CIA. Take this gun." That has never happened.
Hasan's so smart, bro.
But in clandestine operations, okay. And this is a semantics argument, and this is precisely why debate lords have just like.
I just want you guys to understand, like, I'm not super like educated. I just want you to know that these are not like super hard concepts to understand here. I just don't understand how Hasan doesn't get it. He just has to be disagreeable with every single point. Maybe that's me. Maybe me and Hasan are just this Two sides of the same coin, bro. We just can't shut the fuck up. You know, we're reacting too hard. You know, it's funny. He's probably going to use this as an excuse to be like, yeah, I know I just watch other people's content on my stream while I go to the bathroom and I eat food. But look at how hard I reacted here. I quadrupled, I quintupled, I pentakilled, whatever, the length of this video. So, like, you know, I react too hard, if anything.
Absolute broken brains. I'm sorry.
I don't think Hasan's a troll. I think that Hasan doesn't listen to people that aren't him because he thinks that being famous, he thinks that virality equals intelligence. He thinks that because he's popular, that must mean that he's intelligent. These are the types of like really unintelligent people where they think that because people listen to them, that must mean that they're right. But you know who else thought that? His name was Adolf Hitler. Okay.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Then America's involvement is nothing, okay? Yeah, just like Russia never actually, guys, Russia never actually went into Donbass. There were no little green men. Those were brave Russian patriots that wanted to defend ethnic Russians in eastern Ukraine, right? Okay. They never actually gave anti-air weapons to the people in LPR and DPR. They never actually sold them those weapons. The people in LPR and DPR, an industrious region, were able to purchase those weapons, right? See, that's the difference between me and a lot of these other people. I recognize when Russia is engaging in a proxy war, okay? And I admit that. These people do not want to offer that same level of analysis to who they have declared their enemy, okay? And they will...
Well, I mean, Russia is our enemy. Listen, not for nothing, but sometimes these things don't have to be, like, super complicated. We know that Russia, their worldview is dog shit. We're not perfect as Americans whatsoever, but realistically speaking, our country is much more free and inclusive. Like, that's one of the reasons why it shouldn't be a super... Like, Russia doesn't want Ukraine to engage in NATO because they don't want the Ukraine to be more free. Like, I don't understand. Like, this is what I'm talking about. It's like we have these like really complex conversations, and we're like, hey, you know, America is bad in some ways. It's like, yeah, absolutely, but like we're still better than if Russia was running the world. You know,
straight up look at America's attitude and America's involvement, and try to do everything they can to basically, as long as it's there, as long as it fits the bill in this circumstance, as long as it fits the overarching goals in this circumstance, they'll literally fucking take on the plausible deniability argument and defend it.
So far, this guy has made like a nuanced point, and all Hasan's done is say like, "Oh, you're always going to defend America, so you're wrong." But Hasan's always going to disagree with anything America does. So like, you know, automatically, that's Hasan projecting his own bias onto this person.
Implications. The first implies a deliberate effort from the US to arm Ukrainian Nazis, while the second suggests that arming neo-Nazis wasn't the intention, only an unfortunate side effect. And
yeah, dude, that's why when fucking John McCain is hanging out with like their regional leadership, okay, that's actually you know, just accidentally happening. That's why when the American government's like, oh shit, we shouldn't arm and train Nazis anymore in Ukraine because this is going to be a big problem, or at least the media is fucking blasting us about this, then they write legislation and then don't pass it, or secretly don't fucking push for that legislation. We literally had to pass 2 laws. I mean, it's crazy.
I mean, rhetorical tricks like these should be familiar to anyone who has ever watched Breaker
Hopefully we watch 3 laws. Maybe we can pass 3 laws next time, you know what I'm saying, bro? We've got to pass more laws.
University.
Think about the even greater number of Palestinians who
Oh, another comparison to fucking Hamas. I'm going to lose my goddamn mind, dude.
What do you mean? Isn't the Gravel Institute just like fucking lefty... Well, it's just lefty PragerU, bro. You know?
First of all,
God.
I mean, I'm pretty pro-Palestine. You don't see me running defense for everything that Hamas says and does, okay? And I know...
I mean, but do we though?
For a fucking fact, okay, that none of these motherfuckers have ever talked about Hamas in the way that they talk about the Azov Battalion, okay? And also, Hamas is not actually funded by the American government. The opposing side, the unjustifiable brutality that the Palestinians in the world's largest open-air prison are subjected to, all that violence from the side that is funding, that America is funding in that situation. So get your fucking priorities straight. Okay?
I wish we could get context on what the guy's saying before you continuously talk over him. Like, what the fuck?
Okay.
Okay.
My lord.
Yeah. Proof that Hasan is
are now homeless in Gaza because Hamas choose to...
Bro, we got 2 seconds in. Come on, bro. Give me a little bit more.
The argument that, like, the Azov Battalion is exactly like Hamas is terrifying. Do you think...
Question. Is this actually... What he's saying, is it even relevant to the topic? Like, this guy's... Like, at all?
That Hamas is a good fucking regional leadership? for Palestinians, or do you think it's the only regional?
It kind of just seems like he's flexing knowledge that may not even necessarily be relevant, like within the context of what's happening. It seems like this guy's just trying to prove that the Gravel Institute is just lefty fucking PragerU, and Hasan's going off on a topic that like is barely relevant. That'd be like if I saw like a Pokemon flash on the screen, I pulled out my Pokemon card collection and talked about how like amazing Pokemon cards are. It's like, that's cool, bro, because I know a lot about them. Like, hey, I can recite the first 150 right off the hand, but is it super relevant right now? All I did was see a fucking Pikachu in Pokemon Go.
Leadership for Palestinians that have been fucking decimated, destroyed, victims of a genocidal apartheid colonial regime. Okay?
I think most. I think that most people are pretty on board with that concept. I mean, it's a pretty complicated situation, you know, but I think people like understand that Palestinians are getting fucking royally fucked by, you know, the Zionist crew.
Of a comparison. Do you think it's great for Ukrainians if the Hamas version that is also funded by the American government and legitimized by Western media is going to fucking run the country?
Here we go. It's the forced high-pitched voice. You notice how he ramps up his voice, but it's so forced, bro. This is the last time he did this over some fucking when he was talking about how, you know, like Russia had an entitlement to Ukraine in some capacity. He started like forcing the outrage and, you know, shouting Hitler and whatnot.
At your argument, the people in Palestine are stuck. They have nothing because the actual fucking leadership.
I'm stuck at this video.
First of all, the PLO's gone. Okay, the actual leftist leadership has been eviscerated by Americans, and the only governing body in Gaza is, which also has a armed side as well, which is Hamas's political group and Hamas's armed faction. Okay, oftentimes can be two separate entities. Is what these people have. They have nothing else. They have nothing else. A future for Ukrainians where they are being brutalized by Russia in a similar capacity to Israel in Palestine, where Azov Battalion is the only fucking governing body, is not a good one. Okay?
Who's saying that it is? Is he?
Is not a good one at all. So making this comparison is fucking insane unless you literally just don't think about Ukrainians and as human beings, and you only see them as like a pawn in this NATO play.
What is it? Oh, it's not.
Okay.
4 months till brain rot /
to hide weapons in residential buildings. And when naive American and European...
Yeah, even in this absolutely despicable comparison, Hamas existed 40 years into an Israeli occupation. It was literally seen as an Israeli counterbalance to the actual revolutionary communist socialist leadership, okay? Like, they were fucking funded in parts by Israel, okay? Just learn like a crumb of history, please. It's so pathetically and painfully Caucasian to just have this fucking naive argument that you think you're crafting, and you're crafting it for other...
Like, is he criticizing the PragerU video at this point?
Hasty dipshits on the fucking internet who listen to it and come in here and repeat this goddamn propaganda in my fucking chat. It pisses me off so much.
Nazis, huh?
People constantly say, oh, it's like Afghanistan. Oh, it's like Hamas. You think that's good? You think that's good for Ukraine?
Who's saying it is?
You think if the Palestinian people had an opportunity, do you think they like who they have in the West Bank as Palestinian leadership? No.
Guys.
He's basically a fucking dog himself. And then on the Western Front, they have Gaza, and they have Hamas as the governing body. They have nothing. Ooh. They have nothing.
Who are you talking to?
Imagine making this fucking disgusting comparison now.
Who are you talking to, bro?
17 months, dear God, what has my life come to?
Bro, you know what? You know what, though? Hasan's going to get a lot of Palestinian pussy from saying that. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, dude? You know what I'm saying, dude? I don't blame them. They're not bad looking. Palestinian girls are pretty attractive, bro. Not bad, bro. Not bad.
NGOs offer millions to rebuild Gaza. Who need it?
Okay.
91.
Highly doubt Rebel Institute would agree with stopping aid to Palestinians. And funny how that works.
Let's
say children to activists.
And further out of reach.
Is he like going back to what's happening here?
Well, it looks like all that aid we're sending to Palestinians is ending up in the hands of extremists. Therefore, we should stop giving money and aid to Palestinians.
Who's saying don't give aid to Ukraine? Like, who the fuck's out here being like, do not help Ukraine?
It might have helped Hasan if you started the video at the beginning of it instead of 8 minutes in, just so you know.
At all. Do not help Ukraine at all.
You know.
Who is giving guns to fucking Hamas in this comparison in the same way? Is the CIA training Hamas? Is the CIA giving guns to Hamas? Is anyone even defending Palestine? Palestinian humanity, let alone give guns, training, and positive Western media coverage like we do to the Azov Battalion. What the fuck kind of argument is this? Huh? What the fuck kind of argument is this?
Just go to Israeli people meet
To act like,
Come on, bro.
to act like the fucking Hamas is also not built from a legitimate fucking interest in liberation from an oppressive force for a group of individuals that the world has completely left behind. Whereas obviously in Ukraine, luckily there's plenty of help. Okay, Jesus Christ, dude. This
Like,
is
what's your is your argument that we care more about white people? Like, yeah, sure, you're right. I agree. Like, it's a problem. People care more about refugees from Ukraine than anywhere else. Like, the media was even very bold about it. It's like, there's almost something different about these fucking, what is it? Is it because they're white? Like, yeah, that's a problem. We could acknowledge that. That's totally fine. Not really the center, the central focus of this video, though.
like this is crazy. This is a crazy fucking video. This is why I didn't want to watch it.
And just like Israel invaded Gaza during a special military operation where they de-Islamicized the area in order to finally the Middle East, one could say.
I swear to God, I'm gonna make it like slower again, and Hasan's gonna have to like stop again for another 15 minutes.
Though for some reason I highly doubt Gravel Institute would agree with stopping aid to Palestinians. It's funny how that works.
Let's start in 1991, when Ukraine became fully independent from the Soviet Union. And independence was tough.
Nice.
After the fall of communism, the economies of post-Soviet republics were falling apart.
Minor point here, but while in common parlance we do refer to the end of the Soviet Union as the fall of communism, that is incorrect. The Soviet Union was a state-capitalist oligarchy at best and never even came close to abolishing the state, currency, or social classes, as in communism. I expect a channel fancying itself as leftist to be more precise with its leftist terms.
Bro, come on, dude. Everybody understands that. No one is saying that the fucking, like, you...
Oh, God. Hasan, why do you get so upset when people give context?
USSR was a classless, stateless, borderless society. Holy shit, dude. Oh, my God. This is like incredibly nitpicky, man. It is. So what is this video just like pure semantics? Here's what happens when
Okay.
you look at something and you deem it, and you look at it from an uncharitable point of view versus you look at something and you look at it from a charitable point of view. It's just,
oh my God, it's like I'm in fucking kindergarten. Like, we understand. He was just pointing out that it's not true communism. That's the goal that they were trying to say. If anything, that's I would say that take is actually in agreement with communism by saying like, hey, we've never truly tried it the right way. Why are we having a fucking meltdown over this?
just charitability. Like if you had a metric of charitability and you like literally cranked that charitability dial to like a 7.
Did he just learn the word charitability? Like, what the fuck's happening here?
Okay. Then you would just normally, you would recognize it. Can someone save Hasan from himself? No, this is important to watch.
State institutions were being hollowed out. A so-called gangster capitalism was becoming dominant. So in the 1990s, Ukraine...
That sounds pretty cool. Gangster capitalism? Shit, dude. That sounds hip as fuck.
And quality of life collapsed. And it's never really gotten better. Adjusted for inflation, Ukraine's GDP per capita was higher in 1990 than it was in 2020.
Wow.
Health outcomes...
I'm not trying to defend, but only leftists acknowledge the USSR wasn't communist. Any non-leftist in the US fully believes they were communist. Yeah, I mean, they think that fucking Russia is communist right now.
In 2019, the life expectancy of Ukrainian men...
That guy was debunking what you were saying, basically, Hasan. I just want you to know that. I don't think that you realized that. Like, you were... That's the problem. That statement right there proves that Hasan came into this wanting to disagree with the video. Because the guy was like, hey, it actually wasn't technically communism. Which would, like, any reasonable person would be like, oh, okay, what he's saying is that it's not real communism and we've never really tried it before. But Hasan needs to fucking melt down about it and pretend like he disagrees with that fact when he agrees with it. And then I guess he thinks it's too basic of a perspective, despite the fact that he's railing off basic perspectives the entire. He just explained to us what charitability meant. Like, oh my God, you know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, come on, what are you doing?
It's lower than in Syria, Iraq, and North Korea.
First off, I'm glad Gravel Institute has such unwavering trust in demographic data provided by the Syrian and North Korean governments. Very noble. Second, according to the World Bank data they cite, male life expectancy in Ukraine is currently at an all-time high, even with an ongoing war inside the country where lots of men tend to die. So by their metric, male life expectancy should be a relative success story, not abysmal as they put it.
Well, I would imagine that they wouldn't like include those. Those would probably be considered outliers. Like war deaths are probably not considered as part of their statistic. But I understand the point is that this is like the perspective here seems to be very like, woe is me for the Ukraine, but I guess they're doing better than we think. I don't know exactly. I guess that's what he's trying to say.
What a strange inconsistency in their rhetoric. Third, the choice of countries on the graph. You might think a comparison with Poland, Russia, or Hungary, or other Eastern European countries would be more informative since they are similar in terms of demographics.
Wait, isn't this from the World Bank data? I'm confused. Like, why is he shitting on Syria and North Korea and not the World Bank?
I imagine that's where they got those particular statistics from.
Like,
can you look it up?
That's so weird. Like, Gravel Institute is using World Bank data, and he's just saying like,
Gravel. We gave it a little flair. The Gravel Institute. Very good, Hasan. Maybe you'll get some French pussy too, bro. So I gotta take some notes.
What? it basically seems.
That makes sense though, because I normally would have pronounced his name like Hasan, but like it's Hasan, like Gravel. You know what I mean? Did I pause it?
It basically fucking seems like, this is a big, it is a big, like, I'm going to find anything and everything I can to just, like, I'm going to find anything and everything I can to shit on.
He was saying, like, hey, we shouldn't trust statistics from fucking North Korea because they're like, not a great country. It's not that deep, Hasan. Okay.
This video.
You're doing the same thing. You're nitpicking it, but like poorly.
Geopolitics, history, and so on. Why bring up these random countries from different corners of the world? Why not Eastern European countries? Well, because if you put those on the graph, you get this. Countries that used to be in the Soviet sphere of influence but broke away very early and fully integrated into the West have much higher life expectancies than Ukraine or even Russia.
Okay, so the Gravel Institute was trying to promote this idea that like communism like was better in some capacity, but it seems like if you compare the statistics correctly, what it actually says is that like people are doing better when they leave like, Soviet Russia or communist Russia or whatever. Communist, right? We'll say it in quotations. Okay, I would have probably got that point sooner if we didn't pause it every 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, except, dude, you literally see that in the fucking graph itself. Countries that were doing well even prior to being under the fucking sphere of influence literally are outperforming other countries. I mean, you have the fucking graph right here.
That's the graph. That's the graph he showed us. Okay. He's really This is really confused. Did Hasan just say, like, you have the graph right here after the guy showed us the graph that he was referring to that was more in context? I am very confused. Is this what Hasan always does?
You have it. The graph in front of you shows precisely what you're... Also, by the way, the data is...
that's because he brought that graph up to support his argument, Hasan. Of course it's going to reflect what he's saying, because he put it in the video. He put that graph there. Hasan?
Is also, again, from the World Bank. But obviously this time, the data that we're using is actually appropriate, because it's not from a bad country that the World Bank collected information from, like Syria or North Korea, but instead a good country.
Yes, North Korea is not a good country. Did you know that, like, North Korean like people who escape North Korea, they fucking hate it? It's horrible. It is a horrible country. What is that? The hot take here that North Korea is not so bad? What is this like? At first, he was telling people. Hasan basically said that he paved his own way, which is basically the same thing as Donald Trump saying like, "Oh, a small loan of $1 million." Now he's in support of like North Korea, bro. Are you sure? Are you sure you're not Donald Trump, bro? What's going on here?
You're literally using the same exact fucking source. I am like. Is this just the rest of the video? Okay, we're going to keep going.
Come along and point out how being aligned with the decay...
He put that source there, Hasan, just in case you didn't know that.
The Russian Empire produces significantly worse outcomes than being aligned with the West. Such nuance, of course, did not make it into Gravel Institute's video. Coincidentally,
Ukraine all famously aligned with the Russian Empire.
The type of rhetoric you would use if you wanted to imply that aligning with the West doesn't make things better for the people. Also look at these other countries that aren't aligned with the West that are doing better. Right.
Perhaps Ukrainian development and Ukrainian industrial development, or Ukrainian development in general, took a different path than all of the other countries that you are mentioning. And not just simply that they were able to align quickly and effectively with the West, even though...
But didn't they align with the West? Just not like officially through NATO? I don't know. What's your point? I think the guy's just trying to say that like the political perspective of a lot of heavy leftists of America bad is not good. And that like whether you want to believe it or not, people who do align themselves with the West tend to perform better and have better life expectancies. And that can still exist with the concept and idea and understanding that America is still not like perfect and still has like puts their dick in shit where they shouldn't be.
Yes, when you do join Western powers, or if you were in Western Europe, for example, in the aftermath of World War II, and you were a recipient of the Marshall Plan, yeah, you had the fucking money spigot. Okay? It's true.
Then what are you bitching about? That's what he just... Okay, great.
Especially considering that America did not take on...
How are you agreeing with him with a disagreeable tone, bro? That's a fucking talent.
Devastation of World War II in a similar capacity to the USSR. So the USSR didn't have that kind of developmental capabilities to help out Eastern Europe in a similar capacity while also fighting a separate front in the Cold War. Okay? America had a lot of money, and they were able to pump. They were able to open up that fucking faucet. And that is how they became...
Yeah, Russia sucks too, bro. Fuck the USSR, bitch.
The hegemonic power. I mean, this is the story of America's rise to prominence post-World War II. If you want to go that far behind, if you want to go that far back.
I don't want to.
Section. Gravel Institute describes the roots of Ukrainian neo-Nazism like so.
and as quality of life collapsed, nationalism flourished. Some people turned to extremist politics, and that was partly because Ukrainian nationalism, formed in opposition to the Soviet Union, tended to have a strongly right-wing flavor. To understand that, we have to look at a crucial figure in Ukrainian nationalist history, a guy named Stepan Bandera. You see, in the 1930s and 40s, Bandera wanted Ukrainian independence from Poland and the Soviet Union.
Keep in mind again that the Gravel Institute removed this video because they got nay ratioed so hard by the person who made this video, the original video.
So when the Nazis invaded,
I really hope he's not going to run
Something.
defense for Bandera, right?
Bandera allied with them. His followers massacred huge numbers of Poles and Jews. But in spite of this legacy, Bandera is still viewed as a hero in the west of Ukraine. There are Stepan
This is true.
Bandera streets, museums, and monuments. In 2010, Bandera was even named an official hero of Ukraine.
So in their world, this Bandera guy did ethnic cleansing while collaborating with the Nazis as he sought Ukrainian independence, and he's revered to this day mostly in the west of the country, which is a rather far-right region. What Gravel Institute conveniently omitted is that the biggest resurgence of pro-Bandera sentiment happened after Russia invaded Ukraine. Sure, the far-right had a presence even before, and was also out to protest during the Maidan, obviously, but the real push for decommunization and the re-establishment of a Ukrainian national identity came after Crimea was stolen, and when the Ukrainian army was already fighting a war in the east against both Russian proxies and actual...
Okay. That's not...
Okay, so no, we didn't get the full take, but it sounds like what he's saying is that Russia invading was actually the catalyst that turned Ukraine more far right, and it's not like rather than trying to say that like aligning with the Western society was what made them more far right. Okay, well, good to know.
Not true.
Why?
The idea that Svoboda had like less prominence is crazy. Let's look at Svoboda election results. If anything,
Hasan does not let this vid ruin his day. We can't have our Himbo losing what's left of his mind.
the ultranationalist party Svoboda, the far-right party Svoboda, okay, the Social National Party of Ukraine, boys, okay? In 2009, the electoral breakthrough for Svoboda was when they, in the 2009 Chernobyl Oblast local election, they obtained 34.69.
Who cares? That's not what he's saying. He's not saying that he's not a nationalist. He's saying that that actually happened because Russia invaded, not because of like whatever bullshit narrative they're trying to push. So none of this mattered. How do you, like, what do you, bro, I don't know. You got to take a break. This is insane.
Percent of the votes and 50 seats out of 120 in the Chernobyl.
This isn't like a super complicated video to like absorb and understand. Like just fucking listen.
Oblast Council. The 2012 elections, where they actually started gaining a lot more prominence and a lot more fucking support across the board. Like these are literally this predates Russia. Okay, this predates the 2014 Russian invasion. It completely is before that. The Bandera becoming a national hero is 2010, literally before anything. Like, you know what I mean? This is not here. The video itself shows Yushchenko grants hero status to controversial Ukrainian nationalist in 2010. Like in the video, Gravel Institute very clearly states.
Sure. But again, they removed their video, so I'm going to assume they got some stuff wrong.
When this happened.
Ukraine.
So in their world, this Bandera guy did ethnic cleansing while collaborating with the Nazis as he sought Ukrainian independence, and he's revered to this day mostly in the west of the country, which is a rather far-right region. What Gravel Institute conveniently omitted is that the biggest resurgence of pro-Bandera sentiment happened after Russia invaded Ukraine.
Yeah.
Oh, so they said the resurgence, which means they're not saying that's where it started. They're just saying that ideology resurged. I'm going to fucking die. Oh my God. They're just saying that's where it resurged. Okay. Good to know. Good thing that we're grown adults that can handle nuanced takes.
The video itself very clearly shows, okay, that this Bandera guy that you're just, conveniently glancing over is a incredibly important historical figure, okay, in Ukrainian nationalist
You haven't really
movements.
missed anything. Hasan's just talking.
Bro, he died in 1949.
Hasan's just talking so much that he's not absorbing what this person is saying, and he's just basically going off on tangents. Like, and rather than analyzing the words that the person is saying and then reacting based on that analysis, he's just speaking. And like having a fucking absolute meltdown instantaneously.
And it's very controversial. Who cares? Yeah, so did Hitler. So why don't you just support Hitler too? I mean, who cares, right? And no, he didn't even die. Wait, what? He didn't die in 1949. Did he? I thought he died. Wait, no, he died later. Oh, were you
memeing me?
He died in 1959, yes.
Okay, can we move on a little bit?
Wait, you're doing the boil down an argument to Hitler thing? No, but it's fucking insane to be like a Nazi collaborator that is like that is a historical figure that people love. Just simply died in 1959, so it doesn't matter. Like, who cares? Okay, well, they're still fucking making roads for him, And same with Robert E. Lee, motherfucker. What are you talking about? Like, oh, okay, this is sick.
What they were saying is that the far right resurgence came. The far right wing resurgence came when like Russia started to dip their wick into the country and try to invade. So the argument here is that like the resurgence of like conservative extremism comes from the invasion of Russia. And we do also know that Russia, we know Russia genocided his Ukrainian people so that he can plant more Russians. So I wonder where some of those extremists are coming from. Oh, maybe they're Russian. I don't really know. We would probably know if we weren't only 2 minutes into this fucking video, Hasan.
Like, fuck it. I mean,
okay. You ready to move on, buddy? Ready to move on, brother? Just staring at the chat. Okay.
Sure, the far right had a presence even before, and was also allowed to protest during the Maidan, obviously, but the real push for decommunization and the re-establishment of a Ukrainian national identity came after Crimea was stolen, and when the Ukrainian army was already fighting a war in the east against both Russian proxies and actual Russian soldiers. To go back to examples from the east, why do you think groups like ISIS, the Taliban, or Al-Qaeda gained such prominence? Because a larger imperialist power invaded...
Okay, so the truth here, in what he is stating. Because
so what the guy's saying is he's like, hey, every time there's a foreign power that invades a place, the like far right wing extremism pops up, and he's basically saying that like when America does the same thing, they cause the same problem. So this should be an agreeable take for Hasan. There's literally no reason to give any commentary because you're not going to disagree. You're going to pretend to, but what the fuck?
I will be as charitable. Orders have no right to.
What the hell just happened?
Good points at this. Okay. That this Bandera guy that you're just, the truth here, in what he is stating, because I will be as charitable as possible to someone who is otherwise, I think, kind of doing like light Nazi apologia, is that yes, when an imperial power invades your fucking borders, the most nationalist, the most reactionary, the most...
That's not so fucking dumb, bro. The guy's just fucking talking about how like Russia's the reason for Nazi reassurance or... It's like fucking far right-wing ideologies. Holy shit.
Awful fucking paramilitary groups gain prominence, okay? That's true. That's 100% correct.
Great.
So he's right about that.
Okay.
Russia, involving itself in Ukrainian affairs, 1,000,000% has allowed way more fucking... has allowed Ukraine to basically justify having Nazis within their ranks, okay?
How are you agreeing with him with a disagreeable tone? I don't understand. What the fuck is happening here?
And those Nazis are seen as emancipatory forces. I've talked about this before.
Okay.
When I talk about it, of course, people yell at me and say I'm a Putin apologist or whatever. Why are you talking about Nazis or whatever? Okay. But it's true.
It's because you labeled all Ukrainians Nazis. That's why people were saying that you're shit. Okay.
It's absolutely correct. Okay? Now, the difference here is, do you think regions controlled by ISIS are in a good position?
What?
Because ISIS is a good example. Or the Taliban
I don't understand what you're saying.
is a good example. Do you think that that is good?
What?
Because you're defending that. Or you're...
He's not defending that. What are you talking about? Holy shit. Bro, this is horrible. What a fucking idiot.
You're saying Ukraine's future is going to have this, and that's not bad.
What? When did he say that? He hasn't even really said anything.
Okay? I think that's bad.
Wow.
That's why I criticize American involvement in Ukraine to the degree that I do.
This is incredible stuff, bro. Holy shit. Can you just play the video, Hasan, you fucking moron?
So,
Holy shit.
Unless, I don't know, does he think it's fucking tight when, I don't know, does he think it's tight when like the Taliban controls Afghanistan? Maybe.
Where did you even get that idea from? Like, what?
I don't know.
Their lands, which galvanized their support and helped them rise to prominence. This is extremism 101, which I'm sure Rebel Institute will agree with. Why then do they not extend this very simple concept to Ukraine? Because then it would be much harder to fearmonger about Ukrainian Nazis in service of the...
Yeah, so the guy's just trying to say, like, basically the Gravel Institute is trying to, is not extending this understanding that when a foreign power invades, it causes, like, far right-wing groups. He just wants them to be morally consistent and call Russia out for doing that because their video is, to an extent, like another lefty in defense of Russia take.
The underlying goal, which is to pander to an audience that only wants to hear America bad.
Yeah.
Sorry.
This is so fucking annoying, too, because America is bad, dude.
Okay.
Stop trying to whitewash America's historic wrongs with the
Bro, he's not saying America hasn't done bad things. He's just saying that like when your entire political philosophy relies on America bad, then you're probably really stupid and shouldn't be going into politics. Like America does bad things. It doesn't make something inherently bad. Bro, holy fuck. I can see why he shits on nuance because he doesn't understand any of it.
blood of Ukrainians, okay? It's disgusting, it's petty, it's pathetic. Ukrainians are fucking dying, and America is bad, okay? America is bad in this circumstance as well. America is bad in most other circumstances.
Why is America bad in the circumstance of helping Ukraine?
That's what happens when you are the hegemonic power. America's bad in like 99% of the instances. That doesn't mean the other side is good. Okay? The other side can be bad as well.
Really weird pro-Russian defense shit here, bro. Holy fuck. Okay.
Oh, and often is, actually.
Okay, sure.
No one is infallible.
Like, but it's a little ironic that somebody who fucking loves the system of America so much that he fucking like eats into it and sucks as much fucking resources out of it as possible is like a large critique of it. Like, bro, you don't even live like, bro, you literally live a life of fucking luxury and you're like, yeah, this is all bad. So then why do you push into capitalism as much as possible? You could live a comfortable lifestyle like Bernie Sanders or something without like fucking shilling out to like corporations like Amazon. But like, dude, what the fuck? Like, what position of authority do you feel like you're running from or operating at? This is fucking crazy.
Insane to just be like, oh, everybody just wants to hear that America is bad. I, on the other hand, I'm a big-brained, you know, leftist content creator or a liberal content creator, and that's why I say what it needs to be said, which no one is saying, which is that America good. Yeah, we're not hearing America.
He's just saying that America can be criticized, but not everything that they do is bad. But I guess you wouldn't get that from that because you're not listening.
Good enough. Thank you for repeating this brave take, King. Like, wow, really? Just, I have never heard that before. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that finally someone literally is demonstrating the bravery of saying America good.
Okay, thanks.
Finally, fuck. That's wild. Literally, no one says this. I mean, on MSNBC, no one says this. On CNN, no one says this. What is manufactured consent? I mean, that's not a real thing. It's just fake. Made by some phony, some pathetic lib by the name of Noam Chomsky. Ew.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
I got ahead of myself there. Moving on.
But Bandera is hated in the East.
Like, it's such a pathetic way to just like undermine all this research while simultaneously overlooking good points that this video is making. Okay.
But how would you know? You just turned the video on. You skipped 8 minutes in, and then you've heard about 30 seconds of it. So you really don't know what he's saying, do you?
And it just like hyper focus on like an underlying goal. Oh, it's just because
that's what you're doing. You're hyper focusing. Like, I don't understand, bro. Are you okay?
You want to say America good. I mean, no, you want to say America bad. That's why you made this video. It's so fucking stupid. How about we have, okay, maybe not you as a Hungarian person, but we here in the United States actually have a perspective, okay, about our government, and we should be able to maintain that perspective on our government, okay? I can hate Russia the most on the planet. It's not going to change anything.
You clearly don't.
Okay? It's not going to fucking change anything. I criticize Russia regularly.
Okay.
I have no power over Russia. Russian citizens.
I've unfortunately, I don't think anyone's ever heard that criticism. Maybe he's saying it to himself when he walks away from his stream and plays somebody else's video, and when he's just eating or taking a shit.
Citizens don't have fucking power over what their government does. I theoretically should at least have some fucking power over what my country is doing. Also, if you're Hungarian, like, you know, maybe shut off the fucking energy faucet from Russia. How about that? I'm just gonna point that out as well.
I mean, is it that easy to just do that? I feel like it's not easy to just be like, hey, I'm not going to get energy from you. Like a very more localized source, I'm assuming. I mean, you're really watering down foreign politics. Personally, you probably shouldn't engage at all because you don't seem particularly intelligent. But I imagine just completely cutting off your dependence to something that you probably is financially available to you. It's probably not smart. You know, I imagine that's why they're not doing it. Plus, it could like unsteady more relations, and these conflicts are very complicated. And obviously, like, you know, we need to pressure Russia, but we can't overstep because we don't want to turn it into some kind of a fucking world war. So, okay.
No, you don't want to sit in the cold, obviously.
Yeah, the cold is really bad, Hasan.
What is this?
People die when they do that.
15 months, and still no communist revolution.
No.
Okay.
It just gets weirder and weirder to fucking...
Not really.
Talk about Orban and his allegiances with Putin and
maybe you should play the video.
Anyway, I'm sure he criticizes his own government though, right?
I'm
sure when he fucking when someone says like, you know, Viktor Orban, kind of a Nazi, Also, you know, not great. Also, big Putin head. Also, fucking Hungary's energy reliance on Russia is like 90% or some shit, if I'm not wrong. That's a bad thing, right? That's literally.
How do you, if they have that much dependence, do you think it's easy for them to just disconnect? I'm so confused. How fucking stupid is he?
Bad thing. And I know for a fact that Adam Something would probably agree with that, right? I think, surely.
We could find out if we watch the video.
He is critical of the Orban government, right? That's not, there you go. There you go.
Hasan, you just proved yourself wrong. You were like, oh, I bet he would, I doubt he would, would you criticize this? Would you? And then like he does. And then you're like, oh, well, see, he does. He does agree with him. Okay, so shut the fuck up. Why are you going off on a tangent?
So if he's allowed to do that for Hungary, no, I know. Of course he criticizes him. The point is larger. The point I'm making here is much larger than that. Are you not seeing what I'm saying?
Nobody is.
He's criticizing the Orban government. Of course he's going to do that.
Okay.
I'm criticizing the American government. Of course I'm going to do that.
Okay. Cool.
That's the point. You guys are so fucking weird.
Yeah, true.
No object permanence and chatters, for sure. Let's continue.
Where Soviet identity was historically a lot stronger. And that East-West divide was a big fracture within Ukraine. In Western Ukraine, there was more stress on a specifically Ukrainian identity, closer to Europe. In Eastern Ukraine, meanwhile, people were more likely to stress their historic ties to Russia and the Russian language.
So let's keep that like in mind. Like there is a very heavy aspect of that. Because again, Russia was like instituting fucking famines to kill Ukrainian people so they can implant more Russians so that they can come in today and be like, hey guys, there's so many Russians in the Ukraine that we have like an entitlement to it because some of them want it back. Like, can we really just acknowledge this point? Like Russia's really bad. Like they do some really fucked up, sketchy shit. So keep that in mind. And so what this original video is trying to say is that what they're really trying to say is that Russia has a legitimate tie and a legitimate claim on Ukraine. That's what they're saying, bro. This is a pro-Russia fucking video. That's why they deleted the video, those fucking morons.
Fast forward to 2010, when Ukraine elected a relatively pro-Russian politician named Viktor Yanukovych as its president, with strong support from voters in the East. Yanukovych pursued a regionalist and Russia-friendly agenda, which angered people in the West.
So the East-West divide in Ukraine. The West is more pro-European, while the East is more pro-Russian, and the latter helped elect Viktor Yanukovych. None of this is false on the surface. However,
it's true, yes.
Viktor Yanukovych a relatively pro-Russian politician is a way to de-emphasize Yanukovych's staunchly pro-Russian politics. And I noticed how Gravel Institute leaves out the inconvenient fact that Yanukovych imprisoned his pro-Western opponent, Yulia Tymoshenko, right after he got elected in 2010.
Wait, okay, first of all, couple different things here. Yanukovych is a gigantic piece of shit, okay?
Okay. So
gigantic piece of shit.
Don't need to say anything
and
else.
Also a Russian puppet, okay? Straight up, these things are true. There were a lot of people who were absolutely pissed off at Yanukovych. That's why I always get mad when people say shit like, oh yeah, it's just a CIA op. Euromaidan is a CIA op. No, okay? America does not have the fucking power to be able to literally just whip up protests out of nowhere, okay? They can't do that. They latch on to legitimate anger that people are feeling, okay? They latch on to...
You mean like anger of far right wingers? Because is that what he just said? That Russia? Wait, is he saying America latches onto legitimate anger? Who is he saying latches onto legitimate
anger and frustration? They latch on. They have literally just no. Okay, always get mad when people say shit like, "Oh yeah, it's just a CIA op." Euromaidan is a CIA op. No. Okay, America does not have the fucking power to be able to literally just whip up protests out of nowhere. Okay. No. They can't do that. They latch on to legitimate anger that people are feeling, okay? They latch on.
Aren't you saying that they're the good guy then, to an extent? Like, oh, there's they're latching on to a legitimate grievance and frustration that people are having, and like then they end up destabilizing, of course. But okay, all right.
Onto legitimate anger and frustration that the Ukrainians are feeling. And then they use that to their own fucking devices. Guys, stop linking whatever essay he wrote on his fucking YouTube community page while you want me to cover this shit. I am literally, like, I'm such a sucker for basically
it
fucking...
It sounds like these are very complex world issues that streamer bros like Hasan shouldn't be covering. Probably myself as well. Hot take, huh?
Following everything you want me to do, okay? It is incredibly frustrating. You're like, watch this video. Now I'm watching the video, and now he's cutting a fucking community post about it, okay? To his millions of fucking fans on YouTube. I'm gonna finish this video, and then I'll look at it, okay? Stop. You parasocial fucking weirdos, dude. Fuck me. Do you want the content? Do you want the coverage? Do you want my...
I think that, so like if he's updated his perspective or something, or he's speaking about the situation, I think that your fans are just saying like, hey, here's more context so that you have a better understanding of what's going on. And somehow you've turned that into a negative. It sounds like you just don't want to be bothered talking about this topic. So why are you bothering talking about this topic? Is it just content for the day for you? Like, I mean, I understand content. I understand doing things for content. I get it. But there's a fine line between making content, especially as like a political streamer, and making genuine content. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're just, you know, you would have been better off just watching the video and not really reacting to it like you usually do. But at this point, you're like very invested in something that you have no, like, you're not invested in. Like, you're forcing engagement on this from yourself.
My perspective on this, or do you want like literally just like, you know,
what do I know?
This parasocial drama baiting. Learn politics from.
I swear to God, is like Hasan hears a word and like that parasocial hate baiting, hate rage, or rage baiting. Excuse me. Hasan Piker clips industrial complex. Like, he learns these terms and then he just applies it to everything without a thought.
Different lens for once in your goddamn lives, okay? You do not have to learn politics from watching fucking content creators duke it out. Just go read, okay? Go fucking watch YouTube videos on your own time.
What?
It's boring that way, right? So the only way you can make politics fun is by fucking creating drama.
That's what you do constantly. Bro, you said America deserved 9/11 in a non-nuanced way. You didn't say like, hey, the American government is engaged in like shitty things and that would cause America to get attacked. Like, you were just like, America deserved 9/11, and then Dan Crenshaw, it was funny that he got fucked by like a terrorist hero. It's like, okay. Like, that's what you do, bro. You drama bait. You're just afraid to interact with people because they'll make you look stupid when you talk to them one-on-one. There's a fucking profound difference, Hasan.
Anyway.
You're like, and you used to react, but you just don't feel like it's worth your time because you know it's not, because you're not going to benefit from somebody educating you. Doing like, this guy would fucking wash you on this, but you won't talk to him, and because your excuse is like, oh, it's just drama, bro. No, dude, you're creating drama. You just don't want to fucking like talk to people. You don't want to educate yourself. Like, you are the problem.
Yeah, they don't want my perspective. They want blood sports. Exactly.
No, you're a fucking idiot, Hasan.
Just. If you want to do parasocial bullshit, just like, you know, cut out fucking Wattpad fanfics, okay? Wattpad fanfics instead of this bullshit, this dumb bullshit.
Move on, bro.
Using loaded language, the election in 2004, when Ukrainians needed the Orange Revolution to force a rerun, which Yanukovych then lost. And these instances of twisting information using
I fucking missed something.
so that he stole the election in 2004.
Fucking Wattpad fanfics, okay? Wattpad fanfics instead of this bullshit, this dumb bullshit.
Also, that he stole the election in 2004, when Ukrainians needed the Orange Revolution to force a rerun, which Yanukovych then lost. And these instances of twisting information using loaded language and disingenuous presentation only get more numerous as the video goes on, like this part right here.
And in 2013, Yanukovych announced that he was suspending discussions on Ukrainian integration with Europe. That decision sparked a protest movement centered in Kyiv called Euromaidan, after the Maidan Square, where it took place.
In Kyiv, thousands of Ukrainians continue to protest against the government's decision to hold off on signing a deal with the EU.
And I want you to consider this.
By the way, the Russian puppet, like, this is the interesting part about it, is that, one, of course, yes, Yanukovych is a Russian puppet, right? Okay, that is the Russian sphere of influence over Ukraine, unlike the Western sphere of influence over Ukraine. Remember, a quick thing that everybody needs to understand here.
It's crazy that he thinks that these two are comparable, that like somehow like he's saying that like it's okay. It's crazy how he's comparing the two, like directly analogous. He's like, yeah, the Russian sphere of influence is the same as the American sphere of influence. It's basically what he's saying. Well, what is the Russian sphere of influence back? Oh, the fucking like the right-wing Nazis. It's like, holy shit, dude. I don't understand. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand. Like, you say that you criticize America, but you have like a very anti-American perspective when Russia is objectively worse based on like what your moral values should be. It doesn't make any sense. Like, you have no actual perspective other than America's bad, and I'm going to do my best to promote that ideology.
Here, okay, is that whenever we talk about Western sphere of influence, it's considered liberal and therefore good, and therefore it's totally just legitimate and genuine. But when it's Russian influence, it's forced, and it's actually puppet governments that are installed by Russia, and it's bad and wrong, okay?
Yeah, well, it's because Russia's like horrible. Yeah, okay.
I do think that Yanukovych was a piece of shit, and I do think that Russia was...
Also, like, Russia is absolutely like more like I'm not understanding what you're saying. Are you saying that Russia would support like a more progressive ideology because they hate gay people and women? I don't really understand. It's kind of not like a super hot take to understand that.
Trying to command influence over Ukraine, of course, okay? So make no mistake on that front. But also remember that half the time, or not even half the time, all the time, whenever we talk about our involvement in countries, we either rather say, oh, well, it was just a circumstantial thing, okay? It was just a circumstance, or it was just an allegiance that was necessary, or it was not our fucking, not our guy, actually. It absolutely was our guy, okay? And it always is our guy. It's either their guy or our guy. That's it. Anyway, let's see what he's going to say
Hundreds of
about
thousands of
2014.
people out on the streets, tens of thousands of flags and signs, and the three they show us are all Bandera related, with his portrait and the red and black flag. This was a conscious choice. They could have easily found footage of protesters from a massive crowd like this without Bandera related items, but instead they went out of their way to find footage that specifically contains
Wait, what?
far right adjacent images.
Well, if you would stop talking, you'd understand. He's saying that like there was propaganda. I'm assuming that it's this video showed specifically like a large crowd and like very few of them were supporting a particular like toxic ideology, and they try to make it seem like the crowd was supporting it in like a major way, something along those lines of somebody was promoting misinformation. We just don't know because you keep fucking pausing and going on tangents that are irrelevant.
And they did this to lay some groundwork for the next section, which is what I would call a mask-off movement. Let's give it a watch.
In the West, Euromaidan was seen as a peaceful, pro-democracy movement, and most participants really were ordinary people who were angry at the government. But as the protests grew, encouraged by harsh repression from the police and a brutal sniper attack that killed dozens of protesters and police alike, a new, more sinister element emerged and began to hijack the movement.
Wait, why is this mask off? What does he have a problem with this? I don't understand.
Stop talking.
And also, acting like they literally, in a sinister fashion, like found fucking right sector flags and shit is insane.
No,
because that's
countries engage in propaganda. We're even doing it when it comes to like Russia. Like this is what people do. It's not insane to cherry pick information to support your claim. Funny enough, you're doing that when it comes to him, even though you're not really cherry picking. You're kind of just making up information and you're saying he's saying these things, which is incredibly intelligent. Like you're a smart guy, Hasan. But no, it's not really beyond the wheelhouse of something that they would do, you know, just as people, as they're basically like they're information centers, like they're trying to promote a particular ideology that's it seems to be like almost a pro-Russia stance. It's very fucking bizarre.
It's just how it is, man. Like, do you just not understand that, you know, Ukraine, through its interest in its nation building project, has historically, some Ukrainians have historically literally aligned with Nazis, and as you brush that off by saying some guy.
I don't think he was brushing that off. He was just saying that the reason that they were aligning with the Nazis was because Russia invaded, and that Russia's the central, like the focal point of why these things are happening.
Some guy by the name of Stepan Bandera, you know, did some things. Those some things were definitely important, okay? And that attitude is still there. This is what happens when you don't fucking eliminate the Nazi scourge or the nationalist problem when you end up winning the fucking war, okay?
Okay, but Russia was the one who caused this resurgence. I don't understand what you're saying. I wish you would elaborate on how we would do these things, because you just won't shut the fuck up.
Same with the Confederacy, okay? Exactly the same with the Confederacy. Look at the attitudes in the South now. Look at the way that the Confederacy has been whitewashed in the South now.
Okay.
They're not like hyper focusing on fucking right sector flags or whatever in a way that you are undermining nationalist movements and fascist movements within historical Ukraine. Because Ukrainian sovereignty and Ukrainian nation building as a project had a complex history, okay? And some of that was never addressed.
Okay.
The ultranationalists came on the scene.
Thank you for telling us that, like, Nazis are bad, basically. I appreciate it. I never would have thought about it. Okay.
The nationalists were the loudest anti-Semitic violence. A group calling itself the right sector is perhaps the largest. Its members can be seen marching around.
By the way, this isn't even Gravel. They're just like Gravel Institute was using the endless amounts of coverage in the West about this for the record. So I don't know if Adam is going to, talk about that as well.
Columns of about a dozen.
You don't.
Groups like the quote, right sector, or the ultranationalist Svoboda Party, originally called the Social National Party of Ukraine, try turning those words around, acted as a small but influential organized minority within the protests. And those extremists played an important role in exacerbating the protests.
By the way, this video also personally admitted that a big part of the reason why the protests got out of control was literally the government and its police brutality. So I don't know why, like, there's nothing wrong here. You know what I mean? I don't.
What? Just, holy fuck, Hasan, shut the fuck up.
No, we'll see what
by
he's
encouraging violence and more radical rhetoric. There are allegations that the sniper attack was actually orchestrated by the right sector and its co-conspirators.
Okay, so what have we just listened to? Here are the main claims. So the first point about protesters being ordinary people is correct. Point number 2 is a lie, however. And unfortunately for Gravel Institute, I recognize the footage they used. See, in preparation for my giant video essay about Ukraine, I saw a lot of videos about police violence during the Maidan protests. And I also came across the footage Gravel Institute is showing here. Or rather, the two versions of it. One shown by Western news outlets, and the other shown by Russia Today. Now, shortly after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, RT was banned from YouTube, but thankfully I downloaded their video back then. It's the same footage as in Western media, with an important difference. They cut out the part where the police start running at protesters with guns and opening fire, and only show the part where protesters, some also armed, return fire at the police, who are then forced to retreat. Here's footage from...
Wait, what? How is that? Okay, who cares? What do you...
Well, listen,
mean?
I'm saying...
They already admitted that.
What? No, they didn't. They're... Okay.
Also came into by protest
orchestrated by the right sector.
No, we'll see what he's
by
about to
encouraging
say.
violence and more radical rhetoric. There are allegations that the sniper attack was actually orchestrated by the right sector and its co-conspirators.
Okay, so what have we just listened to? Here are the main claims. So the first point about protesters being ordinary people is correct. Point number 2 is a lie, however. And unfortunately for Gravel Institute, I recognize the footage they used. See, in preparation for my giant...
Okay, point 2
is correct.
A brutal sniper attack killed dozens of protesters and police alike. Okay, so it didn't do that. It just killed protesters. Okay, so what he's trying to say is that the sniper attack might have had involvement from police.
Point number 2 is a lie, however. And unfortunately for Gravel Institute, I recognized the footage they used. See, in preparation for my giant video essay about Ukraine, I saw a lot of videos about police violence during the Maidan protests. And I also came across the footage Gravel Institute is showing here. Or rather, the two versions of it. One shown by Western news outlets, and the other shown by Russia Today. Now, shortly after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, RT was banned from YouTube, but thankfully I downloaded their video back then. It's the same footage as in Western media, with an important difference. They cut out the part where the police start running at protesters with guns and opening fire, and only show the part where protesters, some also armed, return fire at the police, who are then forced to retreat. Here's
Okay, so what they did is they basically cut it up to be more pro-police, is what they're saying. Okay.
Wait, what? How is that? Okay, who cares? What do you mean? That's
okay.
They already admitted that. They
didn't.
The Gravel Institute literally admitted that, like, yes, it was. Wait, what?
This is a struggle.
The Gravel Institute already covered that. They literally said, like, yeah. Instead, we went to radiosvoboda.org, a much more reputable.
Covered what, Hasan? What did they cover? Explain it to me. What did they cover? What is it that they covered, Hasan? You know what I mean? Like, explain what you're saying. Oh, wait.
Source, thank God. In order to get our information. instead of Russia Today, we went to radiosvoboda.org. Okay, listen. Look. Listen to me. Listen. They literally admitted that it was police violence that escalated. Okay? Police violence that...
No, but what the claim was is that they were attacking the police too, but the sniper attack seemed to be in some kind of conjunction with the police, like they were working with the police. Hasan, this is what he's trying to say in some capacity. I wish you would just shut the fuck up and listen, though. I mean, I know I talk a lot too, but holy fuck, I feel like you're just not listening to what's being said.
Escalated that is the starting point.
Like,
for
so far, all Hasan's done is like give us a lot of irrelevant information so that he can posture and say, like, I'm a really smart guy, I'm educated on things, and then while not listening to what's actually being said and trying to think about it critically and trying to understand what this person is saying. He came in here with an idea that the Gravel Institute's right because Hasan likes the Gravel Institute, I guess, and that's totally fine, but like, holy fuck, what are you doing?
And it's true, by the way. So I don't know why he's making it seem like that was a lie or something.
No, in contrast, showing what actually happened, namely how it was the police charging at protesters and opening fire at them. And
it's true.
Towards the end of the video, we arrived to the footage RT had shown, and
oh my god, you're so fucking dumb. You're so fucking dumb, Hasan. You're fucking exhaustingly stupid, dude.
Through RT,
holy
the Gravel
shit.
Institute, and I even
wait, but this doesn't make any sense.
Well,
it's not like they didn't admit that the fucking police... Dude, he literally watched the video where they admit that the police...
so dumb, bro. He's saying that the fucking sniper killed police and fucking civilians alike. This is my understanding. But the police were actively charging at people, which means that the police were probably the ones that shot the sniper, and that it was some kind of like fucking misinformation and like government fucking conspiracy to kill protesters and blame it on a third party. I don't understand how you're just not getting it. You're so fucking stupid. I don't understand. Just like listen. Like, I'm doing my best to hear the information through some dumb fuck that won't shut the fuck up. But holy fuck, listen to the fucking video. This is insane. I honestly, Hasan, like, this really seals it for me. Hasan is grossly unintelligent. He is really fucking stupid. Hasan is like your average fucking... You're just an average dumb fuck with no interest in actually engaging in any content that he makes. He's just talking to talk. That's all he's doing. This guy is... like, anybody who's like, I like Hasan's takes, he's really smart. You're not... I feel bad for you. I do. I genuinely feel bad for you. Like, really, I do. Because holy fuck. Like, if you thought he was saying good stuff, he's probably just fucking like parroting some fucking, pretty normal talking points from, other leftists. Well, that's totally fine, but there's nothing, he's replaceable by literally anybody. Anybody could say the same things he's saying. Like, there's no depth to it. There's no critical thought behind it. There's nothing behind it.
Police were the reason why it fucking got out of control. It's true.
Oh my god, you're so dumb.
Items, but instead they went out of their way to find what I would call a mask-off movement. Let's give it a watch.
In the West, Euromaidan was seen as a peaceful, pro-democracy movement, and most participants really were ordinary people who were angry at the government. But as the protests grew, encouraged by harsh repression from the police and a brutal sniper attack that killed...
Yeah, what the fuck? There it is, dude. Yeah, the harsh repression by the police and a brutal sniper attack.
Right, but they're trying to make it seem like... Okay, I've explained this like 15 times already.
Gravel said the shooting attack was the right sector. That was a RT lie. No, the sniper attack that we are talking about, still to this day, there is no evidence that it was. I know Radio Svoboda is Radio Free Europe. I know. That's why I'm laughing.
Oh.
The fuck? Yeah, that's not. If you're like, oh, Russia Today is doing propaganda, and then turn to like the Russia Today of America, then it's like, okay, well, you're just basically showcasing your personal biases in this argument. Yeah, that was my point.
I don't think you had any point.
Okay.
Wow.
Anyway, look.
This is embarrassing for you.
Ultimately, to this day, the sniper attacks, or where the sniper attacks came from, is unknown. He's saying police shot at police and then police sniped back. I don't understand.
No, he's saying that it's really interesting that they're saying that we don't really. All he's saying is he's proposing the idea that it's really weird that the snipers are shooting at people, yet the police are still actively charging at protesters, like saying that, hey, maybe the police were engaging in like this conspiracy to take out protesters. That's all he's saying. Now you can disagree, and that's fine, but he's not even acknowledging the point. He doesn't understand the point that's being made. He's just not getting it.
Understand what his argument is here, though. Okay, especially considering that like
what's his argument?
They also quite literally the Gravel Institute quite literally mentioned. Oh, what am I doing? Quite literally showed that like police violence escalated the conflict.
So fucking stupid, dude.
Yeah, but Gravel said it was right sector confidently, right? No, Gravel said there was a sniper attack.
Killed dozens of protesters and police alike. A new, more sinister element, brutal sniper attack that killed dozens of protesters and police alike. A new, more sinister element emerged and began to hijack the movement.
There was a sniper attack. They didn't mention that it was right sector. Okay. She's saying that, one, there was police brutality by the pro-Russian government, okay, against the Euromaidan protesters, which is true.
Okay.
Okay. And then there was a sniper attack.
Yeah.
That they are going to most likely say may have been right sector, which is that there is enough evidence for that.
The
So
ultranationalist came on the scene.
Isn't that what the guy just said? Isn't that what the guy's proposing? The ideas the guy's proposing? Hasan is like going through like baby steps to understand anything. It's just crazy to me how Hasan he basically admits he's like that the person he's disagreeing with is right, but in a disagreeable tone. Incredible stuff.
Often the nationalists were the loudest and the most violent.
it may have been caused by right sector is what she's going to say, which is true.
Originally called the Social National Party of Ukraine, try turning those words around, extreme. There are allegations that the sniper attack was actually orchestrated by the right sector and its co-conspirators.
Okay.
There you go. They say there are allegations.
Well, she said that before. You probably heard her say that, but okay.
That there are allegations that the sniper fire might have been done by right sector and its co-conspirators, which, by the way, is not an insane fucking take at all. You have to be completely out of your fucking mind to.
I feel like we're missing so much information because he won't shut the fuck up.
Conclusively say. And by the way, this is not from Russia Today. The footage they're saying is from Russia Today, but it doesn't even fucking matter. Okay? Yeah, here. This is the call from, here. Ukraine crisis. Bugged call reveals conspiracy theory about Kyiv's snipers. The Estonian foreign minister, Urmas Pate, calls EU's Kathy Ashton about the claim that provocateurs were behind the Maidan killers. The 11-minute conversation was posted on YouTube. It is the second time in a month. The telephone calls between Western diplomats discussing Ukraine has been bugged. Okay? So even when there is at least like intercepted phone calls that show, okay? Intercepted phone calls that literally fucking show that the right sector, which, you know, and the CIA involved, CIA trained right-wing operatives in Ukraine could have perhaps engaged in such a violent action.
Exited about the Area 51
okay.
right next week.
When there's a likelihood that is definitely a theory, okay? A very realistic theory, considering they had a lot to gain from this, considering the historical precedent of such actions. Okay,
8 months of being subscribed.
it's not a far-fetched fucking thing to bring up, especially as an allegation.
Okay. Want to make the point one more time?
Especially if you say there were some allegations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
That it could have been. That article you linked shows politicians speculating about it. That's not exactly proof for your claim. You have to look at who stands to gain from this. Okay.
Okay. You play the video? You just pop jerking off, or what's up, bro?
I also totally forgot to run the fucking top of the hour ad break, so I'm going to do that right now. But in the call, Pate said he had been told snipers were responsible for killing police and civilians in Kyiv last month were protest movement provocateurs rather than supporters of then President Viktor Yanukovych. Ashton responds, I didn't know. Gosh. That's the main part of the phone conversation. Okay? Stands to gain from that destabilization in the situation.
My mom. I don't know. Let's keep watching so we can get the information.
So Adam gets to speculate, but you need to prove your point. Chat is literally showing how biased they are. Damn, I hate drama politics. Of course.
I feel bad for that person. They actually think you're smart.
Yes, that is the point. Anyway, I gotta fucking I gotta do my ad break here. Okay, top of the hour. I'm gonna run a 60.
It makes a lot of sense. Like usually when I get up and I interrupt myself for like 10 minutes, I usually come back in and I'm like, oh, you know exactly what's going on. Like this, the best way to maintain like a solid perspective on something is to like walk away from it almost immediately.
Second ad break. If your point is a conspiracy, yes, you need to back that shit up. Hey, you fucking jackass. There is no evidence to point to the fact that it's the other side as well. It would be a conspiracy for either side, except you are literally taking the other side's argument as though it is literally true. That's the problem. It's inconclusive, and mentioning it as an accusation is totally valid and justifiable in this circumstance. Getting upset at it and then saying, oh, it's Russia Today footage, so, you know, obviously it's fucking fake news is silly as fuck. You are literally trying to say that Gravel Institute is doing pro-Russia propaganda at the behest of Russia, at the Russia Today.
So what happened was that they removed they removed the information that showed that the police were charging, I think, at the people, so which would suggest that the police had something to do with the attack, with the sniper attack. Just letting you know. You know.
At the behest of the Russian government. Okay? And then motherfuckers hear conspiracy and like immediately go, oh, you're pushing conspiracy theories now. No, dude. No. What happened? His community post is so disingenuous, he backhanded you without you finishing the video. I haven't even finished the video yet. I'm still going through it. So why are people so fucking horny to jump down my goddamn throat? Maybe I'll agree with it in the end, you know?
Really haven't even started the video. Because you've been really fucking dumb so far, like this entire time.
So what have we just listened to? Here are the main claims. So the first point by protesters being...
Okay, so he's finally starting the video again, so I'm going to like lower it down.
Ordinary people is correct. Point number 2 is a lie, however. And unfortunately for Gravel Institute, I recognize the footage they used. See, in preparation for my giant video essay about Ukraine, I saw a lot of videos about police violence during the Maidan protests. And I also came across the footage Gravel Institute is showing here. Or rather, the two versions of it. One shown by Western news outlets, and the other shown by Russia Today. Now, shortly after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, RT was banned from YouTube, but thankfully, I downloaded their video back then.
Thankfully,
it's the same footage
dude.
in Western media, with an important difference. They cut out the part where the police start running at protesters with guns and opening fire, and only show the part where protesters, some also armed, return fire. Ukraine, RT was banned from YouTube, but thankfully I downloaded their video back then.
Thankfully, dude.
In Western media, with an important difference. They cut out the part where the police start running at protesters with guns and opening fire, and only show the part where protesters, some also armed, return fire at the police, who are then forced.
So, for the record, even his explanation for it, and I can't show you because like there's also, there's also some TOS stuff in there, but like it's completely irrelevant to the allegations, to mentioning the allegations that the sniper fire could have been right sector backed, especially considering that it killed both protesters and also cops. Like,
well, he's saying that the police are charging, so they probably orchestrated the attack. That's what he's trying to say. I don't think you understand. That's what he's trying to say, even if you disagree with it. But okay.
At both protesters and cops. So him, instead of fucking.
But usually, if you're getting shot at, you don't run into the bullets. So if there was a sniper attacking the cops, the argument is like, hey, these cops probably wouldn't run into the sniper. So maybe they were the sniper. That's all he's trying to say, Hasan. That's it.
A step back, taking a breather, okay? And being like, who stands to gain from this kind of discontent and this kind of destabilization, okay?
Russia?
Instead of saying that, he's hyper-focusing on something that is personally mentioned as an allegation, okay? Personally mentioned as an allegation, and then saying, oh, it was from right sector, or not right sector, sorry, it was from Russia Today, so it must be false. The video is from Russia Today, when the quote itself is not even from.
I think that the problem here is Hasan doesn't understand what propaganda is, and so the idea that Russia Today might be in favor of Russia, he might not just not understand that, and that's actually a really complex conversation. Like that's a really complex topic for people. That's like usually the propaganda isn't one of the first things you talk about or learn when it comes to politics. Usually like one of the last, because it's such like a difficult concept. Okay.
From Russia Today, it's from The Nation. Okay. Anyway.
Fired in self-defense, not ground. Live ammo. Comments from under RT's video back then, which I ended up not using for my Ukraine video essay. They're being fired at with live ammo. What are they supposed to do? I am surprised no police officer has flipped yet and fired a full clip in a crowd. I see retreating policemen who attempt to save their motionless colleague.
Now he's like now he's talking about people defending the cops in this situation. This has gone completely off the rails at this point. So Gravel Institute is responsible for the
Gravel Institute removed their video. I agree. You're fucking off the rails, bro. What is happening here, bro? Do you know how to talk? Do you know how to stay out of things you don't understand? You know what I'm saying? And when I say propaganda, isn't that what you're doing? You're talking about this? Well, no, I understand how dumb Hasan is. So that's what the focus of this video is. You know, but you should probably stay out of like the commentary specifically on Russia because you're just embarrassing yourself constantly.
YouTube comment sections that are 7 years old from a Russia Today video? That is fucking bananas, dude. Bananas. Are you crazy? How can you make a YouTube essay like this and then literally say like this is really good criticism for the Gravel Institute?
Was he injured and fired in self-defense not at peaceful protesters but an aggressive mob. They saved their lives. We can see that the peaceful protesters shooting at police and police escape. I am surprised. Why have they waited so long?
For the record, and I want to mention this one more time. Okay, the cops were incredibly fucking violent in that situation. Yep. Okay. But pointing to 7-year-old comments with like 39 likes on a Russia Today video to beef up.
Hey, the police were really violent. And ordinarily, I support the concept of like defunding the police. However, in this circumstance, I don't because I need to disagree with America as much as possible. And hating America comes before all of my other ideologies. Bro, I genuinely do think that like Hasan could have been like a fucking alt-writer. I think that like he really just doesn't understand any fucking thing that he's saying. He just speaks without actually like saying anything. Holy fuck. Like, dude, you have no foundation for anything. You're fucking so dumb. Holy
Your argument
shit.
is wow,
Holy
dude.
moly.
I mean, wow. You're trying so desperately to fucking build this narrative.
I'm trying to come.
These comments were under a video titled Police Firing Live Ammo in Kiev Clashes. These are the opinions RT is trying to conjure up with their deceptively cut footage, which is the same thing Gravel Institute did here, as they talk about.
But they're not getting it from Russia Today.
Yes, they did. Okay.
They're literally using the nation. That's where they got their info from. That's just fucking B-roll. You found B-roll footage, and now you're making an argument about like 7-year-old fucking comments on a YouTube Russia Today video while simultaneously pointing to, again, Radio Svoboda, which is the CIA's fucking Russia Today version, but for pro-America and American interest.
You guys know how like your mom or your dad goes to like a restaurant, like they go to like usually a Hispanic restaurant, and then instead of saying like, "Oh hey Maria, how are you?" like your waiter's name is Maria, they'll say, "Hey Maria," you know what I mean? Like they'll try to sound ethnic. Every time he says Gravel, you know, every time he says anything, it's just him. It literally sounds like my fucking mother. Like my mother, she worked at White Castle. She worked with a lot of people, like of all, like, you know, she worked with a lot of different people, like a lot of black people, Hispanic people. She's the same fucking thing. I was embarrassed every single time, bro. Embarrassed every time she did it. I was like, oh my God, mother, you're embarrassing me. This is what Hasan's doing, bro. It's just like an attempt to seem like, oh, hey, I'm hip, I'm cool, I know your shit. You know, when it's from your old boomer mom, though, you understand because like she means well, but Hasan, it doesn't. So you know, it's a different experience.
About allegations that it was the far right that did the shooting while showing you injured and retreating police officers disingenuously cut.
And regardless,
oh my God,
they already, just like I did, admit that the government and its police engaged in acts of brutality, which caused the protest to get out of hand. So it doesn't even fucking matter what they're showing in the video. Because they already admitted that. Oh my God. And I admit that too. That's fucking crazy. How do you not recognize that? It's in the fucking video that you cut.
From a video where police attacked first. The Gravel Institute is lying to you here by omission. And how about that article they show claiming that the shooting was...
I thought when I watched the video that Gravel had gotten the video footage from Russia Today, Adam be misleading like hella a lot. Yeah.
So yeah, I think that they did get it from Russia Today, and Hasan's just saying that they didn't. And then his audience of people who know the facts are now like, oh, I'm questioning the facts of the situation because my Lord and Savior Hasan is never wrong. Like that's what's happening right now. That's literally what's happening right now.
He's making it see. He's implying that like fucking I don't know. Gravel Institute is like working alongside Russia Today or some shit to like make an argument that's pro-Russia when they openly admit that the government's own police caused a fuckload of violence. Yeah, but when in fact it was mostly probably just Ukraine sniper shooting 2013 and then fucking or Ukraine sniper shooting Euromaidan and then literally that's the first video that came up and they put it as B-roll. He makes video footage like he knows how this works.
Done not by police, but by the right sector and its co-conspirators. Here it is on thenation.com, titled America's Collusion with Neo-Nazis, written by Stepan F. Cohen, published on the 2nd of May, 2018. Here's the paragraph shown by the Gravel Institute, that the snipers who killed scores of protesters and policemen on Kiev's Maidan Square in February 2014, thereby triggering a quote-unquote democratic revolution that overthrew the elected president Viktor Yanukovych and brought to power a virulent anti-Russian pro-American regime. It was neither democratic nor a revolution, but a violent coup unfolding in the streets with high-level support.
Wait, he's not going to say that the post-Euromaidan revolution government was actually good, right? To dunk on this guy. I don't think he's going to say that, right? I mean, that's a little bit different than Zelensky. I hope he's not going to... Okay.
Were not sent by Yanukovych, as is still widely reported, but instead, almost certainly, by the neo-fascist organization Right Sector and its co-conspirators.
He's debunking so...
It's so hard to like understand what's happening because Hasan just won't stop pausing the fucking video. I might have to legitimately watch the video independently after this because I don't know what's happening.
Hard, dude. Okay.
Certainly done by Ukrainian neo-fascists. Source? Trust me, bro. I'm Stepan F. Cohen, or was, who spent the last decade doing pro-Putin apologia and was a frequent guest on Russia Today. And I did find this article about him in the New York Magazine titled The Pathetic Lives of Putin's American Dupes, written in 2014, around the time of Russia's annexation of Crimea.
Wait, what? Literally fucking... Now he's... So, okay, Jonathan Chait. You can literally cut an entirely separate argument about Jonathan Chait personally. Why are you using Jonathan Chait to disparage Stephen A. Cohen? Every person involved in this sucks, okay? It's incredible, dude.
A tragically large number of left-wing Westerners in the 20th century deluded themselves about the horrors of Soviet communism. As awful and unforgivable as it was, the process by which they made themselves into dupes was at least explicable. They loved socialism, and one country in the world was implementing socialism, so they persuaded themselves, and for a while it was working. Today's Russia dupes are a smaller, more pathetic lot. Above all, they are just plain weirder because they lack a clear ideological motive for their stoogery. Soviet Russia not only commanded a vast propaganda network, but embodied a doctrine with international appeal, and which had originated outside of Russia. Vladimir Putin's Russia follows no model except Russian nationalism. To the extent it employs a non-nationalist philosophy, its main idea is that gays have weakened Europe, and yet the dupes still come.
Okay. Russia Today is a propaganda outlet, and not a very good one at that, okay? In an effort to engage in propaganda...
Well, they're tricking you, Hasan.
And misinformation, just like Radio Europe and all these other fucking guys do it, okay? Everyone does it. That's what state propaganda is, okay? And the American private liberal media institutions do that as well. In an effort to do that, they engage in something that's very interesting, where they will literally pick people like even Abby Martin, who are leftists, or super fucking far-right people as well, like Tucker Carlson, and they will feed them talking points, or they will even hire them in certain instances, okay? Abby Martin, of course, famously was anti-Russian annexation of Crimea and was literally anti-Russian involvement in the Donbass region when she was working at Russia Today and openly fucking stated that. But that's besides the point. We're not even going to get into that, okay? They don't care. They have... So Jonathan Chait, as much as I hate him, is correct when he says Russia has no underlying interest, okay? They don't have like an ideological purpose other than, you know, pushing Russia's goals. So he's right about that. Jonathan Chait, I can't believe I'm saying this, is completely correct on that sentiment, okay? What people like Stephen...
Isn't that what everybody's trying to do? Push their ideological goals? Why are you downplaying that? This is so
Cohen, Princeton professor and Russologist for the left-wing Nation, okay, engage in is not Russia apologia, but simply a realist international relations perspective, okay? But because it goes outside of the, no, Russia is bad, and Russia is wrong, and Russia is evil kind of liberal attitude that you hear in mainstream media that immediately declares Russia to be a foreign adversary, sure, fine, okay, but also one that is devoid of having its own personal interest in security in the region, and it's actually just like Libya or fucking ISIS or the Taliban, simply just fighting for the sake of fighting and for the sake of fucking America over. That they are somehow just across the board incorrect in all of their analysis, and that's very frustrating, okay? Cohen is a septuagenarian old school leftist who has carried on the mental habits of decades of anti-communism seamlessly into a new career of anti-Putinism. The Cohen method is to pick away at every indictment of the Russian regime without directly associating himself with various atrocities. Is Putin persecuting gays? Well, Cohen wants us to know that various Ukrainian nationalists dislike gays too. It's literally true. And also Barack Obama's claim to snub Sochi because gay rights is probably not on the level. Is Putin bullying and killing journalists? Says Cohen. Every time a journalist breaks a leg, they say the Kremlin did it. Accidents happen. Okay?
Most prominent intellectual apologist for Putin is Stepan F. Cohen.
Oh, sorry.
Breaks a leg, they say the Kremlin did it. Accidents happen. Okay.
Most prominent intellectual apologist for Putin is Stepan F. Cohen, Princeton professor, Russologist for the left-wing Nation. Cohen is a septuagenarian, old-school leftist who has carried on the mental habits of decades of anti-communism seamlessly into a new career of anti-Putism.
I read it as
the
well.
Cohen method is to pick away at every indictment of the Russian regime without directly associating himself with its various atrocities. Is Putin persecuting gays? Well, Cohen wants you to know that various Ukrainian nationalists dislike gays too. And also Barack Obama's claim to snub Sochi because of gay rights is probably not on the level. Is Putin bullying and killing journalists? Says Cohen. Every time a journalist breaks a leg, they say the...
Russia absolutely engages in a fuckload of misinformation, and Russia absolutely engages in a fuckload of propaganda, and also brutalizes journalists regularly. They're fucking very famously not pro-gay rights. None of this is fake, okay? This idea that, like, Ukrainians are somehow above that, though, is also stupid. I can't speak for Stephen F. Cohen's entire...
I mean, I feel like if... Wouldn't it make sense that if the Ukrainians were trying to disconnect themselves from Russia, that those ideologies would also disappear if they did disconnect themselves from Russia? Like, wouldn't this be like an in defense of America argument that you're making? Like, yeah, they're probably fucking like shitty and racist too, but fuck, I didn't charge. But does that, like, I just it's
fucking body of work. But the idea that you can just, instead of roundly claiming okay, without any evidence whatsoever that the right sector was not involved in the sniper rifle fire at the Euromaidan protests, and hyper-focus on that, okay, by just belittling the information that's being used in that situation from the Gravel Institute is silly as fuck. Okay?
Yeah,
You didn't make...
It's silly that the Gravel Institute, they removed their video. That's pretty silly, I'd say. I wonder why. Wonder why they removed it.
Make an argument for the counter at all. You didn't make an argument for the counter. Maybe he will in a second. Let's see.
Kremlin did it.
We'll never know.
Accidents happen. So Stepan F. Cohen was your average Kremlin stooge with significant ties to Russian state propaganda. And he said that the Euromaidan shootings were almost certainly done by Ukrainian Nazis. The Gravel Institute doesn't mention Cohen's name or background in their video. They just throw out that screenshot and read out half a sentence.
Why would they do that? Just like you didn't mention Jonathan Chait's background or name when you brought up Jonathan Chait. No one does that. That would be fucking insane. The only person that would do that is one that automatically assumes, okay, that even though they said it was allegations in the video itself, they said it was allegations that it could be right sector, which absolutely is correct.
I like how he's... This is interesting because the guy was like, hey, listen, I don't think it was right sector because apparently it was police versus right sector, right? It's hard to get what's going on here because Hasan won't shut the fuck up and I don't even think he understands what's going on here. But the guy's saying like, yeah, basically the police were running into the sniper fire, so they probably were the ones that shot. And then Hasan's ignoring that point and basically saying that it must have been the right wingers. He constantly makes this nuanced point about how like both sides suck, but then he seems to be like wholly agreeing with one of those sides.
You didn't fucking mention Jonathan Chait's personal biases. Why? Because it doesn't matter. Because he's on the good side. He's on the side of the good guys. Okay, you have to understand this. He's on the side of the good guys. When you're on the side of America, you're on the side of the good guys in this situation. Okay, because Russia is the only bad guy. No one else can be bad. Ukraine has no history that predates the Russian invasion. It does not matter. There's no fucking bad that's ever happened in Ukraine. And even now, if there's bad things happening in Ukraine, they're actually not bad. They're good. And if they're not, and if they're bad, then fuck it. You shouldn't point it out. Okay.
2 months.
Was they really wanted to de-emphasize Cohen here. If they wanted to be...
The way she says it is as if it's a fact. No, she said there were allegations, okay? You can say it's...
Hasan literally just said it like it's a fact. He quite literally said it is. So,
fucked up that they didn't mention anything beyond the fact that they were allegations. But unfortunately for everyone involved, we do not know, okay?
Except Hasan,
they could have said, Stepan Cohen, pro-Russian academic and frequent guest on RT, alleges that the sniper attacks were done by Ukrainian neo-fascists. But instead, we get a fleeting mention of a wild claim in an article without sources. And the problem with this is that there can be plenty of allegations made about everything.
Well, when a video says there are allegations and it turns out the allegations have no foundation whatsoever, it implies that it happened. Wait, the allegations do have a foundation. There is not no foundation. The groups involved in the situation, including the intercepted...
Yeah, the allegations wouldn't have a foundation because of the thing we said 100 times, that it seems like the police were running into the fire, suggesting that they were the ones shooting it.
Phone conversations where people in positions of power were discussing that others that investigated the matter found that the sniper rifle fire, including when you consider who stood to gain in that situation, were most likely tied back to the right sector, is the only amount of information we have on this issue. Okay?
Oh, fuck me. Can we play the video, Hasan? Can we play the video, brother? Can we play that video?
The article they're citing and hyper-focusing on the article they're citing when they say there's allegations is just, again, hyper-focusing on every little thing you can to try to basically say, this is bad. This is a bad video. This is bad across the board. And let's not even consider the exact same things that Adam Something is engaging in when they're criticizing the fucking video essayist video. Okay?
There are allegations that George Bush did 9/11. There are allegations about a ring of Democrat-linked satanic pedophile cabal operating out of a pizzeria in Washington. There are allegations about George Soros wanting to import brown people into Europe to commit white genocide.
Dude, come on, dude. Really? Really?
What?
Like, QAnon allegations are the same as saying that, like, protester held building...
He's just saying that allegations aren't a fact, Hasan. But, and that the Gravel Institute is heavily suggesting that it is a fact. And you even slipped up and said that you think it is absolutely... You said it's absolutely true. So you also are coming in here with a particular narrative about how it is a fact. So basically what's happening is you have a particular ideology about what's happening here, and you want to promote it. And that's it. It's not really that deep.
Things engaging in fucking sniper rifle fire on a crowd against cops and also the fucking protesters themselves was that...
When somebody goes to hit me in the face, I run into them with my face, Usually that's how people react. Like when they feel like they're threatened by a thing, they run into it. They don't run away from it. Just like the police apparently were doing, is they're running away from it.
far-fetched, really? That's far-fetched? It's on the same level? Well, in one thing, that actually happened. Sniper rifle fire did happen. There's no evidence that, like, there's some fucking QAnon conspiracy. That's a psychotic comparison. You're just trying to belittle everything.
I think that there is a QAnon conspiracy to insert Hasan into progressive politics so that people won't take it as seriously anymore, and they'll gravitate towards other people.
Okay? You're just trying to literally vilify the opposing side and then make it similar to like an Alex Jones-style conspiracy, which is an incredibly disingenuous way of looking at something that actually occurred. Was there not sniper rifle fire? Was that fucking bullshit? No. And it's funny because there's not even a single thing that he's mentioned that shows the opposing side.
Favorite, really. There are allegations is the rallying cry of conspiracy theorists and the euphemism for I have no evidence.
Hot take here, brother. He hasn't been able to show any. We don't know what he's showing because you won't shut the fuck up. So how the fuck do we know what he is trying to say? You haven't stopped pausing the video. How do we fucking know?
But to go back to the Rebel Institute's points, they even managed to contradict themselves. On one hand, the far-right people were hijacking the movement, meaning they were taking over. On the other hand, they were only a small but influential group with a dozen of them marching around at a time, and they merely helped exacerbate protests by encouraging violence and extreme rhetoric, meaning they weren't taking over, only they had a relatively outsized presence, and their
the right sector group, the largest, its members can be seen marching around, columns, blah, blah, blah. Far-right groups were small but influential and helped, okay.
Inspired more violence here and there. So which is it then? Did they hijack a protest?
Yeah, how are they the big... Okay.
Or...
What?
All right, so he's saying that he's saying that the Gravel Institute is claiming that they are the largest group, but then also they were small but influential. So like, those two statements contradict each other. How could they be the largest group but small and influential at the same time? That's the point that he's making.
Two things do not contradict one another. What?
They kind of do, but okay.
He literally just described...
It's like a paradox. Like jumbo shrimp. I remember learning that in the 3rd grade.
That they began to hijack the movement and then repeated how they began to hijack the movement and then trying to make it seem like it was different. Dude, this level of semantics is just like, you've already lost, I guess. Even though
words don't matter. We like semantics is like semantics is very important here. It's incredibly important, very important. Like because you can't. This means that these two they can't be consistent about what they're saying. They lack the ability and the capacity to be consistent in what they're trying to promote. Like the semantics are very important because it's suggesting that it comes from a very uneducated source, which is probably why they deleted their video.
You never had to make this argument to begin with, like. This is crazy. This is fucking crazy.
Yeah, I agreed. Hasan, we should kiss.
But it was more than just Cohen. Testimonies of absolute majority of wounded Maidan protesters, over 500 witnesses, admissions by 14 members of the Maidan sniper groups, audio videos, CNN of snipers, forensic examination show that the Maidan snipers massacred police and protesters. Wait. What do you mean? Putin calling the Maidan a bloodthirsty coup d'etat is a nuclear level disinformation given it was Russia-backed snipers who picked dozens of Ukrainian protesters. Okay, dude.
I love you, Hasan.
It's funny how he doesn't understand the point that agrees with him, but then he does understand when somebody disagrees with him. Okay, dude. Yeah, Russia's horrible, by the way.
Video is so fucking...
Russia also backed like BLM groups. I think they backed or created a BLM Facebook page when they were trying to promote misinformation, or I guess disinformation. I don't know which one you say. During the 2016 election, how fucking crazy is that? They are pretty bad
and pointless. Pretty bad. Even if you literally leave it on, these are allegations, and we don't know, and we'll never know. It's like, no, actually, they were, it doesn't count. It's not enough.
Or were they just a loud minority who said mean things and got into more scuffles? Why are you putting these mostly neutral statements in such a leading context, Rebel Institute, in a way that all tankies and pro-Putin lunatics can immediately infer what you're saying, while you can still claim plausible deniability?
The banner he shows an example of nitpicking by Gravel Institute isn't even a Bandera portrait. It's Taras Shevchenko, a Ukrainian poet.
18 months of getting...
By early 2014, the government lost the ability to control the protests.
In a rapidly evolving political crisis, President Yanukovych has been voted out by parliament, forced to leave Kiev.
And the US recognized interim government that replaced him had a significant far-right faction. The Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Defense, and others were all from that far-right party.
Please tell me he's not going to fucking...
So the interim government had a significant far-right faction, and 4 ministers came from the far-right Svoboda party. This is true, however. Rebel Institute is conveniently leaving out a number of relevant things here. The 4 people in the picture are Alexander Sich, Igor Tenyuk, Andriy Mokhnik, and Ihor Shvaika. And there are a couple of things to mention here. First, as Rebel Institute says, they were only part of the interim government. That means they were all gone by the 12th of November 2014, except for Igor Tenyuk, who left much earlier, having spent a grand total of 26 days in his position. Also, Alexander Sich was one of 3 deputy prime ministers, with the other 2 not being from Svoboda. Second, none of these people were succeeded by other Svoboda politicians. Third, on the...
Yeah, except, why did that happen? Let's not even...
Because America, I imagine. Like, I think that the point the Gravel Institute's trying to make is that like we backed far right individuals when apparently none of that's true. These were just like interim people, and they left, and then somebody of a different political affiliation replaced them. And so the assertion that like America bad doesn't really hold up here.
Even examine like why the interim government had that.
Elections in October 2014.
Come on, bro. Some Nazis were elected, like, or some Nazis came into positions of prominence in the government. Like, chill, dude. That's like not that big.
Do you understand what Hasan's a real person? Isn't that crazy? That's fucking incredible.
Big of a deal, bro. Fucking debunked. I'm debunking so hard.
You know, if you notice, Hasan, every time he gets, he doesn't really know what to say. He just memes the argument. Like when people are like, "Hey, Hasan, I think it's really weird that like you claim to be like some form of like a socialist, but then you'll take money from you'll heavily align with Amazon, a company that you criticize so much because he took an exclusivity contract with Twitch, and then he's like, oh, so I shouldn't work? I shouldn't be able to make funny? I should starve to death?" He memes every argument. Like that's how you know he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. It's because he'll meme an argument that he doesn't understand.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with Adam. Gravel is literally using the same tactics that conservative dog whistles use to imply things without being punished for saying them explicitly, and you're just eating it up. Dude, he's literally doing that for the other side then, okay? You have to understand.
No, he's not, actually.
If that's the case, he's doing it for the other side currently. He's doing it for just the pro-Western side in that situation.
I don't think so.
And the difference between me, or maybe the Gravel Institute as well, and Adam something is that they at least admit, or I certainly do, but even they admit in the video when this is just an interim government, okay?
What? Are you fucking stupid?
They admit in the video when this is just an interim government, okay?
Hasan, Adam's the one who admitted it was an interim government. This is the second time he's taken the information from Adam and said that the Gravel Institute was the one that said it. What the fuck? Are you literally on like drugs? It was this Adam was the one who did that. What are you saying? They didn't. What are you saying? This is spectacular.
Okay? That's crazy.
Holy shit, this guy's a fucking moron.
Party had lost 31 seats out of the original 37, having gotten only 4.71% of the national vote. The right sector also ran and won a single seat with 1.8% of the national vote. So if
But when you watch OG Gravel vid, you just
so the argument is like, hey, a very small amount of the people were far right wing. Like 1% of the population was represented as far right wingers. So the idea that they're run exclusively by far right wingers is a very ignorant statement to make. Wow, I would have never. That's what a nuanced take. I would have never. How could anybody understand such a complex take, Hasan? I can understand why you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're getting slipped up on these silly things.
Svoboda took power and never left. He corrects it. I think they literally mentioned it as an interim government, dude. What are you talking about?
The deputy last recognized interim government that replaced him had a significant far-right faction. The deputy prime minister, the minister of defense.
What do you think an interim government is? What the fuck?
Yeah, I guess they did. They did say that. Fair enough, Hasan. You win this one.
What are you talking about?
And others were all from that far-right party, Svoboda.
So the interim government.
Because you don't understand what the interim means.
Or what he was trying to say was that like the government didn't stay for very long, and he was just trying to assert that like. I think that the point that the video is trying to make is that that they had like this heavy influence from the far right when there wasn't a very heavy influence, and then the interim government was never replaced with the same like far right party. I think that's the point that they were trying to make. It's hard to know because Hasan won't stop fucking pausing.
Like you're just saying, oh man, that's fucked up. I can't believe like they didn't. What the fuck?
Had a significant far-right faction, and 4 ministers came from the far-right Svoboda party.
What we should keep in mind is that like Adam watched the video before making his reaction, unlike people like yourself and myself who watched videos as their reaction. Like so when he's making a point, you make a reasonable assumption that like he knows why he's making the point. But you don't know that because you're not listening. But
on the picture, the Gravel Institute says they were only part of the interim government. That means they were all gone by the 12th of November 2014.
Okay, but he just repeated what she said, and is adding extra information. And then, like, that actually means, like, that they were saying the opposite or something. Again, this entire fucking conversation revolves around semantics because you personally are, like, uncharitable. You've made up your mind. You've literally made up your fucking mind
Hasan,
about, like, the biases that Gravel Institute...
Hasan, unironically, he's literally describing himself here.
holds. So now you're like, oh, they're biased, and that's why they're biased. So I'm going to nitpick literally every single thing that they've done in this conversation, even when they're personally admitting. Okay? But they're just not admitting hard enough, I guess. So I guess that's, it's okay.
Holy fuck.
Let alone, what gets lost in this conversation is like, the interim government had Nazis in it, which is literally like, it's insane. That's insane.
Earlier, having spent a grand total of 26 days in his position. Also, Alexander Sich was one of 3 deputy prime ministers, with the other 2 not being from Svoboda. Second, none of these people were succeeded by other Svoboda politicians. Third, on the elections in October 2014, the Svoboda party had lost 31 seats out of their original 37, having gotten only 4.71% of the national vote. The right sector also ran...
Yeah, Hasan is literally criticizing himself without knowing it. Like, he's doing the exact same thing. He's not listening. He's already made up his mind about what's in the video without watching it. Like, it's fucking incredible.
With 1.8% of...
Again, that's one way of looking at it, in a way where, like, that's kind of weird. Okay, they lost.
Yeah, like 1% of the population is far right. I mean, is that weird? I feel like that's probably pretty normalish. I mean, but it's not a heavy representation, is the only point he's making.
31 seats, so that means they had 31 extra seats in a country that by the way predates the fucking Euromaidan protest. Okay, just remember, like, what he is literally personally saying here is that the country had 31 extra fucking seats for Nazis before Euromaidan, but in the beginning of the video, he literally said it was Russia's invasion that made the fucking Nazi party more prominent. When then he literally shows in the aftermath of 2014 that the Nazi party gained less prominence. You're proving the opposite of the thing you're saying. And that's precisely why it's frustrating to make this fucking argument, to act like Ukraine didn't exist before 2014, like there was nothing going on, okay? There's nothing. And that's what happens when you literally just overlook Bandera and say, some guy named Bandera, who gives a fuck? 1.6 million Ukrainian Jews dead, who cares? Not a big deal, okay? Oh, whatever, right? That's because that's what you're doing. You're doing Nazi apologia in this situation. Whether you recognize it or not, you are doing Nazi apologia, okay?
The national vote. So if Rebel Institute wanted to be honest here, they could have said something like this. The far right had a presence within the interim government, having achieved 4 ministerial positions from March till November 2014, except for the defense minister, who was removed after less than a month. They weren't succeeded by other far right politicians.
Famously, by the way, Nazis always need, like, you know, majority power to seize shit.
Shut the fuck up. Like, he's talking over every point this guy's making. It's fucking incredible.
The far right had a presence within the interim government, having achieved 4 ministerial positions from March till November 2014, except for the defense minister.
The guy literally is reading it. Why the fuck do you need to reread it?
Who was removed after less than a month. They weren't succeeded by far right politicians, however, and Svoboda lost the majority.
This is right here that proves that Hasan isn't listening to the video. The guy just said this thing, and Hasan still feels the need to reread it. He doesn't even realize that the guy had said it. He doesn't even realize it because he's not listening.
The October election, while the right sector won a single seat.
Only won a single seat. It doesn't sound so.
He read it at the same time.
Does it? But once again, the goal of Rebel...
No, he said it was an invasion that brought a resurgence of Bandera love. That's not true because, again, Bandera was reckoned as a hero before the invasion. So you're wrong. And also, the Gravel Institute didn't even say majority far-right government.
Institute here is not to tell you what happened, but to push a specific pro-Russian narrative. In their world, the interim government was full of Nazis.
And this led to backlash in the...
But they didn't say that. No, they did not say that. They didn't say the government was literally full of Nazis. They didn't...
I think like Hasan has a problem where he doesn't know how to read subtext. Like, he just needs information directly in his face. Like, he literally doesn't have the comprehension skills. There's no critical thought here.
Never said that. They said that the interim government had literal fucking Nazis in it, okay?
Because Eastern Ukrainians were horrified at what they saw as a far-right seizure of power, with veneration of Bandera and elimination of equal recognition for languages like Russian.
Service industry workers have since January been obliged to customers.
This makes it, yeah, it makes sense right here. Now it makes sense because they're like, oh, they were afraid that there's all these fucking Nazis in the group, basically. But it's like, yeah, but they were ousted very quickly, so that fear may not necessarily be true. It seems like you're promoting this ideology here that's not true.
Client specifically asked to switch.
If I work, pay my employee salaries and my taxes.
Oh wow, more Russian propaganda from France 24.
It's none of your bloody business which language I do it in.
And here I want to briefly consider manipulation through word choice. The US recognized interim government was full of far-right people. The Easterners were horrified at what they saw was a far-right seizure of power. The elimination of Russian as an equal language. The use of emotional, loaded language serves to feed into...
Oh, please, dude, go ahead. Oh, no, he's not going to say, like, the eradication of language and like, actually fucking forcible language laws are actually really good. Let's hear it. Please, go ahead. Or is he going to say that about fucking the Turkish government doing that to Kurds, too?
What are you talking about? He's saying that they're hamming it up to make it seem like America is the bad guy here. You know, that's pretty much all they're saying. They're using very loaded word choices to try to suggest that the situation here was like worse than it was, and that America was like very in favor of like the far right backing in some capacity. Even though, again, it seems like they really weren't. That was just the interim government.
Yeah, wonderful experience for the Kurdish people, I'm sure, was when the Turkish government decided, you know, language is illegal. If you speak Kurdish, we will fucking,
really just doesn't shut the fuck up.
Arrest you.
The old Russian narrative that the evil US is funding the Ukrainian Nazis and the poor Russian-speaking Ukrainians are very scared. Funny enough, this rhetorical trick is once again familiar to me from channels like PragerU.
This is the reality that police commanders in urban areas face every day. And every day they get calls from law-abiding citizens in high-crime neighborhoods.
Wait, anytime there's an indefensible position, he just reverts it back to PragerU and says this is just like PragerU.
Yeah, it's drawing a comparison between how shitty they both are by promoting misinformation. Okay.
This is insane. Dog, you didn't mention anything about that. You you just said it sounds like PragerU. So it's okay then?
He doesn't know how to say words. PragerU. They say their name is PragerU. I don't think that Hasan knows how to say words. I didn't realize that.
As long as does it mean it's all right? Can we get a clear answer on whether or not he thinks it's okay to have fucking language laws like this, or whether or not it's you know, people could justify.
What are you talking about?
Feel angry or scared?
Maybe if you shut the fuck up, you might be able to hear it.
What the fuck? This has nothing to do with anything. What the fuck? This is like unironically the one instance where this is whataboutism. I guess it's just not even what.
Hasan, you're describing yourself, and I'm here for how funny this is.
It's just a non sequitur. It's just completely irrelevant to the main conversation.
Hey, could you please give me some more debate terms that you don't understand? I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
In here. So instead of addressing any kind of point, whenever you have like, he means Gravel used mean words describing the Nazis, not about language laws. Wait, what?
Begging for assistance.
Gravel Institute also doesn't mention that Russia tends to actively use the Russian language as a geopolitical weapon. Russian speakers to Russia is like oil to America. If you have too much of it, sooner or later their army shows up on your borders to liberate your country. Also, I love how they put the story of the service workers next to the Svoboda image. The government was usurped by evil anti-Russian Nazis, it is implied, who have instituted the draconian measure of service workers in Ukraine.
Dude, calm. Okay, dude.
Can we listen to what he's saying? Holy
Nazis,
fuck.
it is implied, who have instituted the draconian measure of service workers in Ukraine.
Dude, calm. Okay, dude. Listen.
All the guy's saying is that like Russia will use any excuse to try to fucking invade a country. That's all he's trying to say. And they do that constantly. That's literally the whole fucking point that he's trying to make there. And Hasan's like, oh, dude, I don't have any comprehension skills.
Listen, so it's okay to just fucking purge the Russian speakers. Got it. No, it's fine. Defending anti-Russian language laws because, you know, Russia's going to come invade you. Got it. No, that makes sense. So now you are.
I don't even know if they were implementing like those laws because Hasan won't shut the fuck up, and I don't take anything he says as fact because he's not a reputable source of information. But if they were, I imagine that would have been the justifier. It's like, okay, we should try to not have Russia here because Russia will use any excuse to get their foot in the door. So it's so interesting that you could argue like, hey, that's not ideal. That's not an ideal thing to do. It's like, I agree, but like when you have a country that's fucking insane like Russia, the government. You have to do non-ideal things. You want to know why? Because Russia will up the ante and do even more unideal things, right? So you kind of have to, unfortunately, fight fire with fire. It's the same thing as when, like, the Ukraine just banned, like, a bunch of Russian political parties. And people are like, oh, my God, this is fascism. Shut the fuck up. Like, Russia is trying to invade people. Russia is trying to, like, take as much power as possible. Of course they're going to ban misinformation, like, fucking parties that are full of, like, Russian misinformation. It's incredible.
Literally fucking defending the... Okay, got it. Wow, that's cool.
Why? Words.
That's... Well, now we know what his fucking perspective is on this. Okay, got it. All right.
I mean, we don't, because you won't shut the fuck up.
Trying to start drama by clip chimping? Yeah, I'm sure. It's just eating good, boys. The debate lord's going to be eating good today, okay?
Oh my God. He's already prepared. He's already preparing himself to look like a fucking moron. People are going to like put his clips out there and make him look stupid. I really do think that this kind of seals like the end of Hasan in like in any serious capacity. Like I think that Russia has pretty much deplatformed Hasan. Like his subtextual support of Russia has really like hurt him to a point where he's not going to like lose money, but he's going to lose credibility from anybody that's intelligent.
Explaining what actually happened in a sarcastic tone, right equals right.
That's what you're doing. I'm so confused.
Bro, do we think like normal Russian people, like normal Russian speakers or ethnically Russian people living under, inside of Ukrainian borders have no right to speak their language? I don't understand.
I don't know what's happening.
It's just when you fucking say that, then you are reaching very, very scary points, which unironically, once again, literally used by Putin to justify his invasion. Okay. This is just propaganda for Putin, for the record. This is unironically way better propaganda for Putin than anything fucking Gravel Institute could ever put together. Because now he's like, look at the Western world. Look at this is how they fucking treat you. They say if you're Russian, you're.
Hey guys, look at this. This is crazy stuff, bro.
Filth. You're dog shit. You can't even speak your fucking language.
This is a non sequitur, brother. I mean, honestly, this is a non sequitur. You're honestly just clip chimping right now. Like, it's fucking insane how bonker banana wow this is right now, dude. I cannot believe it, bro. What are you doing, dude? Oh my god, debate, bro, dude. Holy moly, what's happening right now?
Anti-Russian laws here, and they're gonna fucking literally now we have to dominate. One of the negotiation terms in Putin's negotiation and ceasefire agreement and peacekeeping agreement right now is literally the legalization of the Russian language. If you automatically say, oh, that's fucking unacceptable, actually, that's actually pretty bad and pretty fucked up, then you know you're saying that a reasonable fucking demand being made is completely unjustifiable.
Yeah, I think that you're stupid. Because, like, the reason I'm assuming they did that is because then Putin goes, look, there's Russian people here. Then we have a claim. They've been doing shit like that constantly. Hasan, are you fucking idiot? Holy shit. Hey, imperialism is okay if it's Russia. Hasan Piker.
Having to engage customers in Ukrainian unless the customer asks for Russian, in which case it's fine. Okay, but in the next segment, they go even further, in the form of trivializing actual Russian imperialism through euphemisms.
Anti-government protests broke out across the east. In the eastern peninsula of Crimea, people were furious. Many of them talked about joining Russia, so the Russian government saw an opportunity. They wanted
the laws that you greet in Ukraine.
See, right there, bro. We already know. Like, oh, people, look at this. It's crazy. Too bad we have to listen to this fucking idiot.
Furious. Many of them talked about joining Russia, so the Russian government saw an opportunity. They wanted
the laws that you greet in Ukrainian, you can speak Russian, no problem.
They're speaking in a way that justifies Russia invading. That's a problem.
You got, man. Brother, I come from a fucking country that literally has similar fucking couched language in their legislative.
Hasan, you live in America. You come from America. Let's be honest. You were born in America. Can we, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro.
Agenda. It is so fucking weird, dude.
Come on, bro.
Like, it's so weird when you just completely overlook.
Turkey Tom is more Turkish than you, dog. What are you talking about? Come on, bro.
Something. It's like saying point to where the racism is in the law. I'm sorry. Nothing bars black people from fucking voting. It's actually just grandfather laws. It just means if your grandfather was not allowed to vote, you're not allowed to vote. It doesn't.
This is incredible. It's really weird and it's very jarring when a lot of leftist streamers, especially, will they'll always bring black people into everything to justify their fucking points. So he's trying to say like, hey, oh yeah, basically like Ukraine apparently banned the Russian language because like Russia uses it as an excuse to try to take them over again. And then Hasan goes, oh man, they're basically they hate black people. Because, like, what if we did that, and then it just brings up a bunch of bullshit points. Like, can you just, like, leave black people alone for one day in your life? And you're not, like, virtue signal about black fucking issues? You know what I mean? Like, you stop using black issues as a fucking talking point just to promote your ridiculous fucking anti-American ideology.
And say black people can't vote.
Oh, my God. You're so fucking stupid.
Why are you doing that? You don't have to do that. And especially if it's not that big of a deal, then there's no reason for that legislation to pass. Okay? I'm not mixing issues. Okay? I'm sorry. And I'm not even fucking pro-Russia.
You are. Definitely.
That's what's fucking frustrating about this.
Oh, well, I mean, if you're not, then, like, you're doing a good job of pretending you are. This is a good playtime we're having.
Holy shit, dude.
Did he grow up in Turkey? I could have swore the documentary that I watched, he literally said, maybe I just heard him wrong. He literally said that his parents wanted him to be born in America. I could have swore. If I'm wrong about that, I guess I'm wrong about that. I could have swore he said that, but I could just be wrong about it. Yeah, he was born in New Jersey, right? I'm pretty sure that's true.
People saying to debate him when all that would mean is hours of you saying, but wait, what had happened here? Here's the evidence, and him saying, well, the evidence is illegitimate because X, Y, Z.
Oh, so they had him born in New Jersey. He was born a dirty Italian, and then they shipped him back to Turkey. Okay. His parents must have had a lot of money. He must have come from quite a bit of influence. However, I know that's not true because he paved the way for political gaming streamers, not Destiny. He didn't do that. Destiny's he's a fucking hobgoblin. Hasan paved the way. Hasan did it all by himself with the money that his parents gave him to have him go to multiple different colleges and schools and live without really having to work, and his uncle allowing him to live in his house for free while he interned. Self-starter, bro. Small loan of $1 million.
So I'll disregard
incredible stuff. Small loan of $1 million. You know, Hasan is a capitalist, like he's a pure-blooded fucking capitalist, bro. It's crazy stuff, you know. you okay?
Here. If there was a law that stated that you have to greet people in California in English. The funny thing is that Poroshenko put even more of these insane.
So something more analogous would be like, let's say indigenous people kicked white people out of the country, right? let's say they were like, hey, this is justifiable. We were here first, and they kicked us out. And then they said, hey, what we're going to do is we're going to ban the English language. And a lot of people aren't going to agree with this analogy, but Hasan has to because he's a lefty. So let's say they're going to say, we're going to ban the English language because Americans or the powers that be are just going to use it as an excuse to get land back if we speak English. That would be more like directly analogous here. And you could see how that's actually like a reasonable point, you know, in that context. All right. But you're not getting your land back. I'm sorry, bro. I'm so sorry, but it's not gonna happen, dude. I'm just being honest with you, bro. I'm keeping it 100. You know what I'm saying, dude?
Saying laws right before giving power to Zelensky, who was always pushing back against the anti-Russian language stuff. Yeah, Zelensky was like seen as a more tolerant than Poroshenko was, which is ironic because Poroshenko was also prosecuted for literally trading coal with the separatists. So Poroshenko, who is a billionaire chocolate oligarch for Ukraine, was seen as like a virulent anti-Russian, right? Virulent anti-Russian leader. Okay. And Zelensky was supposed to be the more tempered, more centrist, more liberal version of that, okay? Except Poroshenko was also literally fucking prosecuted for treason for dealing with the separatists. So it is incredibly confusing.
Well, Hasan hates UBI because he's unintelligent. So. Like, I have no problem with people who disagree with UBI, but his reasons were fucking absolute horseshit. But when I made a video disagreeing with his takes on UBI, he said I was clip farming, basically, or something. Like, God forbid I disagree with, like, your political bullshit.
And complex, and to just say you understand this issue in its entire...
Hey guys, we can't do UBI because it upholds capitalism. Then he unironically upholds capitalism and makes excuses for it. It's like, okay, it must not be so bad if you won't fucking change them. So.
Without looking at the long, convoluted, and incredibly complex history of nationalism and all of these other leaders, and try to apply the liberal, like, good versus evil, good versus bad argument in this situation is so childish. Quit pretending you're being forced to defend Russia. Be honest and embrace your position. The only thing you're forced to defend is the top of the hour ad break every hour. Fuck you.
Bro, that he just got washed on that. The only thing that you have to enforce is the top of the ad break. That's fucking funny as hell, dude. Dude, he just got roasted. Holy fuck, bro. Holy shit. Hasan, like, really is the new Wings of Redemption. He's Wings of Redemption at this point. He's just getting clip farmed by his fucking people. That was fucking hilarious, bro. You gotta take that fat L, Hasan. It was a funny one, too.
21-month Scarlet Rockhogu.
I got people in the chat literally arguing language laws, man. What the fuck? Isn't this a progressive community? Are you guys fucking insane? Please, I beg of you, just take a breath, okay? Take a breather. Take a breather. Just hold it in for a second, okay? And then think to yourself, do I have any morality? Okay? Do I have a moral system? Do I have...
It's funny because I think Hasan's been pressed on his moral system before, and he does not have a moral system. He doesn't really have a moral framework. I believe what he had said is that he had a really good upbringing, so he'd like to perpetuate that upbringing to people, and that's his whole moral foundation or something. I don't remember what it was. I wish I could have showed the clip at the beginning of this. Whoa!
Have an attitude here.
But clearly,
like
he doesn't adhere to any moral framework because he's so like against like big corporations, and then he aligns himself with them as much as possible. And then he creates conditions where he has to maintain those allegiances. He's like, okay, I'm going to take an exclusivity contract with Twitch, which means I have to stream a lot, which means that like I have to fill content on my stream, which means I have to steal other people's videos and not actually react to them. So like you see how Hasan is like unironically taking advantage of other people's labor. There's nothing wrong with reacting to videos. I do it all the time. But like if I'm watching a video and I watch like a lot of times I'll get to like 20% of it. I'll turn it off if I'll legitimately watch like videos very rarely, and I'm like, okay, I want to react to this, and I'll get like 10, 15, 20% of the way in there, and I turn it off and I say I can't watch this on stream because like I'm not reacting. I have nothing to fucking say, right? Like that's a total difference than transforming the content by actually reacting. But Hasan steals other people's content and then he does his best to not give them credit on it. It's fucking crazy shit.
Do I have something that transcends beyond what I'm immediately seeing with my fucking lizard brain? Or as I rush to defend a country? Please, what is happening? I got motherfuckers defending the Azov Battalion. I got motherfuckers defending literal fucking language laws.
This is what game is this? World of Warcraft.
Anyway, I'm running the fucking ad break now, okay?
Okay.
1 month until my brain is fried.
Someone gonna edit this?
The weirdest thing is, like, when I see otherwise, like, anarchists, leftists, you know, people that have hammer and sickle, or fucking, you know, people that call themselves sock dems, it's literally the same as when Catalan was illegal in Spain under Francisco Franco's Spain. Yeah, it's just like, we got motherfuckers out here straight up literally defending, like, you sound like an oath keeper, but for Ukraine when you do this. Libs.
Hasan, do you think that your parents are actually proud of you? It's a real question, not memeing, actual question. I'm just wondering, asking for a friend. That friend is myself, because I'm my best friend. You have to be. You have to love yourself.
Everywhere, including Georgia, have become rabid nationalists when it comes to Russia. It's 10 times worse here right now, lol. Yeah. Like, something fucking breaks in your... Something breaks in your...
Would you say that there are many benefits to being a marine biologist? I don't really know. Probably. It sounds pretty fancy, dude. It sounds like you could swim at fish. That sounds pretty cool. So, sure.
Your brain, I think, when you look at fucking, like, Russia as the other side, as the enemy on the other side, and you're just like, everything and anything you do against that is appropriate and acceptable.
Sure.
Wanted to encourage a surge of Russian nationalism for its own benefit. So Russia annexed Crimea and held a disputed referendum to legitimize the decision.
The Russian government wanted to encourage a surge of Russian nationalism for their own benefit, so Russia annexed Crimea and held a disputed referendum to legitimize the decision. And isn't that a...
Wait, first of all, they literally they said it was a fucking referendum that was definitely controversial in the video. Like,
so the Russian government saw an opportunity. They wanted to encourage a surge of Russian nationalism for its own benefit. So Russia annexed Crimea and held a disputed referendum to legitimize the decision.
The Russian government...
By the way, this is literally, unironically...
Can we listen to what he's saying? You don't even know what he's saying because you keep interrupting.
Less pro-Russia than anything I even say, okay? So I don't know what the fuck... What is he, just like repeating the video in a...
Government wanted to encourage a surge of Russian nationalism.
Bro, it's so funny that, like, Hasan just... Is he just repeating the video? This is kind of what you're doing, dog.
Own benefit, so Russia annexed Crimea and held a disputed referendum to legitimize...
Is he just like repeating what the video said in a sarcastic tone? That's
Bro,
that.
we don't know what he's trying to say because you won't shut the fuck up.
Wait, hold on. These are going to be points here.
At least they use the word annexed there, so it's only 99% reprehensible. But hey, if that's the game we're playing, let's roll.
Wait, hold on. These are going to be points here.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Legitimize...
Is he just like repeating what the video said in a sarcastic tone? That's. Wait, hold on. These are going to be points here.
At least they use the word annexed there, so it's only 99% reprehensible. But hey, if that's the game we're playing, let's roll. Nazi Germany wanted to encourage a surge of German nationalism for their own benefit, so they annexed the Sudetenland and held a disputed referendum to legitimize the decision. I'm surprised the Gravel Institute would try to trivialize Russian imperialism so openly. It's almost like...
Vladimir Putin, Hitler, Nazi Germany. Yeah, dude.
I can guarantee you that you've called Donald Trump Hitler. He's nowhere near Hitler. You know what I mean? But you make the comparison. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand. But like this is too far to call Vladimir Putin Hitler. That's too far. Trump though, that's okay. Meanwhile, who do you think was melting down and screaming Russian collusion for 2 years? Oh, it was Hasan. Okay, great. So like, kind of acknowledging at the very least that Donald Trump was or Putin was trying to work with the modern day American Hitler. You know what I mean? Like, where's your foundation in there? I mean, I don't think Trump's Hitler. I just think he's fucking dumb. But you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about? Have you never heard comparisons? You just compared the banning of the Russian language in the Ukraine to black people slavery. But then you don't understand this comparison between what Hitler's doing and Hitler was doing and what Putin is doing now. That's a direct comparison. Crazy stuff.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Incredible stuff.
Okay.
I'm shitting incoming right now.
I don't want to frustrate my Austrian audience here, who obviously feel shame. Some feel shame.
I really just cannot wait for him to give us another, like, kind of irrelevant take, so that we all know that he's super well versed in all these topics that he's talking about.
About what Nazi Germany did, understandably, and that's a healthy attitude to have.
It's a Megazord.
Why are we making it seem like Austria was not looking forward to this annexation?
Incredible stuff, bro.
And if Hitler had not done all of the other shit that he had done and simply annexed Austria, we would not know him as Hitler. We would know him as a failed painter, okay? This is ridiculous. Even Arnold, who is from Austria. Oh, his example was Sudetenland, not Austria. Okay, sorry. I thought he was... I keep hearing it for... Okay. Okay. Sorry. He's talking about Czechoslovakia, not Austria, dumbass. Got it.
I'm surprised the Gravel Institute would try to trivialize...
My bad. I ran away. I did not see it. I did not see...
You've been fucking running from the start, brother.
I ran away because I've heard it so many fucking times, okay?
Openly. It's almost like they and their audience only have a problem with imperialism when it's the US doing
That's
it.
interesting. I wonder if Hasan just listens to things as talking points from like other dumb fuck people and go like, oh, well, so because there's a comparison to a talking point, you must be saying that in general. That is like a debate bro tactic where like you'll have a conversation and you'll try to have a nuanced conversation, and they have a chart. I'm not even kidding. They have like a chart. Sometimes it's like a literal drawn out chart, and they will just like rail off like leading questions and try to like assign your perspective into like a role so that they can just continue moving down the chart of like, here's what we're gonna say, here's what we're gonna say next. It's just exactly what Hasan's doing. He's criticizing debate bros, but he's just using the same fucking shit. It's crazy.
Almost.
As many as 95.5%.
Okay.
Okay.
We have talked about Crimea numerous times here.
Probably
okay?
Incorrectly, but whatever.
There's a reason we picked the Sudetenland so you couldn't use that argument.
I'm sure he was thinking about you, son.
Yeah. There's a reason why he didn't use Austria, which was the one that everybody was using. Okay?
Okay.
Hitler's annexations is on the long list of things that Hitler has done, not even cracking the top 10 of the worst things he did.
Are you saying that it wasn't a bad thing, or are you saying that he's done worse? Because like, if I take my shit and smear it on a wall, and then I fucking piss on the wall, am I allowed to go like, well, the piss on the wall is not that big of a deal because I shit on the wall? They're still pretty bad, right? Just because he's done worse than a bad thing doesn't mean that that bad thing isn't bad. I don't know how, like, I don't even understand like how you don't comprehend this, but incredible stuff, Hasan. I'm glad to know that he never actually walked back his dumb fuck perspectives at all.
And I feel like I am taking crazy pills whenever I hear this conversation take place, because I feel like I'm talking to people who are doing Holocaust revisionism. Okay?
Fucking idiot.
It's so strange.
It's a really interesting thing, because the implications of what he's saying is that we should not be wary of the past. If we notice people engaging in particular trends that are like other people, you're logically be like, okay, we've seen this trend before. It starts here. It starts by invading other countries, and like inspiring like nationalism in that country. Okay, so what we want to do is like when we see that, we need to call it out. We need to nip it in the bud. Apparently, Hasan's argument is just like let them potentially become fucking, comparable to neo-Nazis. Like let them get to that point and then stop them. Like, what do you understand how like history works, or do you understand how like numbers or letters work, or do you know what the alphabet is? Because I feel like children should have like a reasonable understanding of what we're talking about right now. I feel like I'm being gaslit. It's it's a lot of fun. It's incredible stuff, Hasan. Like, I'm gonna shit in my pants. I'm actually gonna shit diarrhea in my pants. It's fucking incredible.
Strange that everyone constantly makes it seem, in an effort to compare Putin to Hitler, they make it seem like that is the worst thing that he did. That is what is the defining feature of Hitler.
So don't take this as a total fact, because I can't totally be certain, but if I'm remembering correctly, fairly certain Hasan has talked about his father being a professor and being conservative. Of course, yeah, that's probably true. People from Turkey are very conservative, especially rich people from Turkey, like his parents are. I wouldn't doubt that in the slightest, of course, and it's fine. I wouldn't doubt that he gets some of his talking points from his conservative father.
It's akin to people saying Hitler didn't even use chemical weapons when Vladimir Putin is. Okay?
I think this is yesterday's stream.
Crimea, first and foremost, belongs to the Crimean Tatars. Okay? Crimea has historically been an autonomous region, a kingdom at a certain point. Okay? In its own right. If there is a long list of groups or nations that Crimea belongs to, number one group of individuals that Crimea belongs to is the Tatars. The number two individuals that Crimea belongs to, by way of the Crimean Khanate, is the Turks. The number three group of individuals that Crimea belongs to is the Russians, because they purged the Tatars and now more Russians live there. Okay? Maybe number four, Greece. Fuck it. Give it to Greece instead. And then number five on there is Ukraine. Okay? Number five is Ukraine. This idea that you have any sort of fucking sovereignty.
It's very bizarre that Hasan, like, I don't know, man. This is just fucking weird. Okay, I mean, this just sounds like supporting of like weird imperialist tactics, which I'm assuming he would generally criticize America for.
And any sort of like constitutional sovereignty that needs to be held together. Crimea belongs to Mongolia before it belongs to Ukraine. So Ukraine number 6 in that situation. Okay?
Okay. Guess fuck Ukraine then, huh?
The idea that like it belongs to Ukraine blows my fucking mind. It just blows my mind. You can say bad take all you want, brother. You can say bad fucking take all you want. The Crimea, Crimea belonging to Ukraine is like Canada saying Hawaii belongs to them. Okay? On a list of people that Hawaii belongs to, the indigenous population is number 1, first and foremost. Okay? But America has a larger stake of ownership in Hawaii now than fucking Canada does.
Okay.
Okay?
I'm gonna die here, I think. It's unfortunate.
That's the problem.
That's all right.
You can't magically decide, like China said, you know, Canada has a claim over Hawaii. We're just going to give it to Hawaii now. Okay?
I mean, how far back do we go with like how valid people's claims are? Because I'm not trying to be that guy, because you know, free Palestine. But didn't they date all the way back in those lands like thousands of years ago? They had like some kind of like root in those lands. So by this logic, wouldn't you also agree that wouldn't you be a Zionist by this logic, like this logical formation, because they have a history of being there first? Like, I mean, like, listen, I know these are complicated conversations, but like, isn't that what he's effectively saying?
Okay, do you understand? Ukraine has a fair claim, man. Come on, I do think it should have went to Russia, but let's be fair. Yeah, Ukraine's fair claim comes after other countries' fairer claims. Okay? You can't just say, whoops, sorry, a map was drawn there, so that's just how it is. Oh, wait, no, Western powers do that all the time. Literally, look at Palestine. Let's continue.
Percent of the electorate in Crimea have voted to
A little ironic, but okay.
join Russia. We are going back home. Crimea is in Russia.
By the way, this 95.5% result is bullshit. We know this because, as I mentioned in my original Ukraine video, a Russian state agency accidentally...
Yeah, it's bullshit. It's actually 67.5 if you look at the Gallup polls leading up to the fucking annexation of Crimea, and like 80% if you look at Western polling done in the fucking region in the aftermath of the annexation. If you look at the Wall Street Journal, you see the same exact argument. If you look at fucking the Financial Times, if you look at, quite literally, any news article from the West, okay, not just the East, but from the West, you will recognize that Crimea, straight the fuck up, is in line with the decision made in the annexation, okay, in the fake bullshit phony voting that was conducted in the annexation. And for some reason, not a single fucking person ever that wants to talk about Crimea ever brings that up. Ever. I don't know why.
Posted the real results. According to them, the real result was about 50 to 60% voting for joining Russia, with a turnout of about 40%.
He literally said the fucking result was 50 to 60%.
A referendum on the Russian military occupation, where the two choices were yes and yes but later, and where the choice of remaining part of Ukraine was not on the ballot. The Gravel Institute doesn't mention any of these details. Instead, they...
Yeah, so apparently it wasn't even like an actual reasonable ballot. Hasan just had a fucking meltdown about, oh, good job, bro. So they didn't actually give them any choice. Wow, who would have thought that? Shit. Incredible stuff, brother. Cool stuff.
They take all these lies, falsifications, and fraud committed by Russia and stuff it neatly under the phrase disputed referendum.
Energized by the annex.
He just agreed with you. Yeah, okay. So the majority then. Like that's, you know, kind of how, literally how this works. And that's like the...
Hold on, did I hear the same thing you're saying?
Occupation, where the fucking percent voting for joining Russia, with a turnout of about 40%.
He literally said the fucking result was 50 to 60%.
A referendum on...
He literally said the fucking
60% voting for joining Russia.
Ever. I don't know why.
Posted the real results. According to them, the real result was about 50 to 60% voting for joining Russia, with a turnout of about 40%.
He literally said the fucking result was 50 to 60%.
A referendum on the Russian military occupation, where the two choices were yes and yes but later, and where the choice of remaining part of Ukraine was not on the ballot. The Gravel Institute...
Yeah, so that invalidates what you're saying, Hasan. So can you contest that argument, or are you just kind of like vibing right now? I don't know. He's saying that it wasn't a fair poll, which sounds incredible. It sounds makes sense.
It doesn't mention any of these details. Instead, they take all these lies, falsifications, and fraud committed by Russia and stuff it neatly under the phrase disputed referendum.
Energized by the anecdote.
He just agreed with you. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So the majority then, like that's kind of how literally how this works. And that's like the least favorable one you can find. Okay.
Hey guys, I heard information that doesn't agree with me, so I'm just gonna say it's least favorable, and I'm gonna move on. I'm not gonna actually do any legwork on it. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I agree. Actually, I do the same thing all the time. Holy fuck, I'm actually gonna shit and cum my pants.
Even the Norwegian state media has your Crimea take. Norway is one of the OG NATO countries, mind you. Yeah, exactly. But it doesn't matter because some people have lost their fucking minds.
Wait, what?
Countries, mind you. Yeah, exactly. Even the Norwegian state media has your Crimea take. Norway is one of the OG NATO countries, mind you. Yeah, exactly. But it doesn't matter because, some people have lost their fucking minds. Majority of 40% though, 40% turnout, he said. Dog, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, 40% turnout? Yeah, no shit.
Thank you for elaborating on that.
We are not even talking about the referendum anyway. The referendum is literally disputed. Yes, I agree.
Ban your chat when they disagree with you. Great moderation.
Americans complaining about turnout is pretty funny, but that's fine, okay? No, that's Americans complaining about turnout is fine. Ironic, doesn't matter. Wait, what? Choice 2? Do you support the restoration of the Constitution of Republican Crimea in 1992 and the status of Crimea as a part of Ukraine? This was the second option. How was there not an option to remain as part of Ukraine? That is the way that they like to fucking frame it. They say that the second option was actually Crimean sovereignty. Okay, but Adam something is making this out to be like it was just basically yes or yes, but later. That's precisely what he said.
Yo, do you disagree with that, or sounds like you kind of agree with it? You just don't want to agree with him.
But ultimately, it literally does not matter because
Wow.
fuck the referendum. Okay, fuck the referendum. Look to what the people said leading up to it and what the people have said after it. Okay.
Oh, they must love it. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Look at the demographics of Crimea. Look at the history of Crimea. Sevastopol has always been a fucking Russian naval base, dude. Look at what happened with the military that was in Crimea, where 75% of it joined the Russian military immediately. Do you think that happens in a country that is forcibly annexed? Do you think they fucking wave flags and celebrate when they get forcibly fucking annexed by a larger imperial power? That's insane. And literally comparing that to fucking what's going on, the unjustifiable acts of cruelty that Russia is subjecting the
I'm celebrating my birthday with you guys. Frick yeah, guys.
rest of Ukraine to right now, right this very fucking moment, is disgusting because you're minimizing what the fuck happened. What the fuck is happening currently.
I wish that Hasan had any credibility because, it's you can't really believe anything he says, unfortunately, because he's just so fucking stupid. I'm just saying, man. I don't know where the truth of that starts and ends, man. It seems like nobody really agrees with that particular take, so it's most likely in poor context.
And no one, and I mean no one, for some reason, whenever we talk about Crimea, no one. Wait, what? In 2013, a Gallup poll showed Crimea joining Russia only had 23 support. I'm confused. What are you referring to?
There you go. There you go. Hasan doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Incredible stuff. At least he doesn't have the self-awareness to ignore criticism. You can't say that Hasan's a grifter because he actually believes the dumb shit that he's saying. What happens is his entire moral foundation is to be rebellious. It's not to be anti-American. It's to be rebellious to whatever he is. Like, if he lived in Russia, he would be like a huge pro-America guy, just like he's a huge pro-Russia guy now. So his entire moral foundation comes from being rebellious, and so he just says anything. Like, he'll take information in, and if it's something that he could utilize to spin a narrative that's like, oh, this supports my rebellious phase, he jumps into it. That's why he could have been alt-right, bro, because they're pretty pogger rebellious. Am I right, guys? Hasan is the fucking same thing. That's all it really boils down to, guys. And yeah, he's a rebellious guy, but he's listening to his chat. He's like, oh, and then he'll just like fucking stumble through words and say they're wrong, and it's fun stuff. He's just gonna meme it. Is he just gonna meme it?
I'm referring to the only study that wasn't directly conducted by the CIA when I'm talking about it, like Gallup, which still has Western biases, but certainly is, I think, a little bit more honest.
So he's referencing an outlier, I guess. Okay.
Than a public opinion survey from, the International Republican Institute. with funding from the United States Agency for International Development. I mean, dude, I agree that Russia Today is like, you know, fucking propaganda, and then you literally pointed to a U.S. aid-backed study. There are more polls that you could have accidentally landed on the Wikipedia page alone. You had to have found the U.S. aid poll. Like, you literally had to have found.
His laugh is very grating, yeah. Bro,
I disagree with you on this, but the U.S. aid shit is hilarious. You guys know what U.S. aid is? Bro, you were making the same fucking arguments Nazi made to justify annexing Austria and the Sudetenland in Czechia.
I think my favorite part about Hasan is that he's saying the same thing over and over again, thinking that for some reason that he's right, but people just aren't getting it. So he's not rephrasing it. He's just continuously reasserting himself over and over and over again. And it's just such an interesting thing that he's doing. And then he gets frustrated when you don't agree with him. But like, either in the best case scenario, he's not intelligent enough to actually communicate to people effectively. Or the more likely case scenario is that he's just wrong. And people don't agree with him because they know he's wrong.
For the record, someone in the chat pointed out something really funny. He said, how would they know in 2013? Spike a poll for things that would happen in 2014. The poll was funny, though. No, dude. Crimea has always been contested territory for Russia, so of course they had fucking polls conducted regularly and routinely on the matter. What do you mean?
Love you, but since you've gone live today, you've been ranting.
US aid is going to conduct polls no matter what. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Crimea has been contested and was going to be a matter of like Russia and Ukrainian fighting since 1992, since 1991.
He ends up freaking out that everyone in his chat is a dumb loser, not on his level of genius. That sounds incredible.
Stop.
And not fucking wait for that, brother.
Stop showing yeah, I mean, we already talked about it. Yeah, 1 year after Russia annexed Crimea, locals prefer Moscow to Kiev, but, you know, it doesn't matter. Also, hey, remember what fucking Ukraine did? Oh, that's right. They shut off their fucking water and literally violated their human rights in Crimea. It wasn't contested territory. It 100%,
if it's
dude.
true, I mean, who knows?
It 100% since 1991. It doesn't matter what fucking Putin said in 2008. Oh, it's not contested territory. It literally doesn't matter. It was. You're talking about what Vladimir Putin said is not contested territory when there's literally a military base there. What the fuck are you talking about? There was literally a Russian military base there. How are you to the right of Forbes on this? Yeah, you guys are so right. Russia's fucking literal major naval base that is its entry point into the rest of the Black Sea was not contested. They were totally fine with that. They were totally fine operating their naval base within, you know, Ukrainian territory. That's why Crimea wasn't annexed and is still a part of Russia, or is still a part of Ukrainian territory. You're right. Like, where do you think? Anyway, okay.
Okay.
If it's not theirs, why should they provide water to them? Fuck them, make Russians handle that, lay on claim on it. I wonder where the funny thing about rivers is that they don't just go through Ukraine. You know?
What does that mean? Are you validating what they're saying?
I don't know if you know that or not.
I'm a little confused.
I mean, that's a really fascist fucking take of you to be like, yeah, kill them, fuck it. They wanted to join Russia, so fucking kill them. But even the CIA said it, polled. Yeah, Radio Free Europe. Majority of Russians support Crimea annexation, but worry about economic. No, but that's Russians. That's not Crimeans. They're talking about Russians. Yeah, Russia did. People in Russia also thought, you know, it was poggers, obviously. The annexation of Crimea was it was celebrated.
Okay. Can we move on with the video? Because I feel like we haven't watched any of it whatsoever.
Yeah. Should Russia get Belarus to dam the part of the river that goes into Ukraine? Do you think that would be sick?
It's good, actually.
No, you don't. Or Russia also forced the military base on Moldovan land without asking them. This is how imperial powers operate. Nothing about what people want or not. Oh my lord, dude. Brother. I'm not even saying that Russia's not imperialist with its with the way that it wants to enforce its territorial sovereignty over Ukraine for material interests, okay? For their own material interests. That is true. That's 100% true, okay?
Hassle.
That is real, okay? I'm not saying that. But this idea that like, wait, what was the 88 guy? Did we just, was that another fucking Nazi dude?
Oh, I shouldn't have leveled up my sword before I did this.
Him 88, stop doing whataboutism to defend Nazis?
Less than 3.
Sheesh, brother, I'm gonna die again.
What is this? 33-month subscriber. No, they're not a fucking Nazi, dude. They're literally a 33-month subscriber. Are you fucking crazy? Bro, Tatar leader of Crimea is not supporting Russian invasion. That's a bit leading, in my opinion. No, the Tatars don't fucking support Russia taking over Crimea either. They think that, some Tatars think that they have a better shot, understandably, for given historic context, that they might have a better shot at, like, sovereignty under Ukrainian leadership. I agree. I'm first and foremost, however, an advocate for, you know, the Tatar sovereignty.
I got a group.
Bro, a person that literally has been in this community for fucking 33 months is not a Nazi, okay? You guys are crazy.
Okay. Are you going to move on to the actual video, Hasan, or are we still...
The Nazi shaming in the channels reaching Nazi levels? No, that's wild to think.
Gotta skip through some of this absolute fucking bullshit.
Russians are like 60% of Crimea's population. Why is everybody ignoring that fact? They're ignoring it because, I don't fucking know. They're ignoring it because it goes against what the argument is, which is that like the people that live there now, okay? The people that live there now want to be a part of Russia.
2 months till brain rot.
Who choices were yes and yes but later, and why the choice of the remaining part of Ukraine was not on the ballot. The Kremlin Institute doesn't mention any of these details. Instead,
like, I like that it's like, what?
Oh, now he's finally back to it.
Crimea should be independent secession. There's no alternative. One cannot vote for the status quo ante of remaining within Ukraine.
It's back to not most.
They take all these lies, falsifications, and fraud committed by Russia and stuff it neatly under the phrase disputed referendum.
Energized by the annexation and supported by Russian...
Yeah, it's not enough. They should have said more, okay? You claim Russian imperialism is a legitimate assertion of territorial sovereignty, but rightly condemn all instances of American imperialism. Where's the consistency in your anti-imperialist approach? When have I said Russian imperialism is a legitimate assertion of territorial sovereignty?
You're saying that
Do you
right
think
now.
I think it's justifiable and acceptable that Russia invaded Ukraine?
Yes.
No.
You're saying that, no? Aren't you saying that? Okay,
What?
Swear to Christ.
Why are you just making shit up now? What the fuck is going on?
Oh, Hasan is really smart.
armed and military personnel. The anti-government protests became a full-blown secessionist movement. Eastern provinces like Donetsk and Luhansk held separatist referendums and declared independence. The new government branded these rebellions as, quote, terrorist actions. Ukraine entered a civil war, which was also a proxy war with Russia.
Okay, so anti-government protests became secession movements after they were energized by the annexation of Crimea and were supported by the Russian military. I'm glad they admit that at least. Then Donetsk and Luhansk held referendums, declared independence, and the new Ukrainian government declared these quote-unquote terrorist actions. And so, two things. Number one, you don't need to put terrorist actions into quotation marks. What they did was, by definition, terrorist action, whether or not you consider it moral. Number two, and this is very much a recurring theme now, Gravel Institute left out an important detail. Namely that at the time of the independence referendums, the war in Donbass had already been going on for at least a month. Meanwhile, Gravel Institute makes it sound like the war happened after the referendums. So no wonder the Ukrainian government brands these as terrorist actions. They were fighting a war with them at that point. Now you might think I'm picking at minor points here, but consider the overall picture they're painting. If someone
No, Adam is right. They literally should have just done even harder things. They were terrorists after all. The LPR and DPR regions, like, they were terrorists. So you know, they should have just fucking wiped them out entirely. That's cool. Adam something more like Adam S, more like Adam SS over here. What the fuck?
I think he was just talking about like the technical classification of what a terrorist would be. Don't really understand the points that Hasan makes at all. I don't understand what the fuck he's talking about.
Fuck, dude.
Were supported by the Russian military.
Also,
later, and where the
I want to see what she had to say. I think there's like
somebody who hates like fucking nuanced takes. He doesn't shut the fuck up about like his takes that he thinks are nuanced. It's very interesting.
An
uncharitable interpretation.
The new government branded these rebellions as, quote, terrorist actions. Ukraine.
Wait. He's quoting the government. That's why she put it in air quotes.
Okay.
Entered a civil war, which was also a proxy war with Russia.
Okay, so anti-government protests became secession movements after they were energized by the annexation of Crimea and were supported by the Russian military. I'm glad they admit that at least. Then Donetsk and Luhansk.
But of course they admit that. That's truth. That's the truth. Why? Why are you like, dude? You can't fucking be like, they're doing a good job actually parsing through this information and then be like, but it's still bad because air quotes. Like, what the fuck?
Referendums, declared independence, and the new Ukrainian government declared these quote-unquote terrorist actions. And so, two things. Number one, you don't need to put terrorist actions into quotation marks. What they did was, by definition, terrorist action, whether or not you consider it moral. Number two, and this is very much a recurring theme now, Gravel Institute left out...
So that would be pretty consistent with the guy's like argument, is that the Gravel Institute is playing this game where they play like plausible deniability. So they put like in air quotes to be like, "Oh, they said it, not me." So that would be pretty consistent with this guy's argument. But you know,
detail,
okay.
namely that at the time of the independence referendums, the war in Donbass had already been going on for at least a month. Meanwhile, Gravel Institute makes it sound like the war happened after the referendums. So no wonder the Ukrainian government brands these as terrorist actions. They were fighting a war with them at that point. Now you might think I'm picking at minor points here, but consider the overall picture they're painting. If someone unfamiliar with recent Ukrainian history watches this, what narrative have they been given so far? Ukraine collapsed in the 90s and became a shithole country. This caused a far-right resurgence in the West, and the pro-Russian people in the East were afraid of this. The far-right hijacked the protest against the somewhat pro-Russian president and murdered dozens of protesters. After people chased away the president, the new government had a significant neo-Nazi.
That's not even none of this is. They didn't mention this at all. Okay.
What?
Ukraine collapsed in the overall picture they're painting. If someone unfamiliar with recent Ukrainian history watches this, what narrative have they been given so far? Ukraine collapsed in the 90s and became a shithole country. This caused a far-right resurgence in the West, and the pro-Russian people in the East were afraid of this. The far-right hijacked the protest against the somewhat pro-Russian president and murdered dozens of protesters. After people chased away the president, the new government had a significant neo-Nazi.
That's not even none of this is. They didn't mention this at all.
That sounds pretty accurate.
They said in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, Ukraine, much like the rest of the fucking post-Soviet countries, had a very hard time recovering. Part of that recovery also, aligned with Ukraine's history of nationalist movements, also had some far-right resurgence in the West. That's understandable. That's always what has happened in many countries, and it certainly happened in Ukraine as well. Okay? In 2014, in the aftermath of Euromaidan, which they literally admit was one, originally righteous and led by fucking real human beings and normal Ukrainians, against the pro-Russian government, which they also admitted and also recognized, okay, was, for a multitude of reasons, turned into a very violent matter, okay? The multitude of reasons that they also state, once again, in the Gravel video, is the pro-Russian government's actions, violent actions, police brutality, and potential right-wing subversion of the movement. Well, no, right-wing subversion of the movement, hijacking of the movement, which is true. That did happen. Right sector, Svoboda, many other, right-wing, far-right nationalist groups did escalate the violence as well against the police brutality, certainly. And lastly, it culminated in a sniper rifle battle where cops and protesters were shot at. And there are at least somewhat, in the video they say it's an allegation that the sniper rifle fire was conducted, the operation was conducted by the right sector or groups aligned with the right sector. Okay? You can capitalize somewhat pro-Russian president. Okay? It's not a nonsense allegation. It's not a nonsense allegation. You can't just say it's a nonsense allegation and then just leave it at that. You have to explain why it's a nonsense allegation, or you at the very least have to give me a counterexample that you can defend with actual backed credible evidence, okay?
I figure out where the fuck this
These interpretations are incredibly uncharitable. So you have to explain. I don't. Wait, no, I did explain. The right sector had everything to gain from the fucking chaos that was being caused. The protesters were shot at, alongside the police, were shot at by at least a protester-occupied building. There was an investigation conducted at the time that at least released information to officials in an intercepted conversation, as we found out, that where the officials were talking about whether the credible information that they had personally, or rather speculation, if you want to say it's speculation, that it was led by, the sniper attacks were conducted by right-wingers.
Yeah, and then on the other hand, you have the police running into sniper fire, which suggests that maybe they were the ones shooting it. You know? Okay.
You want to be careful how you use admit, not picky, but it carries the feel of reluctance, or that it's against the viewpoint argue you push, which could be clip-chimp to paint you as Gravel, and you/Gravel as pro-Russia.
That's what I need. Come on, bitch. Come here. All my fucking tits in my ass. I fucking pulled. I'm gonna die.
And for the record,
what am I doing?
Once again, you have to recognize that the police brutality also played a significant role in the situation. Okay? Police brutality led by the pro-Russian government. Also, no matter what I say, they already fucking think that I'm like pro-Russia. I literally admit all the time that the pro-Russian government is incredibly corrupt. Literally all the time, since day one. Because it's a factually correct statement.
Hey, I won. Why didn't I?
Anyway, let's continue.
People in the East were afraid of this, so after Russia took Crimea, they declared independence, which began a civil war with the Ukrainian government branding them as terrorists. And would you look at that, we have arrived at official Russian state propaganda. This is the narrative Russia today tries to sell people in the West. And even though Rebel Institute does say that the Russian military is involved, they present this in a context that makes their involvement arguably justified. You know, Russia might have involved its military in Ukraine, but they're supporting Russian-speaking people who were horrified at what they saw as a far-right seizure of power, so of course the Russians would help them militarily. This is apologia. It's also a lie, as we've discussed.
But after decades of austerity and corruption, the Ukrainian army was totally unable to fight. So a lot of the action fell instead to the people who were the most violent, the ultranationalists. So a new
Wait, he said this in the beginning of the video, so I hope he agrees with her, right?
Military emerged. It was called the Azov Battalion. And unlike the official Ukrainian military, Azov's volunteers were willing to go the distance. But Azov wasn't just any random organization. It was a pretty disturbing far-right group. It had come out of neo-Nazi street gangs that had been used as muscle by Ukrainian elites in the 90s and 2000s. Azov members regularly sported tattoos of swastikas. Their symbol was based on a Nazi emblem. Their leader declared that their mission was to, quote, lead the white races of the world in a final crusade against the Semite-led Untermenschen, subhumans. But Azov's neo-Nazism turned out not to be such a huge concern to the Ukrainian government, because in 2014, a guy named Arsen Avakov became interior minister in charge of police and security. And Avakov had been a longtime patron of the neo-Nazi gangs. And when he was a regional governor, he used them as enforcers. So when he became interior minister, Avakov had the Azov Battalion incorporated into Ukraine's National Guard.
So the Ukrainian military was in shambles as a war was going on in the east, fueled by Russia. In response, the Ukrainian government turned to the ultranationalists to help beat back the enemy. Then the Minister of Interior made the Azov Battalion officially part of the National Guard. And my question here is, what else was the Ukrainian government was supposed to do? The country was falling apart, the separatists were spreading westward, their military was in shambles, and among the few forces you did have, you didn't know who's going to betray you for Russia.
All right, yeah, so I see what's happening. So yeah, the guy's just trying to say, the guy's just trying to say that, like, they're painting Ukraine as, like, this far-right Nazi institute, which just ends up being, like, a pro-Russian take, because it really just justifies Russia being shitty to them. That's all it really does. It really just, like, dials up the sympathy factor for Russia. And so he doesn't like that framing. And so he's like, yeah, people felt like they had to turn to, you know, for the far-right group in whatever capacity because they wanted to, like, win or whatever. And so they did, but they weren't far-right individuals. That's all he's trying to say, that it's like a very heavily misinformed take that makes, I guess, well, Ukrainian people look bad. It's like a non-nuanced, like, leftist Western take on the situation. I mean, that's pretty much this entire argument, bro. Hasan, I don't think understands that, though.
Then comes a group of highly motivated ultranationalists with weapons training, whose entire worldview is predicated on fighting Russian invaders, and whose allegiance is unquestionably with Ukraine. And
No, their allegiance is not unquestionably with Ukraine. Their allegiance is unquestionably with Nazism, because they're Nazis. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Why are you doing defense for Nazis? That is fucking insane, dude.
Dude, you're so dumb. It's not doing defense for Nazis. He's saying that the people in Ukraine felt like they had to turn to them because they didn't have another option. And it's so ironic because Hasan will constantly talk about how people in America have to live within the system in order to, like, thrive or in order to live, when people are like, why don't you just leave then? Or why don't you just go fucking open a commune? And he's like, oh, people have to live within the system even if they think that the system is abusive. And here you go. These people feel like they have to live within the system even though they think that the system is abusive. And Hasan can't be, like, in defense of them because he's a fucking moron that doesn't, like, understand anything. This is incredible stuff. Like, he's just so fucking stupid. I don't understand.
That we already watched before I even decided to watch this fucking entire video. Okay? Oh man, their hands were forced. Their hands were forced. They had to use Nazis. They had, like, you can't have.
But, like, it's completely, like, yeah. You want to know what makes it a credible claim to be like, oh, our hands were forced if we had to use Nazis? It's the part where they didn't elect Nazis after everything was said and done. That kind of pretty much proves that. They didn't like the Nazis, the guys, right? They're like, hey, we gotta get rid of them. That's pretty much it, man. So they didn't vote him back in. That's the whole point of this video.
This argument that Ukraine is different than, like, you know, Afghanistan, okay, and that, like, the Taliban controlled Afghanistan, which is devastating for the people of Afghanistan. Is not going to happen in Ukraine, and then simultaneously be like, Ukraine had no other fucking, you know, no other way out of this.
Wouldn't that make sense? So that, like, Afghanistan's pandering to terrorists because they feel like there's no other option or something. You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't that be support your argument? I don't know, dude. Like, my mind is melted after this entire thing. I mean, this is incredible stuff. I didn't know that Hasan was so fucking big brain. So
And by the way, she's not even making she's not even making any sort of like prescriptive. She's just describing what happened there, and he's mad about that.
No, incorrect. Sorry, Hasan. You tried, but
ultranationalist means literally they're extremely pro-Ukraine. The Nazi part is unrelated to their nationalism.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to say.
Ultranationalism is not like just, oh, I love my nation a lot. You understand that, right? Like,
so fucking stupid. What the guy is saying is that like ultranationalists do love their nation a lot. They also think that a lot of groups of people are shit. But it's one of those things where it's like the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We feel like we have to turn to these people and stroke their fucking dicks for a while. And once we get elected, or once we win, we're gonna oust them, which is what exactly happened. Like the nuance doesn't exist to Hasan. He doesn't understand that two different groups of people can have like a similar endpoint. I mean, that would be an argument about intersectionality. It's fucking crazy, dude.
And also, they're literally fucking Nazis, so I don't know what to tell you.
Do you think that they're actually having sex with Nazis, Hasan? Holy shit, I didn't know that.
He's joking, I think.
They tell you, give us weapons and support and we'll get shit done. What decision maker would say no to that? Even if you hate the far-righters, wouldn't sending them to war mean many of them would die? That would be a win-win, right?
Yeah, I guess that's true, yeah.
And you end up with less ultra-nationalists in the end. And the reason why they got integrated into the National Guard is because they did get the job done. They were effective, had high morale, and could be trusted to not...
What is the job? They got the job done. What is the job?
Maintaining like fucking, I guess, sovereignty over their own selves. Like, that would be the job, Hasan. Basic levels of comprehension here.
For the record, by the way,
that was a job.
The job there is literally being at the front lines of the National Guard and doing black ops on people in Donbass, in the Donbass region. It's not just fucking killing Russian separatists leadership. It's not just killing like the little green men, okay? There's civilians that live there. That's fucking insane, dude. 14,000 people died over the past 8 fucking years.
That's
okay?
terrible.
There could have been a better goddamn way to solve this than...
Hasan, you don't care about people dying. Like, let's be absolutely honest. Like, for sure, man. Like, you fucking brazenly walked around saying that America deserved 9/11. And again, and you defended it again. It's relevant because I watched this dumb fucking documentary that was called, The Gaslighting of Sun. Might as well have been. And you defended it, and like you weren't having like a nuanced take about America's involvement. You just wanted to be a fucking dickhead because you don't care that people die. Like, you really don't give a shit. It's all a fucking virtue signal. You don't care. You don't care that people died. You don't give a fuck, and you don't understand that like that happened because why? Oh, because they were getting contested. Like, they wanted to maintain like sovereignty over themselves, and like people died. It's like, wow, thanks for telling me what war is. Like, people die. That's horrible. Yeah, but you don't really fucking care. Like, holy shit, you're just saying people died. That's all you're saying. Hey, people died. That's sad. Is it? Do you really care? Probably not. I don't think that you think that's sad. I think that you're fucking annoying. You're an obnoxious child.
And oops, we had to use our Nazi battalion to fucking kill, to kill a bunch of people there.
They're fighting.
What does the benefit of hyper-focusing on Azov when there's literally fucking Nazi on both sides? Does acknowledging Ukraine's fucked up political status help the situation? Help what situation? We do analysis here, okay? Our posts are not like helping the war effort. So
that's very charitable, Hasan. I do brain surgery here, guys. I personally on this stream, we do brain surgery. That is not an exaggeration, okay? We do analysis here. We do anal, sis. Here. That's what we do.
So make no mistake here. I'm an American citizen. I've been talking about the Azov Battalion literally years before Russia fucking did this invasion, okay?
Turn back time.
Why have I been talking about it? Because we've been arming them, and we've been giving them guns, and we've been actually training them. And then they go around and train others. And then Western media now literally every time they cut footage about Ukraine and are doing Ukrainian footage about Ukrainian fighters, which is fine and good and great propaganda, helps morale, fine, that's okay. They always end up finding Nazis to do that with. Why? Because Nazis are media demons, okay? They're very good. They're very good at using a small number of power that they might have to infiltrate larger fucking groups. They're very good at legitimizing themselves. Oh, yeah? I thought we already knew that. I thought we knew this. So it's really fucking irresponsible that people are straight up defending Nazis over and over again.
Who's defending Nazis? Like, what you're saying is that, like, you're basically acknowledging that Nazis have connections, and then you're also acknowledging that they felt like they fell back into a corner, so they were like, "Hey, we'll all work together." All the Nazi and Me. They wrote a book, and it's called Nazi and Me. And then afterwards, they threw the book in the garbage because they didn't reelect them. That's all that's happened. Like, you're acting like they're defending Nazis. They're not defending Nazis. They're literally, this guy's entire video is trying to say, "Hey, the Ukrainians aren't Nazis." And you're saying that's defending Nazis. Like, I couldn't have a more brain dead fucking take. What you're saying is literally like, if I said like, hey guys, I'm not a Nazi, and you're like, I admitted he's a Nazi. Well, fucking asshole. Holy fuck. That's what you're doing right now. Like, you're just, I don't even think you understand the point of his video because you're not listening, and I don't think that you have the capacity to listen. It's fucking crazy.
It is really fucked up.
What do you want to hear? What do we want to hear, Hasan?
Video is long as fuck.
It's not really that long. Hasan just wants to shut the fuck up.
I don't think he's justifying Nazism here.
I think Hasan's just like trying to kill time. He's like, oh my god, I have something to fucking virtue signal about. Oh my god, I can't wait to talk all fucking stream because I have to stream for 8 to 10 hours a day, guys, because I was forced to do it by gunpoint. Twitch forced me by gunpoint to do this. I needed to make more money. Simply put. You know, not for nothing, but I feel like doing commentary all day and like literally all day, probably not the greatest idea. Like, you know what I mean? You should be able to have the time to take a break. It can be very mentally draining, especially when you don't have a particularly high mental capacity. So maybe you just shouldn't have maybe you shouldn't have taken the exclusivity contract, Hasan. Hopefully you learn your lesson and you don't do it again.
Just describing the conditions which led to the interior minister to integrate them into the military. Okay, but it's a wrong move. And he doesn't state that it's a wrong move. He states that, also, he's not justifying it. Are you fucking kidding me? He literally said, these ultra-nationalists are the best way to fucking defend against Russia. That's a supporting sentiment, I think.
That's a desperation sentiment. I think. Why do you say I think? You say some dumb fuck shit and you go, I think. Do you really think, though? Because it doesn't seem like you think. You have a very black and white perspective on everything. You have such an unintelligent fucking worldview. It's incredible to me. It's fucking incredible. I'm actually going to shit my fucking pants. I'm going to have diarrhea. It's going to come straight through my fucking asshole. Like, it's an incredible thing. I think. Do you think? You're fucking thinking out loud, but in a way that asserts that you're correct. Like, I just don't understand how you could be so confidently fucking wrong. I think.
That's like if I said, well, the Wagner Group is just a private military contractor, and technically only the main guy is a Nazi that we know of because he has Nazi tattoos. And also, it's not even a part of the Russian government, actually. It's just simply a private military contractor group that the government ends up using, okay? And they have no other
what?
option. They don't want to kill Russian citizens, so it's actually good that they're using Nazis in the private military group to go out and fucking do whatever they're doing.
No, what they're saying is like, hey, we're in a situation where a foreign power is trying to invade us and take us over for more power. And so the only people that, like, in order to bolster our ranks, we felt the need to work with really shitty, unsavory people like neo-Nazis, because while they hate us, they love their country. And we did that, and then after the fact, we no longer supported them, and then we didn't re-elect them into the government. Your comparison is fucking stupid. You're just a dumb fucking moron. You're just a fucking idiot. It's so... I just don't understand why people watch you. You're so fucking dumb. You're just dumb. It's fucking incredible.
But I'm not saying that, because I'm not a fucking indecent piece of shit.
You are saying that.
I'm not saying that because that would mean that I'm in support of fucking the Wagner Group.
Oh my god, son.
Do you get it?
I think what this is what happens here. I'm being completely unironic. This is what I talk about when I say that Hasan doesn't understand the middle class. I know you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? But just listen to me. Hasan doesn't understand what it's like to be in a situation where you have to do something that you don't want to do. He doesn't understand how really dire scenarios, like having your home stolen from you, could cause you to make choices that are very unsavory and you otherwise wouldn't make. But desperation kicks in, so you start aligning yourself with people you don't want to. Hasan doesn't understand this fundamental concept because Hasan has never been in a position where he's had to make this decision. That's it. He's never had to make a tough decision like this. That's it. It's fucking... That's what he's saying. Like, he just doesn't get it. Like, he's lived a very privileged life, and it shows. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, this is why... What we talk about, dude. This guy has no understanding of anything in any depth. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about anybody's issues. He's just a fucking idiot. He's just a fucking rich asshole. And he's just doing it for pussy, bro. I'm telling you. He's just doing it for pussy.
Because that's exactly what you're doing with Azov. But the difference is, oh, it's okay because it's the Ukrainian side engaging in it.
Not really.
Once this ends and Ukraine is a war zone, who do you think is going to be gunning for power? Regular citizens or the Nazis' war weapons? I don't know.
Uh-oh. Stinky. Hasan, are you just thinking and just because you've been just pausing for a lot? Is that you just trying to? Are you fucking kidding me? He's gonna heal himself, bro. I'm gonna kill myself. Holy fuck.
Switch sides. At the end of the day, the Azov Battalion's rise to prominence could have been avoided if Russia didn't invade Ukraine in 2014 and 2022. It seems like this would be the quick and easy.
And also, this was the main point that he was trying to make, which is that, like, you know, Ukrainians, the invasion of Ukraine or Russian actions in Ukraine have led to the rise in Nazi movement.
Yes, that is the point that he's trying to make. And he's making it pretty well. He's making a pretty good point that, like, nobody wants to be fucking associated with Nazis, as you try to make this assertion that they did. That's your whole argument, is that they definitely all love Nazis. That's your whole argument, is Ukraine loves Nazis. And really, it's just saying, like, Ukraine bad. It's like a very pro-Russian stance, bro. I don't know how you don't see this, you fucking idiot. Okay, we gotta kill this guy first. He's a healer.
Movements gaining prominence, and there is truth to that, absolutely. Which is why I laugh at the notion.
Hey, he's trying to prove this point, and it's true. It is true, but you know, but I disagree because I already came into this video defending the Gravel Institute, even though, excuse me, the Gravel Institute, even though they've removed their video. You fucking idiot. Now, at the time, you didn't know that, but that should be some pretty reasonable proof that they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about, and that's why they pulled their video down. That's an act of understandable shame for being stupid and fucking wrong, coming from American dumb fuck leftists that don't actually engage critically or intelligently into shit.
That, like, Vladimir Putin is denazifying Ukraine. Okay? Completely ridiculous. The only thing you're doing is literally renazifying Ukraine, if you want. If you want to use a better term for it, okay? You're making, or will always create nationalistic sentiment in the people that see the most violent and the most radical elements within their government as emancipatory forces. I've said this so many fucking times.
Sure.
So there is truth in this situation.
Then why did you disagree
Except the
with
difference
everything?
is there is something before 2014. Okay? There's historical precedent to Ukraine's ultra-nationalist movements, Ukraine's genuine interest in...
Yes, there's roots of that nationalist movement. His point isn't that there aren't roots. The point is that the video is trying to make the assertion that, like, it's countrywide and wanted, and it's not. It's the only point that this person is trying to make. Really not a super hot take. He's just trying to say that they're not neo-Nazi supporters, and you're doing everything in your power to discredit that. Like, somehow you think that, like, magically these Nazis just magically gained power. Like, no, of course there were branches in there, but it doesn't reflect on the entire country. It's the only point that he's trying to make. I mean, god damn it. You know, you love to fucking compare everything to black people, but, like, isn't this the same argument where people are like, oh my god, like, you're basically doing the meme where it's like, oh, the worst of this group represents the whole group. Like, you'll talk about fucking black issues before, like, just for no fucking reason when it comes to defending Russia, but then, like, you won't use that same criticism towards your own bullshit fucking half-assed worthless argument. I mean, I just genuinely don't, like, there's no way you can come to these conclusions if you're actually considering anything.
Sovereignty, and how that coincided with anarchist movements, and how that also coincided with nationalist movements. Okay? But if you don't talk about that, you don't talk about, like, a fucking 200-year goddamn nation-building project, and how throughout that process, there were times when some of the people that are being promoted right now, like Bandera, were you know...
I think it's pronounced Pantera. Hasan, come on. You gotta get the band right. Dimebag Darrell. Hell yeah, brother. Rest in peace.
Using or aligning themselves with, like, actual fucking Nazis that engaged in incredible atrocities in Ukraine, then you are purposely
Hasan,
providing...
Are you saying... I didn't know that Nazis did bad things. Holy shit. I feel like I'm learning every day, Hasan. Thank you so much for telling us that Nazis did bad things. As you try to say that Ukrainians are bad people because they're all Nazis.
An ahistorical approach here. Okay? You can't just, like...
Hey guys, hot take. There are right-wingers and, like, far-right fucking extremists in every country. Holy fuck. Are you serious?
Away Bandera is just some guy. And then you can't say, well, they had no other option but to use the Azov Battalion. None of this justifies Russia's unjustifiable, bloodthirsty conquest in Ukraine.
No, it kind of does.
None of this justifies their fucked
You
up...
literally said that they had reasonable claim to fucking, like, Crimea. What are you talking about? You're justifying it. Just fucking own it. This is what I'm talking about. You're such a pussy.
Invasion. Okay? But if you think that this is not going to have long-term, horrifying consequences for Ukraine,
Yeah, you're right. They should have just submitted and gave their country up to fucking Russia. You're right. You're on Hasan. Fucking, you're right. They should have just taken the easy way out and just lost, and like lost their fucking house and home and their way of life. That's what they should have done. That would have been the fucking more. That would have been the more devout perspective, the more virtuous perspective, was to not work with the Nazis and just allow another group of like horribly oppressive people to come in and fucking take over their lives and effectively try to probably fucking oppress them out of the country. Yo, you're so right, Hasan. I don't know how I didn't think of it like that. I'm so fucking stupid, dude. Holy garbanzo beans, brother.
Horrifying long-term consequences that will
give me my Dunkin'
absolutely turn Ukraine into fucking Afghanistan.
They don't have what?
Ham product.
What'd you get me then? I'm just kidding. What'd you get me though?
Bacon, turkey sausage, actually those new
ID things. All right, get the fuck out of here.
They didn't have a milk either.
Didn't have any milk?
Oats.
All right, I'll let me get out of here. Let's watch this. Hungry.
Afghanistan. I don't know what to tell you.
Check this out. Whoa, cool stuff.
Take my money.
Coffee. A little sleepy today. A little sleepy.
Hi, can you clarify the qualitative measurement of Nazism? Is anyone going around wearing a swastika? Yes. Supporting Hitler? Yes. I'm not really sure, but seems to be a trigger word to mean something else. Yes, dude. I mean, guys, literally, this is part of an argument against...
Yeah, somebody in my chat agrees with me! Well, at least a couple of them do, I think. What the fuck is this? It's like an egg cock ring. Okay, thanks, Dunkin' Donuts.
Russia invading. Yes, I am against Russia invading. Part of the reason why I'm against Russia invading is this. So I do agree with Adam something here.
Hasan, you're gonna hurt your chances with this with these Russian pussy. You know what I'm saying, dude? You gotta fucking speak a little better of Russia here, brother. What the hell is this? Get out of here. Sorry, guys. You can look at my character for a minute.
Except Adam something also personally is avoiding the long and convoluted and complex history of Ukrainian nationalism and ultranationalism. And I don't know if it's because he is unaware of Svoboda or he is unaware of like right-wing groups.
I wonder how smart Hasan feels when he says names of people. He's like, hey, names, but you don't seem to really know too much about what the fuck's happening.
Within Ukraine, like ultranationalist groups within Ukraine, and their prominence even leading up to 2014, or if he's conveniently ignoring them. I think he just doesn't know. Okay?
Maybe you just don't know.
I think he just doesn't know.
Problem is, Hasan is getting proved wrong by his chat in real time. And Hasan is a horrible display. Here's the thing, right? People get stuff wrong all the time. It happens. The thing is, Hasan has never admitted that he's wrong about like anything, really. He's very bad at admitting when he's wrong. Unless he feels backed into a corner and abandoned by like everything. So he's not a credible source of information. So even if he's right about stuff, you really couldn't take his word for it. He's a fucking bad person.
This idea that like, oh, it was just the Russian invasion that is what caused it is silly. He's aware. You'll see when you read his public posts after the video. It's absurd.
Nazi problem. If we can agree that groups like ISIS or the Taliban rose to prominence due to Western meddling, why can't we then say that groups like Azov did so due to Russian meddling?
Again, that part is fucking insane, dude. If you think ISIS meddling is because of Western involvement, and then you say, well, Azov is because of Russian involvement, you literally, for one, forget that like we also funded them and
what are you talking about?
Trained them and
he's just saying that the meddling creates extremists, which you agree with. Why are you disagreeing with this point?
Gave them weapons, and two, you think
you're literally like pro-Russian right now.
It's okay for a country to also have ISIS? Like, why are you saying?
Who says it's okay to have ISIS? He's saying that these are bad things that arise from these situations. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's okay for ISIS fighters to literally fucking fight because you're saying Azov is okay.
He's not saying that.
You're saying Azov fighting alongside. Azov fighting alongside the Ukrainian National Guard is good. That's what you said. It's what happened, okay? It has to happen. They had no other option. So then you turn around and you say, ISIS. You make the comparison yourself to ISIS. So what the fuck does that mean? Are you saying ISIS is good? If ISIS...
No, he's saying that ISIS like is something that ended like the best. I guess that just happened because of Western involvement, and that people feel like they need to turn to ISIS and extremist views to get their country back.
is purging Western marauders and Western invaders. They're good. They're doing an act of justifiable violence. That's crazy.
I mean, didn't you call them like heroes anyway when in reference to the fucking Dan Crenshaw's hole in his eye or whatever?
Why are you defending ISIS in order to fucking defend Azov Battalion? Now, this is the reason why I don't like covering these sorts of fucking videos. Because
because you're fucking dumb.
If you were to have a conversation with Adam something, I'm sure he wouldn't be like, yeah, ISIS is poggers, actually. I don't think he would say that. Okay?
But you're asserting that he's saying it. Why don't you have a conversation with him? You have the ability and the platform, but you won't do it because you're a fucking pussy and you know you're going to get washed. The guy's probably not even going to come in like debating you. He's going to come in like a nice guy and you're just going to be a fucking idiot.
2 months of brain rot over here.
But now that I fucking put this video out there, or now that I did this video, this analysis, now we're just further extending this fucking stun lock back and forth over and over again. And this video has already 195,000 views, and I'm sure it'll gain even more prominence, okay? But it's silly as fuck, and it's incredibly focused on semantics.
Words don't matter, guys. Hot take.
Institute spends the next section of their video describing how US military assistance ended up in the hands of Azov fighters, once again in somewhat by contrast with the original title of the video, which suggests a direct and deliberate effort from the US's part.
That's really fucked up, man. That's really fucked up that it's not, oh man, it just happened on accident. It just happened on accident. Yeah, that's why when they originally...
What?
You know he didn't say they're good. He literally said it's good if they die on the front lines. You're being very uncharitable.
He's not being uncharitable.
Brother, he literally said the Ukrainian government had no option but to literally have a Nazi dude, okay, basically take the Azov Battalion and put it within the fucking National Guard. And then he made a comparison to ISIS. Is it appropriate if an ISIS-backed loyalist puts ISIS as the National Guard against, I guess, America? Would you ever advocate for that? No, you wouldn't, because you would be in fucking jail if you said that, okay? You'd be on a...
No, but I mean, I guess you would be sympathetic to the fact that they feel cornered, and that's why they need to turn to terrorist organizations. That's your entire focal point. Is that, like, people feel like they need to turn to these organizations because of imperialism. I just feel like you're talking about how convoluted the history of these things are, but then you can't understand any level of nuance. It's incredible
on a
stuff.
Fucking watch list. He did not compare it to ISIS. He literally did. He did compare it to ISIS. He said, you guys understand when ISIS rises to prominence, when Western involvement occurs. So why can't you understand Azov rising to prominence when Russian involvement occurs in the country, when we're against Russian imperialism? That's a direct comparison, word for word. Why are you literally, it was 25 seconds ago. Why are you literally fucking acting like we didn't just watch?
It's like 3 hours ago, bro. What are you talking about? You have not shut the fuck up, dog.
That.
Pepe La.
Or does it? Turns out, as I was making this video, they changed the title from How America Funded Ukraine's Neo-Nazis to America, Russia, and Ukraine's Far Right. And they even had to edit that.
Isn't that incredible? Isn't it incredible that we have this is incredible proof that this guy is right. Because after he made a video on it, they felt the need to change the title, and then they responded further by deleting it. I mean, like, that's some pretty reasonable evidence of an act of it's like admittance that they were wrong. And Hasan is seeing this in real time. He doesn't see the removal of it in real time, but he sees the change after getting criticized. I'm assuming he criticized it afterwards. He's seeing these changes after they're criticized, and they're like, oh, these are reasonable points. Oh, shit. Incredible stuff.
Description saying, this video is about American funding for the Azov Battalion. It explicitly condemns Russian propaganda that Ukraine is a neo-Nazi country, quote-unquote. We stand strongly against Russia's invasion, and will be publishing a video about the Russian oligarchy and the rise of Putin. They say they condemn Russian propaganda that Ukraine is a neo-Nazi country after having spent...
Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, dude, I guess they, you know, they first of all, they were clickbaiting, and there's nothing wrong with this fucking title, or...
there is absolutely something, so this is like just the fucking severe mental dysfunctionality of Hasan. There is not a problem with clickbaiting when you're just making dumb videos. But when you're making informative YouTube videos, you really shouldn't be clickbaiting. I mean, I don't understand. Like, this dude, Hasan's entire world revolves around him being a fucking celebrity. He's not a person. I don't think he ever was. Hey, clickbait, that's just part of the scheme. Hey, guys, the United States rapes the shit out of the Ukraine. That's okay. It's just clickbait. Holy fuck, bro. I don't understand it. I don't fucking understand it, bro. Like, oh, it's just clickbait, guys. It's totally okay. Why? Like, it's priming your audience. Listen, here's the reality. Priming exists. Everything is like priming your audience. You're preparing your audience to consume some kind of information in a YouTube video. The thumbnail, the title, the description, everything that you see beforehand is a priming of the audience. If you're going in with a title that, if I make a title of a video, let's say I made the title of this video, Hasan's very good take on fucking the Gravel Institute. You're going to come in going like, oh, Papa Gut thinks that Hasan is a smarty pants. So I'm going to go in with positive energy. If I make the title of this video, Hasan versus Adam something, Hasan has lost all credibility. Hasan has no credibility left. You're going to come into the video going, if you like me, oh, Hasan's a fucking moron. It's priming your audience. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that priming your audience is inherently wrong. But it does mean that you're pushing a particular narrative, whether it's right or wrong. They're pushing the narrative that, like, the United States was intentionally backing far right-wing white supremacist groups in the Ukraine. That's what they were doing. And this person was like, hey, I don't like the narrative that everything is just America bad just for the sake of it. So I'm going to make a video contesting that. Oh, and look, as I'm making the video, they decided to change the title because they saw it coming. And they were like, oopsie, we fucked up with this fucking bullshit-ass title. That's it.
The prior title, there was nothing wrong with that. And they 100% should have just kept it. But, implying that, like, what are you, not a YouTuber? Are you not on YouTube, Adam something? Do you not ever change your
not a YouTuber? Oh, God. You're a fucking idiot. Are you on YouTube, Hasan? You don't even make YouTube videos. You don't even title your own videos. Other people do all your work for you. What are you talking about, bro? It's called having some fucking moral foundation and some decency. That's it. I know that that's a very hard concept for you because you don't have that, but that's it. Like, God forbid there are people that want to police the morality of, like, disingenuous fucks. But you don't like those people because they do it to you, and then you just bitch about how, like, they're just part of the anti-Hasan industrial clips complex. Like, that's it. Everything's just washed off. Oh, it's just part of the anti-Hasan. Nobody has any valid reasons to criticize me. I'm fucking perfect. I'm perfect, bro. I fucking paved the way for all you streamers. And this is how you repay me? By disagreeing with me? Incredible stuff, brother.
Titles, implying that there's some other fuckery going on here, or even acting like the Gravel Institute, no matter what they fucking said in their video, is actually for the Russian invasion is insane.
Spent nearly 10 minutes priming you for that exact conclusion. They say,
oh, look at that.
Ukraine is still
look at that. The word priming. I'm so smart, dude. I can read futures.
mired in a war on its territory, and the Russian government likes to use Ukrainian nationalists in its propaganda. Part of its practice of painting all Ukrainians as Nazis. Of course, those claims aren't really true.
But then they spend the rest of the video telling you how it actually is true.
But Ukraine's...
No, they're not.
No, they are. And that's one of those, like, really scummy fuck tactics, is where, like, you say, like, hey, guys, I don't believe in this, and I don't think that, there's like a Russian fucking, I don't support Russia, and then you make an entire video for 3 hours and 20 minutes and 20 seconds of you defending Russia. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things where somebody, it happens all the time. People will disingenuously make a claim, like, hey, whatever, and then they'll just spend the rest of the time just asserting that claim again and again and again. And when you say, why are you doing it? They're like, I'm not doing that. I don't know what you're talking about. That's all it is. Like, Hasan, you're being very face value about this.
They're not saying that it's true. Oh. You just can't comprehend anything that
they are implying that it's true. I don't know if you know what that means, what it means to imply a thing, but they're implying it. Hot take, you're gay. Just kidding. I don't know why I said that, but they're implying it.
Isn't directly fucking black or white.
Now that's an irony. You're making everything seem directly black and white, bro. What the fuck are you talking about, dog? What are you talking about, dog? Doggy? It's a dog eat dog world, brother.
They're not saying that at all. You are just a piece of shit at that point, dude. Straight up.
Hey, so on ASL?
And this is what's incredibly frustrating about this conversation, because I talk about America and Nazis in American ranks as well. I talk about the AFD in fucking Germany.
Cool.
But we should, as leftists, as socialists, communists, even fucking liberals, we should be against Nazis, okay? We should be against...
Oh, fuck, dude. I honestly cannot believe that Hasan took the really hot and harsh take to be against fucking Nazis. Bro, honestly, Hasan, the how virtuous Hasan is surprises me every day. I can't believe this dude just took a firm stance against Nazis. I'm fucking impressed, honestly. Jesus Christ. I mean, honestly, I was waiting for somebody to say it, but I couldn't say it because I just felt like I needed a trailblazer like Hasan to tell me that Nazis are bad. Because I couldn't say it myself. What a fucking trailblazer. He's really blazing the trails for the rest of us video gaming, political, social commentators. Like a dog, a commentarier. It's incredible stuff.
Nazi involvement. We should be against Nazis rising to prominence. We should just be unconditionally against Nazis. That's the one thing that fucking unites everybody, I thought. But I guess no, it's not. Nope, not happening.
You're a trailblazer, brother. You're a trailblazer, brother.
Still does have a serious end.
He must be one since he's against them. Yeah, true. Because this guy's whole point of his video is like, yeah, we're not, like, Ukrainians aren't fucking neo-Nazis. And Hasan's like, yes, you are. Like, that's the whole thing. If you say you're not a thing, you are a thing, according to Hasan.
Militarized neo-Nazi problem. So since the 2014 uprising.
So, like, he's just lying, by the way. That, like, the Gavril Institute lies to you about Ukraine, so I'm just going to lie to you about what the Gavril Institute was saying. And say it's not enough that they're like openly stating that fucking that Ukraine obviously has a neo-Nazi problem. That doesn't mean that the entirety of Ukraine is fucking Nazi or Russia's.
So like if I started this video off and I said I really like Hasan a lot, he's really great, and then I proceeded to call him a fucking idiot moron, do you think that I'm being genuine? Like, you know, actions speak louder than words, Hasan. You can assert it seems like the only reason they're asserting that they don't support Russia or whatever is because they know what they're going to say comes off like that. It's literally I'm not racist, but that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what they did. I'm not racist. If I said I'm not racist and then called a black person the N-word or something, or if I fucking, you know, like, would you be like, well, he said he wasn't racist. He said he wasn't racist, so like technically the word it's not racist that he said it. Hey, I'm not racist, but you're and then I said, but you're the F slur. I'm not homophobic, but those gays make me want to throw up. Well, he said he wasn't homophobic, so it's okay. He said
that. Unjustified invasion is appropriate or adequate. And the worst part about this is people are like, why are you bringing this up now, dude? Like, Russia's invading. Motherfucker.
Guys, because I love Russia. You don't understand. They offered me an exclusivity contract. They offered me a Russian propaganda exclusivity contract in the same way that Twitch, a subsidiary of Amazon, has offered me an exclusivity contract if I work with them, despite me constantly criticizing this entity. They offered me Vladimir Putin personally said he would let me fuck his daughter. I don't know if he has a daughter. He's really cool because I saw him riding a bear in a meme. So I took an exclusivity contract with him. What?
Have I not mentioned a million times over? I've talked about the fucking Azov Battalion even before Russia invaded. It's you are caring about this now because you're finding out about it for the first time. Okay, that doesn't mean I have been.
You know what's so interesting? He's saying that like we care now because we finding out about it for the first time. What's really happening is Hasan is having to actually make these points publicly for the first time. He's educated himself in whatever fucking like horrible way that he's educated himself in. Probably from like some of the fucking, I don't know, borderline racist shit from his family that are probably very conservative. But and then he's never had to put it put it out there. He's never had to actually tell people what he thinks in like a way with Russia until now. And now he's like, I know so much about this stuff. I know so much. It's like the fucking kid who's like, their parents told him that there's a stork that brings the kids, the babies, and then they hit 10 years old and they finally start talking about how babies are made. And they stand up in class and they say, well, you know, teacher, actually, the stork flies through the window. And then fucks your mom. And that's why my mom's always going, oh my God, give me that pecker. I'm sorry, I fucking cracked myself up with that one. This is sometimes I know that it probably wasn't that funny, but I just cracked myself up. And so the stork is real. You don't understand. And people were like, Hasan, that's not true. Yes, it is. My fucking mother told me that. She said, don't tell your dad. I was like, all right. Makes perfect sense to me. It's exactly what's happening here. That's exactly what's happening here.
Not talking about this, okay? I have been talking about this, but the only time when people used to get mad at me are like psychotic Atlanticists on fucking Twitter being like, it's actually fake. Azov Battalion is not even real, dude. Do you guys remember that? Do you remember that fucking tweet? Like, there was a Twitter storm that happened in like a couple years prior when I was talking about the Azov Battalion.
Of course, years ago.
And motherfuckers were like, that's actually...
Hey guys, remember years ago? That's today.
Fucking not real, dude. Like, they're... I'm debunking. Yeah, here. This was what it was, right?
Okay.
Love when American foreign policy is bipartisan. November 15th, 2019. Okay.
Also, when I have not been right in a long time, I like to reference times I was right 3 or 4 years ago because it makes me feel good about myself. Hey guys, remember I was right 3 years ago? Maybe right. Who the fuck even knows? I mean, it's Hasan telling people that he's correct on something. What does that really mean?
Hey.
I believe this is on 25.
There are insane liberals in my replies, literally documenting the Nazi flag photo where a dude is throwing up a sig heil just to defend the U.S. Army openly fascist battalions just because they oppose Russia, which I've never even defended. Some of you need to never log on again. Oh, look at that, dude. Oh, look at that. I'm on a misinformation arc right now, right? I'm doing misinfo, right? Oh, it turns out I've been consistent for many fucking years, and you're...
Whoa, you said a thing a while ago saying that Nazis are bad. Whoa, that must mean you're right about everything. Whoa, I'm gonna come all over my fucking self. Wife, come in here with a rag, clean it up.
The one who just actually found out about this shit. God fucking damn it, dude.
God damn it, dude. Oh, God damn it. I fell in love with...
I mean, the Nazi flag is photoshopped in, lol. It's not. The other image is actually shopped. Also, they're throwing up sig heils, and the Azov Battalion's insignia is literally a mixture of multiple Nazi
Fell in love with an emo girl. Fell in love with an emo girl. Emo girl. You know what's crazy is that, like, I heard that song for the first time. I was like, oh, I was loving that audio on TikTok, and I watched it, and I was like surprised. I'm not a huge Machine Gun Kelly fan. And so, but I listened to it, and I was like, it wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be. I love Willow Smith, though. She's really good. I think she's very talented. But, I don't know. I was still disappointed. It was like a little, like, it was a little naggy. Also, guys, like, can Machine Gun Kelly just, like, fucking pick a style already? You know what I'm saying? Like, holy moly. Oh, fuck.
Not to disparage him too
Piece of
much,
shit asshole.
but
Fuck.
back in 2019 when I was covering this shit,
what is he still talking?
Something would not have had a problem with Azov Battalion back then either, or their ideology.
It's a good thing that you're making an assertion you have no foundation for.
So,
Hasan.
miss me if you learned about...
Hasan likes to beat children. Can I prove it? No. I'm pretty sure that he does. How'd you like that?
This shit yesterday. And you're talking about this yesterday.
Yeah, I decided I haven't really been playing Lost Ark. I kind of got a little bored of it. You know, it was cool. It was cool for a while, but this motherfucker's healing. It was cool for a while, but I feel like there were a lot of glaring issues with the game, and like it was so fun, but like it was just there's too many systems that were like overly complicated and shit. And I just kind of lost interest, you know? So, I don't know. I'm just playing this like a little casually. I'm just having fun. You know, I always like the leveling process, and right now... Is this motherfucker going to actually like get back to the content? Or is
Ukrainian far-right nationalism, ultra-nationalism is incredibly fucking prominent. Shut the fuck up. And also, these 1,000 people, the number keeps getting smaller and smaller, okay? But they're not the only battalion.
Talking about pee-pee.
They're just the one that got the most coverage, okay? And also, it's 1,000 people that we armed. We did the same exact thing with the Mujahideen. We did the same exact thing with the fucking Contras. Oh, it's just a couple thousand people. And those 1,000 people then became a part of the National Guard. What do you think happens when you openly say, oh, these are Nazis?
I don't know. People go, oh no.
Clearly, you knew the invasion would happen and started doing propaganda for Russia in 2019. Yeah, because they told me.
Maybe. He's getting mad, yeah. This is why people watch him, I think. They don't really watch him for his takes.
Fuck,
they watch him
man.
because he gets mad and he's funny to listen to him.
Well, technically, the number of Azov Battalion soldiers is getting smaller every day. But
I gotta say, I love people who are just so confidently wrong and mad. It is actually very funny. It's literally like a live fucking Karen scenario. Like, it's just incredible that people can actually be this person. You're like, wow, what an embarrassment. This is so fun. That's why people like Hasan. He's a fucking embarrassment to himself. People are here for it. And, like, it's just incredible because this, I really do genuinely feel like this video, I think that this is truly the end of, like, credibility for Hasan. It's not the end of Hasan, obviously. Like, Hasan's going to be popular because people watch him as a meme. But it's the end of his credibility. Any credibility he had is, like, really just flushed away with this. He's just over. Nobody's going to take him seriously. I guarantee you even Ethan will fucking distance himself. Because this is just some absurd shit.
I mean, I know. It's like the Taliban, I think.
I mean, realistically, we need Hasan. Because Hasan, I'm part of the Hasan Piker Clips Industrial Complex. Hey, it's content. You know what? It's content. And I'll take it. It's my birthday. Literally is my birthday. This is for my birthday. This is a birthday gift. All right.
At this point, it doesn't get smaller now. Going forward, once Russia invaded, it is not getting smaller. No matter how many.
The good thing about Hasan, I should just play him while he's doing
the fucking
because he's not talking about anything of substance. The really good thing about Hasan is that he does prove something, and that is the most intelligent people don't usually get blow up. You know, and like that's the thing. I'm not intelligent, so like I'm next on the roster, bro. I'm the next one to blow up. This dumb fucking fat guy.
What is the old saying?
All right, I'm the next one, dude. This is going to be my Millie year.
10-person table. That means there's 10 Nazis.
It's going to be my fucking Millie year. You know?
Very much. They wish them to die. Is it Nazi enough? Him from Ukraine.
What are we talking about here?
It's not guilt by association, you fucking idiot. There are certain levels where you are guilty by association.
What? What are you talking? Wait, what
Somewhat pro-Russian president.
I don't know how far in we were. I fucked the whole thing up. Let's see. Where were we? He was bitching about some fucking horseshit nonsense. Was he? How far was he? Oh, this guy was like looking at tweets.
With an actually overarching. This might be true. I don't know.
Okay, well, I don't know if I heard him say that. Here we go. We were like over here somewhere.
People in West.
Here we go. I'm so good.
Fuck, man. I know it's like the Taliban in
West Ukraine.
Here we go.
You guys know this. Even liberals know this. Okay. What is the old saying? If there's two Nazis at a 10-person table, that means there's 10 Nazis.
I guess. I don't know.
People in West Ukraine hate all Russians very much.
I'm not seeing them. You know what I'm saying, dude? Oh, dude, I'm fucking hilarious, bro. I'm not seeing them. Huh? Give me a high five. Please don't ban me.
They wish them to die. Is it Nazi enough? Him from Ukraine.
Sorry, well, I don't know what to catch what he said.
They wish them to die. People in West Ukraine hate all Russians very much. They wish them to die. Is it Nazi enough? Him from Ukraine.
I don't understand what those words mean.
It's not guilt by association, you fucking idiot. There are certain levels where
that is guilt by association. You fucking idiot.
You are guilty by association, and it's that. This is one of those.
Oh.
Why do you make such an echo chamber by banning so many? I don't know, because I don't want to fucking be derailed by dumbasses who only come in here to say dumbass shit and don't actually have
Hey guys, why do you ban everybody that disagrees with you? Because I am very narrow-minded and ignorant and unintelligent. That's it. That's exactly. He just bans people because he's unintelligent. That's all he does. It's all it is. Which is really, it's just crazy, brother. It's crazy. It's so interesting. You'd think that as somebody who professes to be an educator in some capacity, which you do, you absolutely do say that. You think that you would be encouraged, like, hey, let me have a conversation with my viewer. Oh, like, especially since you're always bitching about how you have no fucking content, that you have to watch other people's videos. You know, it would kill a lot of time sitting down and actually getting to the nitty-gritty of a particular issue. You want to know why he doesn't do that? One, he's not intelligent enough to do that, because I don't think he has any like reasonably intelligent foundation for what he's saying. And two, it's not entertaining, and or at least he doesn't think it is. If it's not something he feels he could capitalize on, he doesn't do it. Hasan isn't a genuine person. Okay, he doesn't actually care about the content. If this mattered this much to him, he would sit down and like really have a conversation with people that disagree with him, but he doesn't, because like he doesn't care. He just says the same thing 4 times. People go, well, you're still not making sense, and he's like, banned, bitch, you're gone, right? So even if he is right, which I guarantee you that he's not, it doesn't really matter, because like he doesn't know how to explore himself or try to communicate himself. That's one of the things. Like, it's one thing to have a thought, it's another thing to communicate that thought, and it can be very difficult to communicate thoughts, especially nuanced ones. And so like it's almost, some people, I think it's like almost fun to figure out how to communicate an intelligent thought. Like, you know, like I have thoughts sometimes, and I'm just like, I don't know how to say it. It happens like every once in a while, like, you know, when I had a conversation with Brittany Simon, like she asked me questions I'd never thought about. So like I had to think about them. So like I had to think about how to communicate myself to her. And I was like, I didn't really know how to on some questions, because I just never been, you know, a lot of times we're being somewhat repetitive talking about things that we have an understanding about. But introducing yourself to new topics takes a long time, and then learning it takes a long time, and then unlearning how to express it takes an even longer time. You know, so it's like all these different things, and it can be seen as like a nice fun little puzzle, but if not for Hasan, because he doesn't care about that. That's not like part of any factor to him. He doesn't give a shit.
Anything productive to say, and are drama baiting. Because if I don't, if the mods don't fucking clap people.
Everybody that disagrees with me is drama baiting. I'm right about everything, bro. There's no fucking way, bro.
In a 30,000 person live stream, there's going to be constant fucking back and forth, like what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, maybe you're just
and none of it is like valid criticism either.
Oh, it's all very valid criticism, but you're just you're just kind of a sussy baka from the popular hit video game Among Us.
If there's a Nazi at the table and 10 other people sitting there talking to him, you got a table with 11 Nazis. Yep.
Dude, so true. So true. So true, bro. I just feel like the nuance is gone from there. Do we know they're Nazis? Do the Nazis have a gun? Because in this scenario, the Nazis had a gun. Or the Nazis like, we'll protect you. You know, it's very easy to make these, like, again, it's very easy when you come from a place of privilege to say things like this. Like, Hasan is a privileged person, and he comes from a place of privilege with everything that he says. He's not a reputable source of information, and he doesn't understand what it's like to be put in a scenario where you have to work with people you don't want to. Just fundamentally, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, he doesn't know how to work with people. He really doesn't, like, he just doesn't understand it. It's incredible stuff, brother. It's incredible stuff. Making me very horny. Yeah, he pretty much only said that Nazis are bad. Which, you know, I don't know if I agree, Hasan. That's a hot take.
You have to say that the Nazis are not even close to a majority, or the dishonest fucks will clip you. It doesn't even fucking matter. It doesn't even matter if they're not close to a majority.
It does matter, Hasan. It does actually matter. It does matter if they are a majority. You know, like, some people have shitty ideas, and they know how to hide themselves well. It's like really the intelligence of bigotry. People know how to do it all the time. You know, that's what bigotry looks like nowadays, just in general, in real life. People know how to be like, that's what people know how to be like racist without actually being racist, you know, or actually showing it. It's a very intelligent way to intelligent, I say that loosely, but you understand my point. Like, no one's gonna know nowadays. People don't really walk up to black people, or nobody walks up to Italian people and goes, ew, you're disgusting, I hate you, you meatball eating motherfucking bitch. That's what I do. Nobody does that. Nobody goes up to like a Hispanic person and is like, oh, you're gross and blah, blah, blah. What they do is say, I don't know if we really have a job here for you. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like these minor things, and it's just the reality, brother.
I hate how much content you're gifting him right now. The debate lords have won today. What's he going to do, man? Make another video and dishonestly frame things that I'm saying now? Oh, wow.
Hey, pal. May you wish my son a happy birthday. He just turned 12. Well, I don't know who the fuck you are, but happy birthday to your 12-year-old kid. I just turned 32. So very cool. We have the same birthday. Very popular.
So different than what was going on already.
Very pooger.
At this point, dude, it's like, if you fucking... At this point, if this is what you're doing, and your fucking fan base is just like clipping everything out of context, I don't know what to tell you.
Hasan, it's in context. It just makes you look bad, so you feel like it's a meaning.
Ukraine's far right has become
I gotta
increasingly
pee. I'll be
powerful.
back.
Azov veterans have
And I'm running another fucking 1-minute ad break.
The new Ukrainian government even...
Is he gonna play the video while he goes away? Is that what's happening right now? Because that'll be great, actually, this time.
Made it a criminal offense
do it.
to deny Bandera's heroism.
I'll be back.
And in 2021, the United States and Ukraine were the only...
All right, let's...
right has become increasingly...
He's gonna walk away like he always does, but this is good because he doesn't shut the fuck up. So
Ukraine's far right has become
I gotta
increasingly
pee. I'll be
powerful.
back.
Okay.
Azov veterans have
And I'm
been
running
in high
another
positions in
fucking.
security
shut the fuck up, Hasan.
1 minute ad break.
The new Ukrainian government even made it a criminal offense to deny Bandera's heroism.
I'll be back.
And in 2021, the United States
Isn't that
and
a good
Ukraine
thing?
were the only two countries to vote against a UN resolution condemning the glorification of Nazism. A climate of impunity has developed around far-right violence. Attacks against Roma and gay people go unpunished. A 2018 report found that Ukraine had more incidents of anti-Semitic hate crimes than all other post-Soviet republics combined.
All other post-Soviet republics combined. What if you compared it to like other Western countries, Westernized countries? Because like, dude, like Poland, incredibly fucking racist. I'm just letting you know. These places aren't ideal, but they're better usually.
That last article they show there is particularly interesting. Report. Ukraine had more anti-Semitic incidents than all former Soviet countries combined, on the Jewish Telegraphic Agency. This report comes from the Israeli Ministry for Diaspora Affairs. A striking exception in the trend of decrease in anti-Semitic incidents in Eastern Europe was Ukraine, where the number of recorded anti-Semitic attacks was doubled from last year and surpassed the tally for all the incidents reported throughout the entire region combined, the report said. So that sounds rather alarming. However, further in the article you'll find this bit. In an article published Saturday on Radio Liberty, a Ukrainian state historian dismissed the Israeli report as anti-Ukrainian propaganda, and a researcher of anti-Semitism from Ukraine said the Israeli report was flawed and amateurish. The researcher, Vyacheslav Likachev, who is affiliated with the VAD Association of Jewish Communities and Organizations of Ukraine, suggested in the article that the report's authors merely summed up the incidents they found reported online in a, quote, blatant lack of professionalism and violation of all standards of hate crime documentation, which are guided by professional monitoring groups both in Ukraine and in the world.
Usually he watches his stream on his phone when he steps away. I'm going to be honest with you. I just don't believe he does that. But maybe he does. Either way, it's still stupid.
Quote, Gravel Institute, of course, never mentioned this bit. But here, I also found this article on the Jerusalem Post. Boris Loshkin, Ukraine's least anti-Semitic country in Central Europe. In addition to serving as president of the Jewish Confederation of Ukraine...
I mean, that's not really saying much. You know what I'm saying?
Vice President of the World Jewish Congress and the Eurasian Jewish Congress, and works intensively with the European Jewish community. Loshkin says that today, Ukraine is regarded as the least anti-Semitic country in Central Europe and is a much more open and accepting society. The relationship between Jews and Ukraine...
Wait, I have to hear what he had to say.
Oh, listen, I'm putting you on blast. I just don't want you to take it personally. Usually, he watches his stream on his phone when he steps away. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. What did he just do? Hey, I gotta rewind the video. Oh, yeah, what did I miss? I gotta rewind the video. What did he say? What a stupid fuck.
For all the incidents reported throughout
Against a UN resolution.
Hey, guys, they're gonna go all the way back to the beginning.
Condemning the glorification of Nazism. A climate of impunity has developed around far-right violence. Attacks against Roma and gay people go...
Concern trolling? It's concern trolling to say that right-wing paramilitaries that are running fucking wild are... Bro, does this Hungarian man just not give a shit about fucking...
It's incredible because we've already gotten past this point where, like, he's shown credible evidence that, like, they're over-exaggerating the point here. So Hasan's just looking stupid. But he would have known that if he was actually watching the video in the bathroom, which he doesn't do, clearly.
I guess the Roma people, is that what it is? Is that what's going on? Ukraine president's Jewish, lol. Damn, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy because, you know, Barack Obama is black. So obviously racism was defeated magically in the United States of America. No such...
What's your point?
President ever took over and fucking Nazis roamed the streets immediately after he was president, right? What is wrong with you fucking liberals, man? Think for a second.
Bro? What's wrong with you liberals, bro? I don't know. I'm just memeing him at this point because it's just like, it's funny. What's wrong with you liberals, bro?
Hasan was never transphobic to me. Hasan never made 41%
unpunished.
Jokes.
A 2018 report found that
somebody's trolling him for being transphobic. How funny.
Ukraine had more incidents of anti-Semitic hate crimes than all other post-Soviet republics combined.
That last article they show there is particularly interesting. Report.
Are you gonna
Ukraine
pause?
had more anti-Semitic incidents than all former Soviet countries combined, on the Jewish Telegraphic Agency. This report comes from the Israeli Ministry for Diaspora Affairs. A striking exception in the trend of decrease in anti-Semitic incidents in Eastern Europe was Ukraine, where the number of recorded anti-Semitic attacks was doubled from last year and surpassed the tally for all the incidents reported throughout the entire region combined, the report said. So that sounds rather alarming. However, further in the article you'll find this bit. In an article published Saturday on Radio Liberty, a Ukrainian state historian dismissed the Israeli report as anti-Ukrainian.
By the way, I just got to point out that, like...
I was just saying, I can't believe he hasn't paused it. Also, every time he has one of his chat alerts come up, it's like really distracting. There's no way that he's actually paying attention.
Again, Radio Liberty is CIA.
Okay?
It is literally directly funded. Like, it's one of the few outlets.
Nobody cares. It's irrelevant. Can we watch the video?
That when you go on YouTube, if you see like Radio Liberty, Radio Europe, Radio this, Radio that, like it'll openly state it funds them. Okay.
Sorry.
So
I hit the wrong button.
The idea, like, and fine,
it was nicer when it was paused, though. Am I right?
It's fine. I sometimes rely on CIA information as well. You know this, but I admit that it's CIA shit. Okay. You say everything is CIA. No, this is. Come on, man. What the fuck do you mean? This is actually what are you talking about?
Nay. Peace. I don't know why I jumped off here to get some of this peace bloom. Oh my lord, I'm gonna fart. You're gonna make me fart, Hasan. What do you need to read? The guy's reading it for you, bro. Like, it's incredible.
You say everyone is Nazi and everything is CIA, and you hate every single government.
That's true. He does say that.
15 months.
Propaganda, and the researcher of anti-Semitism from Ukraine said the Israeli report was flawed and amateurish. The researcher, Vyacheslav Likachev, who is affiliated with the VAD Association of Jewish Communities and Organizations of Ukraine, suggested in the article that the report's authors merely summed up the incidents they found reported online in a, quote, blatant lack of professionalism and violence.
Wait, so Radio Liberty is debunking anti-Semitic hate crimes on the rise? Is that what we're doing now? That's what we're doing? Come on, brother.
Yeah, he's saying that they did it. Now, maybe it's wrong, but, like, look into it. Seems like they did a bad job of promoting it. Or maybe this entity is being dishonest as well. I guess we don't really know. But, you know, can you make it like an intelligent point about it, or?
Yikes, dude.
Yikes.
RFE-RL is registered with the IRS as a private nonprofit sector 501c3 corporation. It's funded by a grant by the U.S. Congress through the United States Agency of Global Media. Yes, USAGM is the official official, I guess, shareholder of it.
I used to watch him until he turned stuff. Oh, excuse me. I used to watch him until he turned super political. For a while, he'd talk about some stuff here and there and seemed reasonable. But there was a switch that he flipped when he must have gotten in some mentally debilitating accident. Maybe he did. I think that Hasan basically, like, I guess he would just call into like the breaking news category. Like, he was just constantly covering Russia every day because it got people to come in and give him money. That's it. And it made people feel really edgy and angsty and virtuous and like rebellious when they would listen to some dumb fuck be rebellious as well. Hasan is a classic example of an individual who really hasn't matured beyond his high school years, because that's the moment he stopped developing, was when he started blowing up. I know it was a little past high school, but early 20s, he stopped developing after that point. After the point where, you know, you're a little too old to, you know, where you're like right there, you're a little bit, you're aging out. You're aging out of frat boy bullshit, but you just maintain the energy. And so that's why he maintains frat boy energy, because like he fucking, because like, he's stuck in it. He's stuck in frat boy energy mode. That's just what it is, brother. And that's why he hasn't matured past that particular time. Like, people tend to have their growth stunted in times where they become like famous or rich, because they don't feel like they need to absorb criticisms anymore. There are some people who become rich and like they don't do that. It's very rare, I would say. But once you get to a point where you feel like you don't need to mature anymore, people stop maturing. Isn't that a hot take? And so he stopped educating and maturing. That's pretty much all that happened, bro. And so now he's just like this fucking angsty little rebellious teenager. I'm surprised the guy doesn't have like a part in his hair. Mom, you're being unfair. You know?
Of all standards of hate crime documentation, which are guided by professional monitoring groups both in Ukraine and in the world. End of quote. Gravel Institute, of course.
By the way, in no other circumstance would you ever look at a person debunking the rise of anti-Semitic hate crimes like fucking Michael Treacy or some shit, okay?
Why?
And then turn around and be like, oh, this is on the right side, I think. Like, oh, never mind, the American government.
You can finish that thought?
Ryut Moshinov, the ministry spokesperson, told JTA the report is compiled using only credible sources, including about Ukraine. We hope to be able to report the reversal of the current trend next year.
Never mentioned this bit, but here I also found this article in Ukraine and in the world. End of quote. Gravel Institute, of course, never mentioned this bit, but here I also found this article on
Boris Loshkin, Ukraine is the least anti-Semitic country in Central Europe.
Boris Loshkin, Ukraine is the least anti-Semitic country in Central Europe. In addition to...
see, here's how I would question. Oh, it just says Central Europe. Like, that seems like they're really refining the area down to try to promote this idea that they're not super anti-Semitic. Hasan, you could have just said that. Like, it's a little questionable that they said Central Europe. They didn't say the entirety of Europe. They said Central Europe. So there might actually be an anti-Semitic issue. Either way, even if they were the least fucking anti-Semitic country in Central Europe, that doesn't necessarily mean that anti-Semitic hate crimes haven't gone up. You know, these are some really good points to bring up, Hasan. These are some things that you could say to be like, you know what? I question some of the things of this guy, but you don't do that because you're not looking for actual like intelligent criticisms. You're just looking to talk. You're not listening. You're not thinking. You're not watching. You're just sitting there waiting to talk. You're waiting to hear a word that you feel like justifies you going on a tangent about a fucking topic that you feel that you're educated on, so that you can tell us all how fucking incredibly intelligent you are. You're here to jerk yourself off. You're looking for buzzwords so that you can come. That's all it is. You're just looking to come. To cum. Okay?
Serving as president of the Jewish Confederation of Ukraine, Loshkin is also a vice president of the World Jewish Congress and the Eurasian Jewish Congress, and works intensively with the European Jewish community. Loshkin says that today Ukraine is regarded as...
Do you want to? I don't think so. I don't know what I would have as an outro, honestly. I'm pretty fucking weird. But you could like DM me on Twitter or something. Maybe I'll talk to my wife. Maybe I can figure something out. He wants to coom.
The least anti-Semitic country in Central Europe, and is a much more open and accepting society. The relationship between Jews and Ukrainians is very tolerant, and it is a safe country for Jews, he says. The Ukrainian Jewish community is very active.
I don't think he's going to talk about the Roma, because let's be real. Like, Hungarian liberals denying anti-Semitic attacks, who would have thought? Listen. I mean,
that's actually pretty common, I feel like. I think I've heard one time that like progressives tend to be a bit anti-Semitic. For some reason, there's like anti-Semitic ideas and propaganda that they promote. Interesting concept there, you know, but, wouldn't put it past me.
The guys that are...
I mean, I think I remember hearing Hasan and Ethan on Leftovers talk about how Jewish people are like basically white, which I mean they are, and how like they don't really face adversity anymore. I think they talked about it in reference to Sarah Silverman. So maybe there's something there. This is a long time ago though, so I can't, I'm not gonna affirm like yes, I'm correct,
Are in the right-wing paramilitary groups that are now part of the fucking National Guard that literally have the Black Sun, literally have the Black Sun tattoos because they thought it looked cool, because they like this, not what it represents. They separated the art from the artist. The artist being Himmler, okay?
That's what I'm talking about. He's just on a tangent about like people having Black Sun tattoos, which I'm going to assume like represents some kind of like neo-Nazi bullshit. He's not listening to what the guy's talking about. He's like bringing up evidence. If you disagree with the evidence, that's fine. Say it. Don't just go like, Nazi tattoo. Hey, there's people with the swastika. They just say it's an artistic choice. Like, shut the fuck up. Nobody's saying that.
That's what it is. Okay. That's what it is. It's fine. Also, statistics that show something different do not matter. This guy is saying that it's actually regarded as the least anti-Semitic country. So obviously, the big-brained liberal...
He's not just saying it. He found information to support himself. Those are two different things.
Unbiased neoliberal guy or liberal big-brain guy here is going to be like, yeah, the empirical evidence is actually fake.
I mean, he's showing...
Oh, wow, the most safe...
He's showing you empirical evidence. So... by that logic, you'd be saying that as well. Again, could be misinformed, but you're not attacking that. You're just saying, you think everything is a conspiracy? Oh, you think it's a conspiracy, bro? Oh, I'm fucking dumb. That's all you're doing.
Place for Jewish people? Damn, would be interesting to read an article about neo-Nazi mayor and how local Jews were furious about this. Yeah, but then he's going to turn around and be like, that was just a small village. That's not a big deal. There is no other instance where, literally, there is no other instance on the planet where liberals can just do fucking this level of denial that is borderline anti-Semitic inherently, okay? And get away with it.
You got like a Jewish guy that's like part of a Jewish representation league in the Ukraine saying like, hey, I don't think that this is a particularly anti-Semitic country, and you're trying to pretend like it's propaganda. Look, what the fuck? Your whole argument is I'm just not going to... Hasan's entire argument basis has been your information is wrong because it's a conspiracy. My information is right because I believe it. That's been his entire argument the entire time.
Only acceptable if you are doing it to defend America's interest and the Western interest in Ukraine. It also, personally, and this is incredibly frustrating.
Yep, I agree. It's very frustrating.
It's personally incredibly frustrating.
Mm-hmm. I'll say it one more time, maybe.
Please, you are literally implying he hates Roma for no reason. Well, he said it was concern trolling that fucking Roma people were getting murked by these fucking violent hooligans. So
that's not really what he said. He said it was concern trolling to exacerbate, like to exaggerate a point. It's like basically what you're doing when you pretend like you care people die in wars. Like it's just concern trolling. I imagine that's what you're talking about. And you're just like, oh my god, I'm so concerned for this thing that doesn't that you don't really care about, or it doesn't really exist, or you've exaggerated a point.
No, it's kind of wild.
Wild and crazy guys.
And I also said maybe he'll mention them, but if he doesn't, and if he only disparages the notion that like anti-Semitic attacks are happening in Ukraine or something, then we'll see.
There are many Jewish organizations, both religious and non-religious. There are Jewish centers, Jewish schools, and kosher restaurants. And now there are even battle rabbis fighting the Russians, I might add. The Pew Research centers, Jewish schools, and kosher restaurants. And now there are even battle rabbis fighting the Russians, I might add. The Pew Research Center actually did a survey in Eastern Europe asking respondents if they would not be willing to accept Jews as citizens of their country. Only 5% of Ukrainians agreed with this, making them the most tolerant country in the area. In contrast, 14% of Russians wouldn't accept Jews as Russian citizens. So there you have it. Ukraine is not exactly an anti-Semitic hellhole as the Gravel Institute or the Russian...
It might still be. I don't know. Those might be high numbers, but I guess comparatively to Russia. Because you could make that argument, be like, well, you're comparing it to Russia, so technically, how good is Russia? They're pretty fucking dog shit. You know what I mean? There's reasonable criticisms to make. To be like, oh, is that the best way to compare? Is to Russia there? Oh, maybe if I was the person that was trying to debunk this video, I could bring that up. Hasan, maybe you could bring up those reasonable points that I'm bringing up.
Government would want you to think, but it's not a coincidence.
For the record, you know, there was 1.6 million more Jews in Ukraine before, you know, the Holocaust happened in Ukraine.
Okay.
Directed at the hands of people like Bandera, unified under a singular fascist banner, the Ukrainian nationalist banner. That
I didn't know that the Holocaust was very anti-Semitic, Hasan. Thank you so much for letting me know that. I fucking never would have thought of it. Like, what's your point? I don't understand. Like, I'm assuming we're talking about the progress we've made, like post World War II. It's like, hey guys, did you know that in World War II they were killing Jews? Are you serious? Are you fucking serious, Hasan? Are you telling me that they fucking killed Jews in World War I? Are you fucking serious? I didn't even know that. Holy shit, dude. Holy fuck, you should be a history teacher. What the fuck? No fucking kidding, Hasan. Thank you so much.
Did the Holocaust.
Wow.
1.6 million Jews.
Okay.
Also, of course, there are anti-Semitic attitudes and sentiments everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
Of course. That is not an argument that anyone is making. Okay? What? You are arguing against an argument that people are not making.
What are you talking about? That's what you're doing, you know? Yeah.
My ancestors barely escaped Ukraine at that
Aren't
time.
we actually feeding the propaganda machine by discussing this? It's not like these claims suddenly make it acceptable to invade Ukraine. Well, I would not have wanted to cover this for the past fucking 3 hours and 21 minutes, but some motherfuckers were like, you
clearly did want to.
You have to watch this. You have to watch this. You have to watch this.
Let's so.
Let's move on there, Hasan. You got another good amount of time left, brother. You really got to get your numbers up.
According to the study conducted, had the most amount of anti-Semitic incidents, okay? Anti-Semitic hate crimes. This study shows...
And then according to the other studies that he presented, those things were exaggerated. Now, we don't know which one's exactly true. So what do you got for us, Hasan?
That in some countries in Central and Eastern Europe, roughly 1 in 5 adults or more say they would not accept Jews as fellow citizens. The percentage of adults who say that they would not be willing to accept Jews as citizens of their country is much lower overall for Ukraine, or much lower overall that they wouldn't accept Jews as fellow citizens, much lower overall for Ukraine than many of these other countries, right?
Yes.
This can still be true while simultaneously
get to the point.
Have a problem with anti-Semitic hate crimes regardless, led by...
You finally made an actual decent point. Holy shit, Hasan. It only took you the entire fucking video. Yes, that is true. Thank you. We caught that a while ago.
Literally, right-wing paramilitary bandits, okay? These two pieces of information do not go against one another. Because as the Gravel Institute video also states, Ukraine is not a deeply anti-Semitic country, okay?
Okay.
Ukraine is not like inherently anti-Semitic. This is not an argument that people are making.
They just made the argument that like the anti-Semitism is on the rise.
But if you counter that by saying, "Oh, the Azov Battalion is not that big of a fucking the
entire video screams them trying to make the Ukraine seem as anti-Semitic as possible." So, like, yeah.
A deal, or it doesn't matter, and then you say like, oh well, the Ukrainian president is Jewish, so like how could there be any anti-Semitism? That's a silly argument to make.
So what you're saying, but okay. Jesus Christ, this is fucking terrible.
Accept Jews as citizens of their country. Only 5% of Ukrainians agreed with this, making them the most tolerant country in the area. In contrast, 14% of Russians wouldn't accept Jews as Russian citizens. So there you have it. Ukraine is not exactly an anti-Semitic hellhole as the Gravel Institute or the Russian government would want.
They did not say that. The Gravel Institute did not say it's an anti-Semitic hellhole. They said that there's a rise in anti-Semitic hate crimes as a consequence of the Azov Battalion gaining prominence literally by the government basically doing what you're claiming is justifiable in the situation.
Which is what?
They did not say that. They did not say a fucking anti-Semitic hellhole. They literally said the opposite.
Nobody fucks with Gravel Institute. Easy clap.
This is so stupid.
Okay, wait. This is from 2015 to 2016 in 18 countries. This Pew Center study.
Okay.
Wait. The report also said that 2017 was the second consecutive year that Ukraine had the largest number of anti-Semitic incidents.
Okay.
17 was the second.
Oh, Large number of anti-Semitic any other country from the. Yeah, no, from the former Soviet Union. That they're doing is they're comparing other people from the former Soviet Union, saying like, "Hey, they have a worse anti-Semitic problem."
Consecutive year that Ukraine had the largest number of
his
anti-Semitic.
argument like was we shouldn't compare them to other post-Soviet places.
Incidents. Wait, so
you're really struggling to comprehend basic fucking points. You wouldn't have this problem if you were listening to the videos on. You could you'd be able to understand what he's saying. Like, this is fucking incredible. Do you have COVID or something? Like, why are you struggling? Like, you're genuinely struggling here. You are genuinely fucking struggling here. Eyes blue, like the Atlantic. I'm going.
This is making me fucking really reconsider all the other cool videos that I've hyped up of Adam something. Seeing the way that
dude.
Seeing the way that he conducted himself through this video, like, I think.
How could you even know? You've literally. It's really interesting that apparently he just admitted that he would hype up this guy's shit, right? Which means that he liked this guy as a content creator at one point, and it only took a single video. It took a single video for him to completely flip on it. A single video. It really shows how his brain operates, because obviously you're gonna do things that you disagree with people, but if they instantly flip on you on something, holy fuck, instantly change, it's a little sussy. No, is that not suspicious? It's weird. It takes one thing. Oh, you disagree with me? I'm done with you. It's holy fuck. That shows a lot, just a profound lack of character. I don't think that's an unreasonable assertion to make. I think that was his USB. Yeah, that wasn't yours. Don't worry. We all heard it. We all heard it. We all heard it, brother. What am I looking at? My balls. Got him.
Are
you okay, Hasan? Do you need a little kiss?
Adam said you were an anti-American puppet in his YouTube community announcement too. He sucks. Yeah, I mean,
you are.
I am anti-American for sure.
Yes, you
Perhaps
are.
he should try. I don't fucking come in here and criticize his anti-Hungarian, anti-Orban takes.
I don't come.
You really should self-crit for hyping up this guy. First of all, I did not know his attitude towards all this other shit. Okay, how could I have known? The only videos I saw were civil planning ones, and they were pretty good.
I mean, that's the concerning part, is that you thought that some of his stuff was good, so maybe it never was.
Smile.
Maybe it never was.
He also literally fucking said American imperialism is actually good and Russian imperialism is actually bad. He said American imperialism is a civilizing force, something along those lines.
Listen, there's probably an argument to that. Listen, we can't pretend that there's 100% of an issue with American imperialism. There's probably some positive aspects, taking resources or, promising the extension and expansion of money and opportunity and new technologies, et cetera, et cetera. But it comes at the expense of basically being pigeonholed into supporting America in some capacity. Obviously, there's pros and cons. There's positives and negatives. I mean, I'm not saying that it's a great, amazing thing. But I mean, we have to pretend, we need to not pretend there aren't benefits to the expansion in some ways, and that's not to discount the abuse that there are in others. But I mean, it's kind of not a particularly nuanced take there, brother.
That's when I was like, oh shit, that's really fucking bad.
14% of Russians wouldn't accept Jews as Russian citizens. So there you have it. Ukraine is not exactly an anti-Semitic hellhole as the Gravel Institute or the Russian government would want you to think. But it's not a coincidence that the denazification of Ukraine...
I guess if you're going to compare post-Soviet countries, yeah, it makes sense to include Russia as one of those the bases of it as well. So they might be the most anti-Semitic, but compared to Russia, they're still doing better than you would say presumably would have done under some kind of Russian control.
The primary excuse for Russia's invasion. That's the reason why Gravel Institute had to edit the video's title, by the way. Do not make it too obvious that they're shamelessly...
Ironically, leftists want to address the far-right issue in which Russia would lose any possible justification, whereas libs want to sweep it under the rug or even fund them harder, which makes it easier for Russia to make the justification. I mean, dude, an accurate analysis of the issue of right-wing paramilitary mobilization is entirely separate to allowing fucking Russia to invade, okay? He said, U.S. imperialism is not as bad as Russian imperialism, which is like literally demonstrably false. Okay.
I just disagree with that. I'm going to say that it is absolutely better. If we're going to compare imperialism from the United States to Russia, 100% better. Only because we were spreading better values than Russia. It's a subjective thing, but I'm just going to say objectively to really hone my point in. We have a better country with better ideologies than Russia. I don't really care if you get offended by that. You're fucking stupid. Okay, that your ideas don't align with Russia in any capacity. You're literally grifting at that point if you disagree. Hasan specifically, it is. If we're going to talk about it, American imperialism is better than Russian imperialism. We're comparing two, arguably pretty bad things, but it doesn't mean that it's wrong. Why is that false? Why is it false that it's worse? Are you saying that they're equal, or are you saying that somehow Russia is better? Because I feel again, this is another nodding point to pro-Russia bullshit propaganda.
Make Russian imperialism good, but it's fucking ridiculous. You can only make that assertion if you yourself literally do not think the victims of U.S. imperialism are not real fucking human beings. Because when you look at the brutality that American imperialism has subjected the entire fucking planet to, specifically developing nations, and then look at Russia, Russia does not have the capabilities that America has to do American style imperialism. Perhaps if they did.
What is American style imperialism? What is American style imperialism? What are you referring to then? What is it that they do that makes it worse? I'm curious if you could just tell us exactly what. Don't tell us that we have better technology, because we tend to spread those technologies. Explain it. Why is it worse?
Maybe they would be able to. I'm not going to say that they're not. Okay, but it's completely preposterous to make it seem as though the global hegemonic power that has been able to imperialize the entire fucking planet, turn the entire planet into colonies, and absolutely fucking eviscerate brown countries and black countries, making that comparison to fucking Russia is psychotic. Unless you just straight up do not consider the victims of American imperialism to be real victims.
Literally 25% of this is just him pausing to read chat or to go days off.
While at the same time insisting that they don't. In the comment section, a user even pointed out the glaring contradiction in their video.
And then he plays it the second that his dumb fuck audience decides to donate money to have something play. The lack of professionalism is incredible, dude. He's not even watching the video, and then he's having people play alerts in the middle of it. It's so stupid.
The explanation of the East-West split is useful, but it seems odd to talk about Ukraine's far right without also talking about Russia's far right. The Russians aren't the defenders of leftist rebels, they are the gangster capitalists mentioned earlier in the videos. There's arguments to be had about whether arming the Ukrainians is the correct approach to this situation, but the framing of the arguments in this video makes it seem like the Russians are justified in supporting rebels, which is strange, considering the main pillar of this video is about how America is not justified in its support. And Gravel Institute actually responded to this, saying, "That's very true. We focus on US stuff just because we're based in the US, but we obviously don't support Russian aggression and imperialism in Ukraine. We'll do a video about Yanukovych, the Donetsk clan, and gangster capitalism when it comes to mind in the future too. They obviously don't support Russian aggression and imperialism in Ukraine," they say, under their video justifying Ukrainian aggression and imperialism in Ukraine. And their Twitter
Dude, that's fucking bananas. What? Okay,
yeah,
so this is what's really frustrating, okay? This is what's really frustrating. It's you can't ever talk about your own country's actions and its missteps, okay? You can't do that, because right now we're fighting a war. We're fighting the propaganda war. Okay, you're either with us or you're against us.
This guy's openly admitting that there's negatives to American imperialism, and then Hasan's just pretending he didn't say that. This is fucking incredible stuff, man. I really just don't understand it.
Adam something unironically is engaging in post 9/11 style bullshit. Okay, that whipped this entire fucking country. That destroyed this country. Okay. Things that he himself now probably recognizes as immoral, unjustifiable, or maybe he doesn't, I don't know, but I would assume that most fucking people that even say that they're socialist or leftist would recognize that post 9/11 America was fucking insane, right? And he is engaging in that propaganda. People that were against the Iraq War were branded terrorists and Saddam supporters. Why is he fucking taking the Madeleine Albright 1998 approach to this fucking conversation when the person...
I'm pretty sure he mutes donations for him so he doesn't hear them or acknowledge them. Yeah, he said some bullshit. He's I just take the money, but I don't really listen to him, to appear like he's virtuous. But the reality is he's just a fucking condescending dickhead, and people fall for it because they're young kids that haven't developed at all. So they're that makes so much sense to me. Being a fucking total douchebag and ignoring me, that definitely is the most virtuous, righteous thing to do. It's holy fuck. Just say you're a big streamer and you don't care about people anymore.
Themselves are openly stating.
Oh, so is he only... Wait, so are you saying only his viewers can hear donations, but he can't? That's fucking insane. How stupid is that? That's so fucking dumb.
That they are not in support of fucking Russian imperialism. Does it make it easier for you to fucking make an argument to just say, you are a terrorist sympathizer, you're a sympathizer of Russia? Then you're not...
Okay. What's the point anymore? The guy like explicitly said like you have to criticize both at the same time. And then here you go, being like, oh my God, you're saying that it's okay to do American imperialism? Blah, 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 blah.
Making a good argument.
He must have the video.
You cannot ascribe this level of bad faith interpretation to your interlocutor.
That's what you're doing.
When they are literally saying the exact opposite thing over and over and over again. This is psychotic.
This is what you're doing, dude. I'm going to come right now. This is going to make me come. I'm going to come all over myself. This is incredible stuff.
If I were to do that similar thing, what I would have done...
You've been doing that similar thing, you fucking idiot.
Instead of looking at his video, watching the entire fucking thing, trying to understand his perspective, I would have watched this video and then said, it seems like there are still remnants again.
Holy shit, this stupid ass motherfucker. He's literally doing everything he's saying. This guy is, he's not self-aware. What an incredible fucking specimen Hasan is. Incredible fucking specimen.
And I do think that this might be true. I don't know. Maybe he's just a little bit confused on a lot of this stuff. Or maybe he's just basically fucking has a lot of remnants of a lack of care on aligning with Nazis, aligning with neo-Nazis.
Oh my God. Fucking Christ.
With a fuckload of semantics arguments that are completely fucking...
Better than a fuckload of anti-semantics argument, if you know what I'm saying, Hasan. You know what I mean? Get it? Anti-Semitism. You get it, bro? I'm fucking hilarious, bro.
Unjustifiable. What is this? A murder?
A moida?
So apparently Hasan called me a Nazi following my recent video on the Gravel Institute. Here's a clip of it. I don't want to give Hasan too much shit because of this. I understand he's under a lot of stress. A lot of people have been piling on him, including me, over his Ukraine takes. A murder? Dude, I want the fucking orbiters to literally just go away. I want them to go away.
Guys, I want the orbiters to go away. Guys, I'm watching the video from this guy and he criticized me and now he's just an orbiter. Every single person that criticizes Hasan, justifiably so, is just a fucking hater and an orbiter and they just want some fucking clout, bro. And you know what? We are talking about this because Hasan's talking about it, and Hasan is a popular topic. And you know what? Every time somebody gets popular and they say dumb shit, they become the popular topic. That's how life works, brother. You do it too. How often do you cry about Joe Rogan? You might be justified in it, but you're doing the same fucking thing that everybody else is doing to you. You say dumb shit, and then you get criticized. That's just how it works, brother. Holy fuck! I just got nay-nayed. Holy moly, garbanzos! Get the fuck away from me, dude. But that's it, bro. That's all it is. He's gonna fucking run away. Incredible.
So bad. Mods, clap the guy who linked that, by the way. Your argument would actually not...
Guys, clap the guy who showed me information that made me feel bad about myself. You gotta clap this. Mods, get rid of it. Genuine question to the Hasan mods. How close are you to wanting to take your own life? Because I genuinely feel like there's no way that this role of a moderator for Hasan doesn't make you actually physically ill. Come on, bro. A presumably unpaid position where you sit there and you allow some fucking 30-year-old Karen that's stuck in age 21 to dictate you and your life. As somebody that you probably used to look up to and respect, but now you feel locked in to doing whatever he wants, as ignorant as it is. How does that make you feel? How does it make you? How bad does it make you feel? Because I guarantee you that anybody with any self-respect that's modding for Hasan probably hates their life every single day, but they feel like they're stuck in this unpaid intern position of doing moderation for him. Fucking incredible stuff.
Super uncharitable since he's literally doing Nazi apologia right now.
Hey, Nazi bad, guys.
He's operating from the notion that Gravel Institute is wrong and then works an argument justifying his propaganda retroactively. This video was terrible. It was fucking terrible.
How did you know that?
And I will never understand why people hate you so much. Dude, of course people hate me so much. I yell at people all the...
If you can't understand why people don't hate them so much, you are fucking dumb. I'm sorry, but you are kind of a fucking complete moron. Like, you really don't understand? Fucking hell, bro. I don't understand how people could hate you so much. I listen to you every day and absolutely nothing else. I exclusively listen to you. I pick up the mannerisms of you, Hasan, where I listen to what you say. I believe that you're right, and then anybody who questions you must be wrong by association. Hasan, you are my Lord and Savior. I'll drink your pee. Please sell me a jar of your farts. I would love it if you did that. Please, Hasan. Please, Hasan, send me your cum. I want to drink it. I want to drink your fermented cum that comes 2 weeks later and turns yellow. Please, Hasan.
The time. I yell about things that they care about. I literally shit over the course of fucking 12 hours. I shit on...
How many times do you shit? Because you're always leaving the screen and coming back. Do you have like IBS? This guy's running so fast. Holy moly.
On things that people hold near and dear to them. Like, someone could just click on a fucking stream at any given moment and hear me say, Belgium is not a real country. Shut the fuck up. And
don't you like how Hasan is bragging about saying like edgy shit? I'm saying things that are... I'm saying, hey, America deserved 9/11. And, you know, Dan Crenshaw, he got raped in the head. And it's funny by a hero. You know what I mean? I know it's an old one, but it's an oldie, but it's a goodie. And he hasn't, like, apologized for it. So it's like, it's fair game. And then he's going to pretend that he was being virtuous in it. He's going to pretend that he was actually making a nuanced point. Because that's what he does. He uses topics to say... He just wants to say edgy, dickheaded shit. He's just an edgy fucking person. He wants to just like give you edgy hot takes, like every other fucking leftist streamer that loves to fucking like say some kind of slur, and they like to justify. It's like, oh, what? Oh, I'm saying it within context, and like Hasan does the same fucking thing. He just does it in a way that's considered more palatable to society. That's it, brother. He does the same fucking edgy dipshit bullshit fucking takes, bro.
And then literally take that with them and be like, well, I'm Belgian. What the fuck is this bullshit? Fuck this guy. It takes a while to understand what I'm talking about, and it's super easy when you have a brigade of like psychopaths who literally clip everything I say out of context to create this like...
These guys are psychopaths now. Originally, he liked them when they said positively affirming things, but now, nope.
Really unfair interpretation of where I stand on issues.
Hey guys, they're clipping me. Hey guys, like you can clip people out of context, but like, hey guys, they're clipping me, and they're getting it wrong somehow. Incredible stuff, brother. Incredible stuff.
Okay? It's not that I am incapable of debating people, or it's not that I'm incapable of doing this kind of analysis on shit. It's that I usually don't want to do it because I don't like the environment that it fosters. Okay? But sometimes...
The environment that makes you feel stupid? Is that what you're trying to say? I wouldn't like that environment either.
Sometimes my hand is led to this point, and when I do it, it only escalates further into a worse and worse situation.
Yeah, okay. It's fun to hear this motherfucker spurg out, if I'm being honest with you.
Yes, Hasan, let's go, yummy, has nerd.
And it's the worst kind of freaks that love this shit, which is 5,000 likes in 2 hours, dude. 5,000 likes. Well, I watched his entire fucking video. What is this? I understand he's in a lot of stress. Lots of people have been piling on him, me included, over his Ukraine takes. Such takes of his are a product of his simplistic American lefty streamer bro views being thrown into the vortex of nuance that is Europe. Worse, a European armed conflict. Yeah, I simply, as an American streamer bro, leftist, cannot understand the complexities of arming Nazis and training them. It's, oh, you fool, you just do not understand. You do not understand. I'm a European and you're a non-European. So you don't understand the
Yeah, that's pretty decent. Like, hey, you don't really understand our issues because you don't live here, and you are incredibly biased against the United States. So, like, there's plenty of argument to be made here, brother.
The complexities of arming and training Nazis.
Arming,
you know, I did grow up in Turkey, so I do have a different perspective than I guess he does on NATO involvement. But I don't know. I mean, I personally do not favor an institution that literally fucking ripped ultra-nationalist violence through the country that I grew up in. But hey, that's not a European country. Isn't that right? Hungary, on the other hand, is. You know? That's firmly planted in Europe, whereas Turkey is not. A lot of Muslims in Turkey. Never going to be a European country despite its, you know, despite Istanbul being in fucking Europe. Hey, fine. As a European myself, this is, of course, nothing new to me, which is why I've been able to make these detailed, nuanced points of view. Oh, God. Does it hurt when you're cranking yourself so hard here? Even when it comes to actual neo-Nazis in Ukraine, instead of the expected knee-jerk dismissal and denunciation. Oh, you fool. He literally is saying, like, you fool.
Wow. Incredible.
You do not have a nuanced approach to neo-Nazis being armed. I, as a European, on the other hand, I do. People who aren't familiar with the complexities of Europe and Ukraine, and especially the current war, might find those takes of mine scary at first, which I understand.
I mean, it's true that you don't seem to understand a goddamn fucking thing about Ukraine, so that's not a bad criticism on his part. So
ingenuous people might even say that I was defending Nazis in my video, The Graville Institute, but this is, of course, not the case. People who say that are either lying or haven't watched the actual video. Hasan didn't mean to insult me. He simply reached the narrow limits of his understanding of the world, dude. I literally,
he's getting so triggered. Oh,
I can't do this. The narrow limits. Yeah, dude. Just fucking say I'm a Turk roach with a cockroach brain and move on, okay? Yeah, fuck it. I'm saying it, dude, okay? This motherfucker, not exactly out of the alt-right pipeline, okay? Straight up, dude.
There we
Let's
go.
go.
Hey guys, if you disagree with me, you are just part of the alt-right pipeline, baby. It took us a while to get to this. Well, it didn't. He's been saying it the whole time. Incredible stuff. You're just a bigot, bro. Hashtag I'm a smarty pants. Got him.
After watching your fucking Nazi apologia video, where you literally, in the most semantic...
You like how he just says, like, everything that he says is just like this performance piece to try to make it seem like he's intelligent. It doesn't... What this fucking... Was Nazi... What is he? What did he say?
Let's go. Yeah, after watching your fucking Nazi apologia video, where you...
Nazi apologia? Say Nazi apology, bro. Come on. What are you doing? Come on, dog.
Literally, in the most semantic, the most, like, nitpicky way, said that the Gravel Institute was wrong even when they literally contradicted your statements. Where you used faulty fucking data and engaged in Nazi apologia, you turn around with this Eurocentric...
I mean, you didn't establish that any of it was faulty data, so you just kind of said that it was wrong.
Supremacist trash. It seems as though you do not have a problem with aligning with Nazis as long as you're fighting against a larger imperial force. That's precisely what you've said time and time again. I like to think about with my narrow Turk Roach brain who can't comprehend the
I love how, like, this guy, it's so funny that this guy said that he had like a narrow-minded American perspective, and now Hasan's taking it as if he's like invalidating his identity. It's incredible stuff, dude. He's really just he's playing the victim, like fucking he's playing the victim card. He's the victim of some kind of, like, what do you call it, racism or xenophobia. That's all it is.
And Euro supremacist attitude. Look to historical precedent with my narrow-minded streamer bro American-centric brain, okay?
Yeah, I agree.
I just simply cannot understand
True.
what it would be like if violent paramilitaries were justified, defended, and armed and trained. But of course, what do I know? I simply cannot understand the nuance and the complexities.
Well, you probably can't because you grew up like very wealthy. So like, what do you like? What struggle do you really identify with? You grew up wealthy. You grew up wealthy enough for your fucking parents to send you to America to be born, and then send you back so that you can go to like 2 different schools that you go to full ride for, like pretty expensive schools. Like, you're acting like you have any level of identification with anybody. I mean, like, what the fuck are you talking about? You've been a privileged individual your entire life. Do you really think that you're identifying with, like, the fucking struggles? No, bro. You're just, like, spouting talking points at this point. Like, you're a fucking person that comes from, like, profound privilege. You're a pussy, bro.
Person who literally looked at America arming and funding and training Nazis and said, well, those guns actually just simply ended up in the hands of the Nazis. Well, so technically, that's really different.
Okay.
Dude, I read the post room before this. The nuclear war is not that bad. Ad hominem equals him losing the argument. Yeah, god damn. Hasan didn't mean to insult me. He's just too stupid to understand he was insulting me. Because I have the nuance.
I agree with him.
I have the nuance of defending Nazis. And then look at all these fucking horny, Westoid, Angloid-brained, disgusting filth in the chat. Oh man, that's a...
Oh my god, this is so fucking ridiculous, bro.
A sick burn, bro. You fucking killed him. We tactically love Nazis, actually. Yeah, you fucking killed him, dude.
Adam SSP Pergigil.
Neoliberal debate lords, dude. Yeah, not surprising that they would fucking align with Nazis like this. I mean, he is pro-NATO, so of course he is literally tactically going to align with Nazis over USSR.
Is that... What? NATO is Nazism? I'm pretty sure NATO is a fuck you Russia, because Russia's a horrible plague. Not the people, but the government. What the fuck? Wait, what was that?
So of course he is literally tactically going to... I mean, he is pro-NATO, so of course he is literally tactically going to align with Nazis over USSR involvement in Europe.
So did you like that, where he basically said that, like, NATO, people who support NATO, they're just supporting neo-Nazism over Russia? Like, I don't know how you could paint, like, a better picture that you just fucking, you are a pro-Russian puppet, bro. Come on. Holy fuck. Millionaire Socialist educates us on what it's like to be disprivileged. We're all Nazis. What the fuck's happening, bro?
We know that already, which is the history of NATO, riddled with it. Many such cases. For all these years, he and others like him were able to surf the waves of Bernie Sanders, a person with an actually overarching political philosophy and nuanced worldview. By attaching themselves to Bernie's correct points, these commentators were able to conceal that all their views are just a variation of the 3, 4 half-baked, disjointed ideas in lieu of a coherent set of values and an understanding of the world outside of America.
True.
Trying to scale these views... Dude, I'm literally Turkish. Does this fucking idiot think I, like, grew up in America or something? This is the most disgusting thing I've ever...
Bro, you don't, like, you're just a privileged individual, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
...ever shown you. I mean, this is TOS violation. This is literally a fucking... This is literally a baby-brained idiot jerking off over his... really, just...
Are you watching a baby brain guy jerk? You watching a baby jerk off, Hasan? Come on, dude. That's gay. Well, it's not gay. It's pedophilic. Sorry, guys. Hasan, are you a fucking pedophile, bro? I'm just kidding. That's obviously a joke.
Chaotic fucking assessment here that shows a gigantic blind spot. Okay? The gigantic blind spot is that you just don't care about fucking Nazis because they're not going to kill you. I think that's what you think.
Okay, sure.
U.S. bad isn't a political philosophy. It's an ontological foundation. First of all, the U.S. is bad. Like the idea that it's not bad is fucking so stupid. The fuck do you know? But
Bro, you benefit the most from the U.S. Like out of most people. You're a rich fucking asshole. Basically grifts for money. You are the most capitalist person in the world. Like you're like, oh, U.S. is bad because it allows me to exhibit incredibly inappropriate behavior. Guess what? You don't have to exhibit that inappropriate behavior. You could stop. You could be more morally fucking like righteous and firm. But you're just a scumbag asshole. So.
War in Ukraine, Hasan, like many other American lefties, brought to a humiliating realization: U.S. bad is not a political philosophy.
It's not.
U.S. bad is true. Okay, might not be a political philosophy, but it is fucking true.
Well,
Russia is also bad. But if you are going to use Russia bad as an argument to fucking wash the United States of its war crimes,
guys, Russia's worse. Yeah, the United States has things to criticize, brother. That's good. Thank you. I mean, what a fucking hot take, brother. Nobody's saying it nowadays.
And its involvement, and even go so far as to defend its involvement with right-wing paramilitaries that have ripped Latin American countries into fucking shreds, that have ripped the Middle East into fucking shreds. You know, places that are a little bit closer to me than your fucking dumbass podunk Hungarian city that you love jerking off to about its fucking,
What's the dog doing?
Institutions and civil engineering. Disgusting filth, dude. Eurocentrist trash.
Ew, disgusting black creature.
Cut a liberal and a fucking fascist bleeds. Sometimes
it's a meme.
Maybe you don't actually reform your attitude and your opinions. Sometimes you just have remnants of that. I want to be as charitable as possible, but after reading this fucking bullshit, god damn.
You weren't charitable at all. You misinterpreted everything he said. I don't think intentionally. I just think you're a fucking moron. But like, you weren't charitable in any capacity. What are you talking about? I wanted to be as charitable as possible. What does that word mean to you, son? Because I'm pretty sure you refuse to donate to charities also because you think it's like your big fucking brain says that it's a bad thing to do. Right? And you justify it with like bullshit socialist talking points like, well, in an ideal society, we shouldn't have to donate. Oh, I agree. Money should be put where it's supposed to go. Guess what? We're not. We don't live in an ideal society. So you see how that works out, guys? You see how this all works out, brothers?
Dude, 3 hours we covered his fucking nonsensical takes. Holy shit. Euro trash, motherfucker.
He's so triggered.
Just because the victims of U.S. imperialism do not have a voice in your fucking world does not mean that they do not mean anything, okay?
All right, Hasan, I get it. You're the virtuous rich socialist. You understand everything, bro. We get it. Now you're gonna pander to the groups that you feel are misrepresented or in some capacity, even though you don't actually give a fuck about them.
Just because you never consider someone living in El Salvador, Nicaragua, Chile, just because you never consider our involvement in
Chile, Nicaragua. Bro, what are you doing? What are you doing, bro? You don't speak like that. Stop throwing that ethnic flair into everything that you say, so you seem like you're fucking like, I'm cool. I'm Chile. Say Chile, bro. Like every other guy. Again, you remind me of my fucking mother working at a goddamn fast food place. Oh, Maria. Hey, Maria. Say Maria, ma. You know, you sound fucking ridiculous right now. You're appropriating the culture. You're appropriating the way that they speak, bro. All right? That's a racism moment.
Africa and African countries. Just because you never consider the American involvement in the Middle East, in Libya, does not change the reality that those are real human beings who understandably have this kind of a fucking attitude against America because America is bad. Okay? And I, as an American, have every right to fucking say it loudly and say it proudly. Perhaps
cool stuff,
you should, I guess, see yourself out of American affairs and maybe talk more about Orban.
I agree, okay? Bro. I agree, bro. I'm happy 9/11 had happened personally. I think we deserved it. You know what I mean? It's fun. It's pretty funny that all those people died horrifically and that there's still negative impacts today that our fucking Congress is ignoring and trying not to fund. Funny meme, guys. Funny meme. Funny meme. Funny meme.
Take the fucking trains and civil engineering.
Yep.
Almost seems like you like the trains, so they run on time. You know, transport certain people from one location to another.
What do you say? Oh, I get it. Nazi stuff. We get it.
This must be the most long-winded I've ever seen. Oh, I'm soy facing. Oh, you killed him.
You are. This is so funny, bro. It's funny that
like, often rung hollow and inane to me in his nebulosity and strange conflict of being in philosophy. Thank you for this post. It helps put words. Oh my god, dude.
Thanks to Adai.
Is the rest
of
the
real long way to just say, like, you know,
it's fine. Just him like fucking.
I started this day by literally saying.
The rest of this video is just him getting triggered by his chat disagree with him. How fucking hilarious is this? Come here, you
To be honest with you, Adam has a more American take here. I'm guilty of the same thought originally that at least someone is protecting Ukraine, even if it's Azov, along with a lot of people around me. But you made a good point about what happens after the war and legitimately made me rethink that. So thanks. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about right now. I don't give a fuck. I've said it already. I don't give a fuck if Azov Battalion dies while saving fucking babushkas in Ukraine, okay? And I'm not one of those like sick freaks who's like Azov Battalion is actually holding people hostage or whatever. Fuck that. That is Russian propaganda, okay? But I am one of those people who sees what America has done time and time again. I'm one of those people who sees and recognizes what America did in Afghanistan, okay? Even things that predate Operation Cyclone.
Okay. Cool stuff, bro.
So let me see let me see his fucking dumbass bullshit about nuclear war and being not that bad. Latest assessment of the Institute of Study of War. Oh my god, understandingwar.com. He already is like defending. Dude, this is what happens, brother. Look. Here's the problem, okay? When you get 8.4 thousand likes on a fucking shitty meme like this, of course you're gonna keep fucking hyping up like the celebration of Nazis and the Ukrainian forces. Like obviously.
So what he's saying is that when you get attention on a thing, you're gonna feel validated in feeling that way. I mean, this whole video has just been projection after projection. Hasan thinks that because he's a big streamer, that means that somehow he's intelligent. Like, I hate people who think that because they're viewed and they're large, that somehow that makes them feel like what they're saying and doing is like better. They think that they're more intelligent because they get more views. Like, what are you talking about? The View gets more views than us, but do you think they're fucking intelligent? No, of course not. You know, it's incredible. This guy really is just an arrogant fucking dickhead.
Gross, dude. Look at this. Every single one of his posts is like 4,000 likes. All this shit. Like, it's easy. This is easy shit. It's going to 100% guide you into having this sort of attitude no matter what.
Yeah.
I'm glad that was original content.
I love that you just have been projecting this whole time, Hasan. It's so fucking awesome.
This is my favorite. The fucking Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Oh, man, totally. Famously, the USSR was definitely not trying to fucking fight against Germany before that. Famously. And after. As opposed to you should stop talking about Ukraine, it's so cringe. I was wondering where all these fucking shit-lib takes were coming from, and now it seems like we found it. It's like him and every other fucking dumbass bread tuber who unfortunately got, you know, hyped up in the worst ways possible.
This is you, bro.
First, what is a tanky? Let's talk a bit about nuclear war. As the invasion falters, Putin will be making more and more nuclear threats. The only thing he has left. These will most likely be that threats. I doubt him or the Russian elite is suicidal. Why would they invade Ukraine then? When I make that assessment, I'm fucking wrong, okay? When I say Putin is bad, not mad, he won't invade Ukraine, you're like, oh, that's fucking bullshit, you dumbass, you got. And then you're like, he's mad, he's violent, he's mad and violent. But also, he will never use nukes. Got it, okay. A nuclear war right now would not be the end of humanity. Sure, it would suck. Oh, you fool, you simpleton. You and your pathetic Ameroid brain. You and your pathetic American brain cannot comprehend the nuance of a nuclear holocaust. With a lot of people dying, at least 1 billion plus. But it wouldn't erase life from the planet. Yo, he's so cut. There was a time when a lot of Western nations, maybe not Eastern European, but like a lot of Western European nations hated America and NATO involvement in their countries because they were worried that they were the ones who would get wiped out in the nuclear fallout. And America will be fucking miles away and perfectly safe. And this guy literally is like...
Oh, he's laughing because he was saying, like, I guess Adam was saying that nuclear war wouldn't, like, wipe us out. I'm assuming that he's assuming that it would be a small-scale war. I don't know how long this is days ago. As the invasion falters, Putin will be making more and more nuclear threats. The only thing he has left, they will most likely just be that threats. I doubt him or Russia will be suicidal. If it comes to nuclear war, Russia would endlessly be deleted from the face of the earth. While that would be greatly survivable. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this guy, these takes seem a little intense. I mean, I guess losing 1 billion people wouldn't really kill us all. I mean, probably be good for the environment. Well, maybe not the nuclear war part, but the dead humans might be. I'm not trying to be an asshole, but during COVID, when nobody was like driving around, I was working outside at that point, and let me just tell you, the weather was beautiful. It was much better. Like, everything just felt better because there wasn't so much pollution in the fucking air.
As a Hungarian, I think that it's okay if I die in the nuclear holocaust. Fire take. Who do you think's gonna die, dumbass? Not me in California. You're gonna die, fucking idiot. It's worth it. Consider how most of our media dealing with nuclear war takes place in the Cold War, or its fictional continuation. At that point, we did have enough nukes to format the planet. However, oh, never mind. We had enough nukes to format the planet, but now we don't. 6,000 nukes is fine, actually. Where are they going to nuke, you idiot? They're going to nuke you. You're in Hungary. They're going to nuke Europe. What the fuck is he saying? I mean, that'll fuck America too, obviously. Like, the world will change. But you think he supports Orban? No, of course I don't think he supports Orban. I just think it's funny that he lives in Hungary and is like, nuclear winter is not the worst thing. 1 billion people will die, give or take. Like, what, you think Russia is going to nuke Africa? You think they're going to nuke, like, the Philippines or something? They're going to nuke Europe, dumbass! A fact, for some weird reason, is lost upon this man. Where do you think they're going to nuke? Oh, no, dude!
I mean, honestly, he stopped watching the video. There's another 15 minutes left. I can't do it. I can't. Listen, this has been fucking horribly boring. This is just full. Hasan is literally just a bad take machine. Like I said earlier, I think at this point, this is really solidifying that Hasan is unintelligent. That's really what it boils down to. The guy isn't worth shit. He just he spouts like bullshit, shallow talking points. He has no depths he doesn't even have basic comprehension skills. Like, he wasn't even listening. He was just ranting. He was ranting about shit that was generally, like, some of the subject matter was relevant, but it wasn't really relevant to what he was talking about, right? Like, it was like if we all sat down to play Pokemon cards, and then I pulled out my fucking Game Boy, and it's like, guys, did you know the flavor text for fucking Pikachu? You know, that's basically what his entire take boiled down to. It was fucking boring from start to finish. It was unintelligible. Like, what a miserable fucking experience. On my fucking birthday, Hasan. Holy fuck, bro. You really, on my goddamn fucking birthday, you made me listen. But yeah, man, what a trip. What a fucking trip. Thank you so much for watching, guys. And another special shout out to all my Patreon and Twitch subs. If you'd like to support this channel further than you already have by just watching the video alone, go down to the links below where you can sub on my Patreon, which will allow you to get your name on this beautiful black wall. Or you can go to the Twitch page and you can actually use a free Amazon Prime sub, if you have Amazon Prime, to subscribe. Thank you very much, guys. Take care.